निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा।
Hello. Good morning to everyone. A warm welcome to all the delegates attending the 11th World Congress of Prevention of Diabetes and its Complication, hosted by DRS. A special thanks to Dr. Manoj Chawla and Dr. Purvi Chawla for organizing this important event. Let's all be the warrior against the diabetes. Starting with our session, the D-Tech DRS Symphonium, I would like to call the chairperson, Dr. Amit Gupta and Dr. Bharat Sabu on the stage.
Good morning, everyone, and we welcome you to the day 2 of DRS WCPD World Congress of Diabetes Prevention and Complication. And we are going to start with the D-Tech DRS Symposium. And D-Tech, just to tell you about D-Tech is diabetes technology and one of the leading conference in India for the dissemination of information regarding diabetes technology. And we are pleased that Dr. Rakesh Parikh is here, who is one of the founders of the D-Tech. And he is going to talk on how will artificial intelligence change diabetes clinical practice. Dr. Rakesh Parikh is the Executive Council member of the National RSSDI. He is the founder of the Diabetes Technology Trust of India. He is also the leading authors for many publications, and recently his publication in IJDCC regarding his Defeat Diabetes campaign was widely appreciated and recognized. So welcome, Dr. Rakesh Parikh, and we request you to proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Amit, for the kind words. And thanks, Dr. Manoj Purvi, for inviting me for DRS. So the topic that is given to me is a vast topic, and Dr. Amit and myself do workshops on this topic, which last for 90 minutes. So to cover it in 20 minutes is difficult, but I not remove any slides from that. I kept the slides so that I can rush through the slides to give a glimpse of whatever are the possibilities in the field of AI for diabetes clinic. So the artificial intelligence is a very controversial subject, and as you can see from these two quotes by two very famous people, some people feel that it's a boon for us, some people feel that we are doomed now, so we'll not go into that controversy. I'll first like to give some brief about what AI is, and these are simple definitions. These are not the textbook definitions, so maybe I might be wrong technically somewhere, but just to give an idea what AI is. So AI is basically to give the intelligence to a machine, which is not a human and has got some intelligence like a human beings. So such earliest machine was the calculator that we had 5 decades back that even had some intelligence. So before calculators, the machines that were there, they're all mechanical machines. They did not have any intelligence in them. But calculators were probably the first ones that had some capability to calculate things even faster than us. And the old type computers, the mobile phones, they all had some memory. They could remember things. So this was also a kind of artificial intelligence in the crude sense. Now the subset of artificial intelligence where the machines learn from the data and improve by doing some calculation statistics, they learn from us and they improve. So that is a subset of AI. Again, this is not something new because we have all been using Google and Facebook for last 3 decades. Google has been learning us. So Google and Facebook know you better than your wife or your spouse. They keep a track of all your activities. So they learn from your behavior and accordingly they give you suggestions. That's a machine learning, which is again nothing new for us. Then a subset of machine learning is deep learning, in which the machines, they imitate the human neural network. So there are multiple layers of networks and complex calculations are involved. So they can take complex decisions. The applications of deep learning are computer vision, by which a computer can read a photograph or a video, or natural language processing, by which the computer can understand your language, what you are telling the computer. This is again there for at least last 1 or 2 decades. We know Google Lens is there where you can take a photograph and Google will find out the similar items from the web. Facial recognition is there, Siri is there, Alexa is there. They all talk to you, so they understand your language. So these are all the things which were existing, but suddenly there is a lot of talk about AI, and the reason behind this is not all this, but the latest one, which is again a subset of deep learning, which is generative AI. So now the artificial intelligence can also create content, which can be textual content, it can be audio content. They can, write a poem for you. They can write a blog for you. They can write a book for you. The AI can sing a song for you. I mean, compose a song, compose the music. It can create a painting. It can compose a video. So all these things are latest, and these are exciting us, and that is why all discussions are going around AI. So basically, in AI, the new thing is only generative AI. And the examples are ChatGPT, Gemini, and Meta. So generative AI has got, there are multiple applications in this field, and the most commonly used are ChatGPT, Gemini, and Meta. So we'll talk about ChatGPT in the next few slides. And these are the, I'm running fast because the clock is running fast. So these are the multiple applications of ChatGPT, out of which today we'll focus only on the healthcare and diagnosis. Those of you who have not ever use ChatGPT, I'll highly recommend that you scan the QR code and download your app from App Store or Play Store. After a few slides, I'll give you some demos, something exciting that you can do with ChatGPT, and that I would recommend that you try on your own mobile. So if you have this app installed, then you can do it easily. When you search for ChatGPT on Play Store or Apple Play Store or App Store, then there are multiple ChatGPTs. So those are not the official ones. Go for official by OpenAI. That is the ChatGPT. Okay. So broadly speaking, in the field of diabetes, currently there are 4 broad areas where the AI is applied: automatic retinal screening, clinical decision support system, risk stratification and prediction, and patient self-management tools. So we'll talk first about automatic retinal screening, and this is not new. Many of us have been using the AI-enabled fundus cameras in our clinic. The mechanism or the system behind it is that this is the process by which, through the deep learning, the AI algorithm is trained. So initially there are photographs which are labeled, the abnormal areas are labeled, and the AI machine is taught that these are the areas to be captured. After a few teaching sessions, the AI learns something, and then it starts diagnosing. The feedback goes there. Again, it is compared with the actual diagnosis. The difference is called the weight. So there is a weight difference, and then that gives a feedback to AI. It improves on itself. This cycle repeats, and then after 500, 600 such cycles, the AI algorithm is wise enough to diagnose the abnormal areas from the retinal image. So that is how the AI-enabled fundus cameras work, and I'll not go into details of those. Then the second broad area is clinical decision support system. So you can have any kind of data which can be obtained from various wearable devices like CGM, the watch, the activity trackers, the insulin pumps, the SMBG monitors which are connected, and even the data which is given by the patient as an input. So it can be inputs regarding the meals or exercise, whatever are there. So all those inputs are the raw data that go to the algorithm. The algorithm does the calculations, and based on the learnings that it had from you in the past, it makes predictions about the hypoglycemia risk in next 2 hours or 4 hours, or overnight hypoglycemia, or risk of sugar shooting up. And based on these, the decisions are made. So this was the first FDA-approved product, which is a product. It's a software. This software can be is licensed to be used in the patients who are on insulin pumps, and it gives the patient advice regarding the adjustments in the basal doses or bolus doses or carb calculations. Those things are done by this product, and this was approved by FDA only after doing some trials. So in the trials, it was shown that it was actually superior to the endocrinologist or the doctors. All the closed-loop systems that we use now, they all have some or other kind of AI algorithm. They can predict the glucose levels. They have the alarms. They can give you insights regarding the pattern of your sugar levels. It gives you personalized feedback. It also does the predictive analysis. So these are all the things which are done by using artificial intelligence. This is a new one which is approved by FDA in 2023. This is bionic pancreas. So this pump basically doesn't need much of inputs from the users. They just need to give the body weight as a first input. Based on that, it starts calculating the doses of basal insulin. For bolus calculations, you just need to announce that I'm going to have a meal now. You don't need to give any other inputs like the carb count or something. It does all the calculations by the use of AI algorithms. So the third area, that is risk stratification and prediction. There are no products right now which are approved, but there are several exciting studies. I'll just go through some of these, and which are, little difficult to believe, the way people are looking at AI. So this was a study in which they looked at the facial features of a human being from a photograph and use the AI algorithm to predict the person is having diabetes or not. And this was found to be accurate to the tune of 99%. There is a study in which they use the voice samples of people, and that voice sample was used as a parameter to tell whether the patient is diabetic or not. This is another study in which they use the tongue features from a photograph, the tongue features, and based on that, they were telling whether the person is diabetic or not. And again, the precision was pretty good, around 8.8 to 0.9. And there are so many other models which are for prediction of new onset diabetes, and in this they are not using glycemic parameters. So the parameters other than blood sugar can predict the risk of diabetes in the next few years by using these different algorithms. Clustering is another subset of machine learning, where the machine or the algorithm divides the data into different clusters, and this was used while making that famous paper of Lancet in which the adult diabetic population was divided into different clusters like SIDD, MODD, and so on. So this was based on using the AI algorithm again. The last part of the AI applications is the diabetes education. Again, I'll just rush through the slides. So this was a study in which they tested whether the AI as an educator for diabetes can improve HbA1c. These were the results. So the AI-based learning or teaching modules for the patients could improve HbA1c. The improvement depended on the amount the person is spending in the learning and the mode of learning, whether it's audio or video. This is another product which is for carb counting. So you take a photograph of your meal, and the AI algorithm can tell the carb count of that particular meal. On MNT, there are several studies again. These are just the screenshots of the different studies where they have shown that the AI-enabled MNT intervention can improve the A1C. For physical exercise, again, AI can be used for giving a personalized physical exercise regime to a particular patient. Blood glucose predictions, again, there are some studies. It can also be used for optimal insulin dosing. So the app can tell the patient the doses to be taken for a particular meal, the doses adjustment in the bolus doses, the correction factors, and so on. This can be done by using the AI applications. And this particular product was again found to be very useful. So this was a trial in which one arm received the intervention from the SCP, and the other arm received the intervention from SCP plus this particular feedback from the AI, and it was found to be superior in terms of reduction in the A1C. It can also tell you which is the OAD to be used in a particular patient, which is the optimum OAD. Should you go for a sulfonylurea or metformin or dopamine inhibitor? It can also tell about the timing for dose escalation, which dose to be increased, whether it should be metformin or a gliptin or a sulfonylurea. And then there are several other studies about the prediction of the complications of diabetes. This is AI-enabled multispectral wound imaging camera. You take the photograph of the patient's wound, and the camera, the AI algorithm can tell which kind of infection is it. Is it a gram-positive or gram-negative without going for a culture sensitivity. This was a study which has shown that they were also able to tell about the risk of amputation or the possibility of amputation in that particular patient based on the image only. So if any of you have ChatGPT, now I'll show something different, and for that you need to scan this QR code because this is not available on the in the public domain. So if you have ChatGPT and if you scan this QR code, you will be taken to a particular customized GPT, which I have configured to be used as a diabetic clinic assistant. So this is just to give you an idea what all can be done by using a ChatGPT itself. So, and you can create your own customized ChatGPT if you have a premium version. You log into the ChatGPT account, and there I'm just keeping the markers there. So this is the ChatGPT 4.0. You click there, you go for Explore GPTs, and in that you can either search for the existing GPTs for a particular application that you want to use, or you can create your own GPT also. So when you create your own GPT, you can configure the GPT and tell it what you want from the GPT. So if you want somebody who is expert in nutrition, you can just write here that this GPT is the well-learned, well-experienced nutritionist who can give dietary recommendations to patients. You can tell everything that you want, and then accordingly the GPT will be created in your name. So this was one GPT that I created, that is Diabetes Clinic Assistant, the QR code I showed you earlier, and I'm showing you what all it can do. So when you say hi to this GPT, it will give you these options. These are the 6 options that I thought that are very commonly used. If you click on the first one, which is medical dictionary, you put any medical term there, and after you put it, immediately it will give you all the details about that particular term. The second option is for medical formulas or calculators. So once you go for a second option, it will give you these calculators there. So in this case, I went for 3, which is target height, and then it asked me only father's height and mother's height, and I did not need to mention father, mother, centimeter. I just mentioned 176, 168. It understands that the father's height is 176 centimeter, mother's is 168 centimeter. It calculates the target height of the child, whether it's male or female. I went for FIB-4 score, so it asked me the parameters OTPT, age, and platelets. I just entered the numbers there. It makes the calculations, give you the FIB-4 score, and also the interpretation of that FIB-4 score. If you are doubtful about a diagnosis of a patient, you can go for clinical diagnosis, give the history of the patient. So I did not have any challenging case with me, so I just copy-pasted a case from a WhatsApp group, put it there, and within a few seconds, it gives you all the differentials and the reasons behind its, reasoning behind the diagnosis that it had made. Then if you have a PDF file in which there is a huge chunk of reports, upload that report here, and it will only pick up the abnormal findings and give you the inferences from that also. You can also upload an image and ask it for diagnosis. So this is the image that I entered. It told me the diagnosis that it's a diabetic dermopathy. This is the shingle spots which are there. This one, it said that it's a gangrene. It's a diagangrene. This one is Charcot's. It told that this is an ulcer, and it gives a description about the ulcer also. Then for personalized diet charts. So here, look at the command that I gave to her, gave to the GPT. I want a diet chart in Hindi with South Indian vegetarian diet for a diabetic patient, BMI so and so. So immediately it gives you the diet chart. That's again customized for the particular patient. It also tells the BMI of the patient, total calories in this diet. It's in Hindi, and again, it's the North Indian diet or South Indian diet that you ask for. There are many more applications which are possible. So this was during our last workshop with Amit. Supratik came up with some sugar chart for something else, and he said that let us upload it on the ChatGPT. We uploaded that. This customized GPT converted chart into a table based on the readings, but that was not very useful. So we asked it, give us some visualization to us. So it gave the visualization. These are the fasting sugar, these are the pre-meal sugar, these are the post-lunch sugar, and so on. And again, this was not very useful. So I told, make it in the form of AGP, something like a AGP graph. So that was difficult because there were limited readings, but it still tried it. So the possibilities are limitless with the custom ChatGPT. This is again a QR code if you want to go for it. And the custom ChatGPT can be used in your clinic for multiple reasons. You can have a ChatGPT on your own website, which is specific to your clinic, which can work like a front desk manager for you. So patient can just ask your timings, appointments, so and so. You can schedule your appointments by using ChatGPT if you integrate with the Google Calendar by using the APIs. You can use it with the WhatsApp if you integrate it. You can put it on your website also. It can work as a diabetes educator bot, nutritionist bot, or even for improving your digital presence in the social media by blogs, videos, and so on. For academic work, there are again, my time is up, so I'll just rush up. Again, for academic work, there are so many other options. And last 2 slides. So these are the features which are not yet released by ChatGPT. This is a person from the ChatGPT office itself. He is having 2 mobile phones, and both of them are AI. So both of them, the ChatGPT is active, and he asked them both to talk to each other. And they were talking, they were discussing. So even in the ChatGPT right now, there is an option for audio. So you talk to the ChatGPT, it will respond in audio. Here, it told one of the mobiles that I am connecting you to another AI bot. You both of you talk to each other. Okay. One of them was having access to the camera also. So they were just having conversation, both the AIs. So these are the possibilities which are there. How many of you know this person? Who is this? Yeah. So just that he's not Shashi Tharoor. He's not Shashi Tharoor. He's actually a AI. It's an AI avatar of Shashi Tharoor. And he was having a conversation with Shashi Tharoor. There's another video here. So this was recently there. So this is not just a video image or a audio or a image only. It's actually avatar. So this AI has been given all the information about Shashi Tharoor. It can talk like him. It also has the vocabulary like Shashi Tharoor, and then it can converse with it. So imagine with this what all is possibility. So in future we can have a AI avatar of Dr. Ashok Das sitting in Mumbai and Jaipur and Delhi and running multiple clinics. That's a possibility in future. And we might have, many of you might have heard about the first AI hospital which was launched in China recently, where again the AI agents are being used. So this is my last slide. This was by Stephen Hawkins, his quote. I respect him a lot. He's probably the best scientist that we had in our generation. And he said that the development of full potential artificial intelligence could spell the end of human race. So that's what he was suspicious about. Let's make the best use of AI. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh, for your presentation. We will have Q&As at the end of all the three talks. I will request Dr. Bharat to invite the next speaker. So AI has both pros and cons. Provided you are using it in a right way, it can be beneficial, otherwise it can do harm also.
So we welcome Dr. Alpana Sawhney, madam, who is from your own city of Mumbai. And can I have the intro slide for ma'am, please? She will be talking on a really interesting thing. She's a metabolic physician and founder director of Diabetes Specialty Center at Vileparle, Mumbai. She focuses on using latest technology and appropriate counseling for diabetes management, and that is why she is here delivering this talk today on CGM during pregnancy. What can be the utilities and learnings outcomes of CGM when we apply during pregnancy period? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for this kind words, and thank you, Manoj and Purvi, for this opportunity. I'm going to be talking about CGM during pregnancy, the clinical utility and learning. We always see there is a lot of hang-ups of people wanting to use CGM during pregnancy. So before I actually start the talk, I would first like to present certain papers and certain proof that it is actually safe, and then we'll go into the actual CGM readings. So we know that diabetes in pregnancy, nearly 60% of women, babies who are born to women with diabetes have either some kind of metabolic problems like large for gestational age, or they could have some or the other obstetric or neonatal complications. Even women with diabetes, with type 2 diabetes or just gestational diabetes, there is a chance of 3 to 10% of all pregnancies, and in India it's even higher, the percentage of patients who land up with diabetes. And the risk of fetal microsomia, shoulder dystocia, birth trauma, and cesarean section is high in such patients. The glucose variability and elevated mean blood glucose levels, they are associated with an increased risk of fetal complications and also increased large for gestational age babies. So the emergence of CGM has revolutionized the management of diabetes and diabetes in pregnancy. We see that there is a good amount of improvement in the glycemic control. Both the hyperglycemic and the hypoglycemic events are reported to be reduced, and thus improving the quality of life. It exemplifies how technology can positively impact the management of diabetes. We've just heard Dr. Parikh talking. I truly agree with what he's ended his talk with, where what Dr. Stephen Hawking said, that if AI takes over, it's probably going to be the end. But till such time where we have good technology, we should use it and make its applications viable. So I don't think we need to go into this. They are waterproof, they're self-administered, they measure the interstitial fluid, glucose fluid levels, and it can be most common site is the upper arm of, or sometimes the abdomen. They have to be changed once in a fortnight. So there are two categories, as we know. There's flash glucose monitoring and real-time glucose monitoring. The real-time glucose monitoring has high frequency every 5 minutes. They display data without the need to scan. They are linked up with apps which we can have access to. Not only the patient, but even the near and dear ones of the patient can access this data. There are some pitfalls. There could be allergic reactions to the adhesives. There's a reduced accuracy when the blood glucose are in the hypoglycemic range. And this can be taken over by just simply managing it with SMBG and CGMS together. So as I was talking about, I wanted to talk a little about what is the data available in the studies. So studies go back to back as 2004, where there was a suggestion that the CGM sensor readings are safe, they are accurate. And I'm going to be talking about certain studies. Now, this is a BMJ study. It's from 2008, where Murphy and al. Randomized women with diabetes. There were 46 women who were looked into, 46 with type 1 and 25 with type 2. They were randomized to CGM or standard care. And it was offered intermittently every 4 to 6 weeks for 7 days between weeks 8 and 32. It was a blinded study. Women using CGM showed an improved glycemic control in the third trimester and a reduced risk of macrosomia. They saw that lower HbA1c levels were achieved, and there was definitely a reduction in the amount of overall hypoglycemia. Coming next to the concept study, which was the continuous blood glucose monitoring in pregnant women with type 1. It was a multinational, internationally randomized control trial. This is one of the largest studies which has happened with pregnancy and diabetes. 325 women were randomly assigned. 215 were pregnant women and 110 women were those planning pregnancy. They were given CGM in addition to the capillary blood glucose monitoring, or they were given only capillary blood glucose monitoring. The findings suggested that significant improvements in neonatal health outcomes were seen, and there were fewer cases of large for gestational age babies. There was lesser amount of NICU admissions, and the benefits rose from reduced exposure to maternal hyperglycemia, longer duration in the target glucose range at 38 weeks, and a shorter time above target. So there are a lot of explanations. A lot of people say that the data from concept is a little skewed, but the possible explanation was, why did it yield such positive outcomes? It was because the users were using continuous real-time CGM, and it had more power, nearly 90%, to show the difference. There was a good large sample size as compared to the other studies. So we all know that cost is something which people talk mostly about when they are using CGM. And I think in India, that's the biggest deterrent to a larger, more widespread use of CGM. So there is a study, in fact, in Farrar and Campbell in 2018, raised the points that in the concept study, women who were randomized to CGM were subject to more frequent healthcare visits. That was one. This would be adding to the CGM, the cost of the CGM device, but they also proved very clearly that the extra cost was offset by the improved outcomes of the babies. There was a lot of saving. Without going into the numbers, we can see definitely that the cost of savings from the reduced NICU admissions and the treatment for the hypoglycemia and the reduction in the length of stay for the hospital, all three proved that is actually reducing the cost of therapy rather than increasing the cost of therapy. The NHS England outlined the criteria for funding of flash glucose monitoring in people with type 1 diabetes, and pregnancy is now one of the criteria for where they get free CGM usage. Following the publication of concept, the importance of diabetes in pregnancy has led to the offering of CGM to all pregnant women with type 1 diabetes. So we can see that this study was really, really useful and the outcomes of it were really good. These are the NICE guidelines. It says the same thing. All type 1s with pregnancy are provided with free CGMS, and intermittent CGM can be given to patients. Flash glucose monitoring can be given to those who do not wish to use real time. It also allows for patients with type 2 diabetes for the use of real-time CGMS, especially in patients who have severe hypoglycemia or they have unstable blood glucose levels and are taking insulin. The ADA standard of care talks about the same thing more or less. In fact, the Asia-Pacific consensus recommendations are slightly different, where they say that the use of CGM should be considered for women with type 1 on intensive insulin therapy. However, the use of CGM in pregnant women with type 2 diabetes with insulin or without or only on drugs is still questionable, where they say that better studies or longer long-term studies are required. So now coming to the real CGM, we know that the graphs on the left talk about what is the situation and goals for type 1 and type 2 patients. But I'd like you to put your, look at the right end of the screen where you'll see the goals for pregnancy and diabetes in type 1 and type 2 patients is different. In type 1 patients, the goal to remain in target is more than 70 and less than 25% of above target, the targets being 70 to 140 as against 70 to 180, which is seen in a regular CGM. In patients with gestational or type 2 diabetes, the target range is between 70 and 140, and the requirement is the time in target should be more than 90%, and the blood glucose less than, in the hypoglycemic range, that's less than 3.5, should be less than 5%, which can be achieved by the proper use of CGM. So how do we achieve these targets? You will see that the sensor collects data frequently across the days. It gives us a current blood glucose reading and a glucose trend arrow. These trend arrows play a very, very strong role in how to decide to treat the patient. And it also provides us the previous 8 hours glucose pattern on the screen. So if you'll see this, it shows us very clearly. If you have a smooth flowing, a straight arrow, it shows that the glucose is changing slowly. If there is a straight vertical arrow, it shows that the glucose is rising or dropping rapidly. And a slanted arrow talks about glucose rising. How do we get from year to the year? Now let's look at how do we improve the time and range. If you'll see in this graph that the patient is definitely out of control, and we need to see what is the average blood glucose. Average blood glucose, we are seeing the average blood glucose is 8.2, which is out of range. Percentage of time and target is hardly 43%. And if we want to get to the lower graph, we are going to have to definitely make changes in the treatment. Lots of scans, that's one of the ways that ask your patient to scan more often. The greater the number of scans, greater is the reduction in the estimated HbA1c, lesser is the amount of hypoglycemia. So when is the best time to scan? So after getting up out of the bed in each morning to check the fasting, before each meal, 1 hour after meal, 2 hours after meal. The point of checking 1 hour after meal is for deciding for the patient what is the best food that you can take. The patient is able to find out what food works and what food doesn't. Before and after and during physical activity, prior to going to sleep, this is something which all our pregnant diabetic women should be told so that blood glucose does not go into the hypo range. And also once in 8 hours is absolutely mandatory so that data is not lost. So I'll come directly to this. How do we read this? We should be reviewing the data regularly. Our goal is to reach a greater amount of time and range. So if you look at this graph, we'll now try and break it down. This is the graph that we are looking at. How do we improve the blood glucose levels? How do we improve the time and range for this lady? If you look at the daily graphs, you're going to notice every day the blood glucose post-breakfast is rising. How do we correct this? We have to tackle it looking at it in a scientific way. Ask about what is the choice of foods. Is the morning sickness playing a role? Is there stress, anxiety? Is the insulin amount and the carbohydrate counting matching with what has been given? What is the timing of insulin? And what is the level of activity? Once we decide on that, adequate changes can be made in the insulin so that the spikes are reduced. At the same time, we need to tackle the early pregnancy hypoglycemias. They're really common. They might not have the same usual warning signs. They happen much faster and often need a reduction of insulin at this stage in the pregnancy. So coming to this, okay, so this is the second one which I am showing the AGP. If you look at this AGP, you are seeing that there are a lot of lows followed by highs. So what are we going to do here? Look at the daily traces. We are seeing that there are several hypos which are leading to highs after that. So our goal should be that we remove the hypos and automatically we will see that the higher blood glucose is also prevented. It is no use just blindly increasing the insulin dosages because that leads to insulin stacking and worsening of the blood glucose management. So how are the trends going to be helping? Now this is an example where the mother is about to leave for work to collect her child. Now what would be the response to this? At a 5.3 with a steady arrow showing, it's going to be very different from the second graph where it is showing a downward arrow. In the first case, the mother can comfortably go to pick up her child without any adverse effects. But if she does not take action at the 5.3 with a drop in blood glucose, she is going to land up with a hypoglycemia, endangering not only her child in the womb, but also the child whom she's going to pick up. Now this image again is going to have a different response from the patient depending on what is the scene when this patient is taken this reading. Now if you say 7.2 is not very low, but this is a bedtime reading, and if you're seeing a downward arrow, definitely this patient needs to take action or he's going to have a nocturnal hypoglycemia. So the direction of the arrows is very important to help us decide what is the next line of action we need to take for our patients. So this is what the arrows indicate, that a straight upwards arrow is going to show an increase of at least 1 millimole per liter. Slanted upward rise is going to show 10 to 20 milligram per DL increase. Straight arrow talks about the glucose is stable and is going to remain the same, and similarly in the downward arrows as well. So how are we going to treat this patient? We can see now with this AGP, would anyone like to suggest, or what would your suggestions be for this? How are you going to manage this patient? So if you'll see the first part, the early morning, you're seeing lows, but you're also seeing prandial spikes. So in this particular patient, it would make sense to reduce the basal insulin and give prandial insulin. That needs to be stepped up a little so that the entire graph moves towards the 3.9 to 7, the target range, that is. So insulin stacking, I mentioned that every time we see a peak in the CGM, it is not necessary that we increase the dose. We need to make sure that we are not causing insulin stacking, which is the most common causes of hypoglycemia, even on patients on the CGM. So don't overcorrect a post-meal spike, try and find out the cause. So these are the self-management. For the lack of time, I think my take-home points would be CGM has been revolutionary in the management of diabetes. The evidence supports its use for pregnant women. Its role has demonstrated absolutely positive neonatal outcomes with very, very few adverse effects. There is an increased detection of maternal hyperglycemia and hypoglycemia, which helps us facilitate optimization of the insulin dose, as well as dietary management. CGM is only going to help women, empower women to manage their diabetes better and get much better outcomes in the children as well. So thanking you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Alpna, for the wonderful presentation. And certainly CGM has a great clinical value and utility when it comes to management of diabetes during pregnancy. And I'm sure all the participants here, they must be having some questions in their mind. So I will be asking the questions at the end of all the three presentations. Now it's time to listen Dr. Arun Raghavan from Chennai. And he is a very dear friend of mine, and he is going to talk on My Laptop, My Clinic. So it is not just CGM, it is now era of the connected CGM. And who better can Dr. Arun can tell us about this. So Dr. Arun, stage is yours. Please proceed with your talk.
Thank you, Dr. Amit. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to be sharing the platform with you. Thank you, the organizers of DRS, for having me here. It's a pleasure to be in the lovely city of Mumbai. So before I dive to my presentation, I think my slide deck is all right. So my talk is about my laptop being my clinic. Right? Aren't we kind of living this reality at this point in time? Now, last 2-3 years, wherever I've been traveling, I've been able to connect with my patients than ever before, right? That wasn't the case 5-6 years ago, right? All right. Yeah. So that wasn't the case about 5-6 years ago. What I'm saying is it's not just merely about a telemedicine or a virtual call, right? We have so many remote monitoring solutions today to give us a gamut of data to deliver comprehensive care, isn't it? It is just not about a virtual call anymore, right? I may be somewhere in a different city, but a chronic, yeah. That's the one, that's the one. This one. Good. Want me to share it? File. number.
So meanwhile, we can have one or two questions till the time Dr. Arun is able to load the presentation. So Dr. Rakesh is here, Dr. Alpna is here. I can ask them to join me here on the stage. So I would like to ask Dr. Rakesh that what are the immediate uses of artificial intelligence which you see, which can be used for a clinician in clinical practice?
Yeah, so the easiest to use and easily available and free of cost is ChatGPT. So as I showed in the presentation, by using ChatGPT, you can do most of your routine task in the clinic, just like using the different formulas for calculations, creating a diet chart for your patients, individualized diet chart, creating some infographics for your patient. So these are the things which anybody can do without technical knowledge. If you learn a little bit more, then you can probably go for advanced versions also.
So I would just like to share that the easiest thing which I think all of us can do and is very easy to do in our clinical practice is that we all take patient history. And patient history sometimes can be very time consuming. And when you want to document it, the documentation of it can be very difficult because you have to construct the sentences, you have to note down each and everything. So in older days, some of the privileged people, they used to have secretaries who can take notes and shorthands. So you can simply take shorthands and type in the chat GPT, and then you can get the history recorded in any format which you like. So just if you ask the chat GPT, give the history in the form of a paragraph, give the history in the form of bullet points. So you just simply write male, female, this age, DM, more than 10 years, just arrow 10 years. So a beautiful history can come. And this is the easiest application, I think.
That's a good idea, but I'll add on to that, that you don't even need to, make those entries. You can use the audio command. So on
Audio commands,
ChatGPT,
yes.
you record your whole conversation with the patient, and you configure the GPT to, organize it in a particular format that you want. So based on your conversation with the patient, it can actually divide the conversation into different parts, and then it can record those things.
So this is one of the use, and now the presentation is ready. Dr. Arun, you can proceed with your presentation. So till the time the presentation moves, I can ask one of the questions.
So what yeah, finally.
It's there.
Got it. All right, so sorry for the technical glitch. So going back to what I was saying, so we are in an era where technology has disrupted every industry, isn't it? Automobile, finance, banking, so on and so forth. And healthcare is not far behind. We've been talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, so on and so forth. We know what the future beholds. I think there'll be a point in time where AI can crunch so much of data and deliver care so quickly and so precisely. But until then, what does technology mean now? How is leveraging technology help deliver better healthcare? Chronic care, such as diabetes, one of the challenges that we see is a patient who gets diagnosed as early as 30s. One of the challenges that I see is this patient to be consistently motivated to seek medical advice every 3 months once is a huge challenge, isn't it? Considering the asymptomatic nature of the disorder, many a time, I think patients kind of neglect because it's the productive time of their life, and they continue taking the same medicine, and they may seek help once in 2 years or once a year, right? And this could, create window periods potentially culminating in complications. I think this is where technology can definitely bridge the gap. You have applications where you can nudge, you can send notifications to patients, you can ask them to come back, so on and so forth, right? As well, you can probably bridge the gap, saving patients time as well as money, isn't it? So that's perhaps where I think we can make a huge difference. This is the current conventional care model, and it's quite complex. This is what we've been all practicing, where patient comes to the clinic or hospital, couple of samples of blood, patient has to wait through, and again wait for the doctor. You know? The considerable amount of time, right? This could be staggered on 2-3 days, but nevertheless, still that much of time is wasted, right? So what we did at our hospital is we tried to conceptualize how can we make our clinic a little smart, how can we save patients time, and how can we get patient to adhere to medicines better. So we kind of built a diabetes virtual platform called DiaHome. So this entailed 2 components. One was the home component. Our phlebotomist was trained not only for the blood sample, of course, but also to check blood pressure, weight, height, also do ECG, fundoscopy, so on and so forth. All was done in patient's home, at the convenience of patient's home itself, right? So now we have the entire data available. I mean, this may not be adequate for a patient who's got, macrovascular, microvascular complications, of course. But think about a patient with very early stage diabetes, somebody starting his or her journey with diabetes, right? I think this should be enough for screening. So what we did, the digital component entailed, delivering education, nutrition advice, as well as consultation. All this was done digitally. So patients were able to save a lot of time. We kind of avoided the actual physical visit, right? Technically, our laptop became our clinic. So what we did is we compared the conventional model to the digital ecosystem that we created, right? And it was surprising that we actually found that the HbA1c reduction was significantly better in patients who were choosing a digital ecosystem compared to the conventional model. The fasting plasma glucose levels, as well as the postprandial blood sugar levels, all were better in patients who adhered to the digital ecosystem compared to the conventional ecosystem, thus implying that this is definitely a different trajectory, which we should now consider in many of our patients in today's era of diabetes management. Having said this, now I'm going to hinge upon the CGMS. I think much have been already alluded to. I think we have a number of sensors today, including the ICANN, we have the Eversense. Most of you should have heard about Eversense, which is a 6-month implantable sensor, right? It's going to give you data for 6 months. You don't have to keep wearing it every 2 weeks or 3 weeks. That's going to be a huge advantage. Once that's launched, I think pretty much all type 1 diabetic patients, you can continuously monitor such patients, right? So time and range, I'm not going to allude to this. I think we've seen this multiple times. So the current benchmark that we have is, of course, the Freestyle Libre. So let's dive in here. And if you've noticed, last few years, the accuracy of the sensors have become better. The ecosystem built around the sensors also getting better, right? We had first the ambulatory, now we have the real-time CGMS. First it had the reader. Now all you need is a near-frequency communication phone device, right? Your phone should have an NFC. You don't need a reader anymore. And now these apps are so user-friendly. The patient can have an app, and then the Libre Link-Up app, the caregiver, suppose you have an adolescent child or kids, parents now can monitor the blood sugar of their kids and be stress-free. You can actually monitor whether the child is going into hyperglycemia or hyperglycemia. That's the advantage that we currently have. And then finally, the Libre View. For a healthcare provider, we can continuously track and monitor our patients, right? So this is the Libre app, Link-Up app, as well as the Libre View. So the data is captured, as I mentioned, either through the reader or through the NFC phone, and then goes to the cloud. Secure, no problem at all. And then finally, we have access to the patient's data wherever the patient is. So how do I use the Libre View? Of course, it can be sometimes overwhelming. If you have so many patients, it becomes a little time-consuming. So you have to delegate your physician assistants or educators to track, monitor patients. But where I use Libre Views, there are times when we admit patients to only monitor glucose and look at glycemic control, right? 2-3 days, we focus only on blood sugar control, right? Now think about these patients. where you fix them on a sensor, at least monitor 2 to 3 days till you get the blood sugar under control, right? You can actually preclude admissions. You don't even need admissions for such patients. All you need to do is just monitor and in real time also engage with patients and adjust the therapeutic regimen. So that's what we do at our hospital. So whichever patients are lacking behind, whichever patients need close monitoring, we increase our vigilance, we monitor the patient's blood sugar, and in real time also communicate and adjust the medicines accordingly, right? And then after that, you don't have to do it in real time, because as I mentioned, it can be real overwhelming at times. So if you have not used this, I think one of the best ways is to get the Abbott representative to come and install it. It is a little complex to understand, but they'll help you to navigate through this and get you the, the dashboard access as well. And once you start using it, there can be a little inertia to begin using this, but once you start, I think it can make such a tremendous change to patients' life. I'm also going to quickly show you a couple of cases where there was a difference. So here, the patient had hypoglycemia. Patient was on insulin twice daily without sulfonylurea, was on dapacetamide combination. Patient was having nocturnal hypoglycemia. So pretty much, quite easy. I don't even have to do a HbA1c in this patient. I don't even have to do, all I need is a CGMS data to kind of adjust. Had to stop insulin, increase the metformin dose, and increase the insulin in the morning so that I get the blood sugar hyperglycemia lower during the daytime and keep patients devoid of hyperglycemia at the nighttime. Very simple, but this is the advantage of Libre View. Another case showing, again, pre-lunch hypoglycemia, nocturnal hypoglycemia. Insulin was down-titrated during the daytime, and nighttime insulin was stopped. So the glycemic variability, right, that is what CGMS gives us insights about. So CGMS need not be used for all patients, although time in range is the new norm. We don't have to use it in patients who are probably on DPP-4, metformin, SGLT2, who have extremely good control, right? Where do we use CGMS? Of course, every type 1 diabetic patients annually as recommendations and or more often whenever required, or in patients who are on secretagogues, who are on insulin, who either have a good HbA1c, but we are suspecting any hypoglycemia or glycemic variability, or patients whom we are not able to achieve target glucose control. Those are the patients where I think CGMS should be used, right? Otherwise, CGMS need not be used blindly as a blanket rule for all patients. So, finally, I started off with my laptop being my clinic. I was not only hinging on the connected CGMS, but I think what future is in store is we have a number of variables, number of sensors, right? Now we are getting remotely blood sugar values, but there will be time that we need not take patient at face value. We have already fitness trackers. I'm sure you would have heard about this Whoop, which is also tracking patients' sleep, stress levels, eating patterns, right? So there will be all kinds of sensors and variables getting you a gamut of data in the future. And there will be another anchor of sorts, right? There will be another application which will get all the data from all the sensors variables, process all the data, right? The API will be integrated to everything, and then it will process all the data, and it will actually give you a solution how to guide this patient further, right? That perhaps is going to be the future, and future indeed is exciting. With this, I'd like to conclude my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Arun. And I think we have 5 minutes for discussion. So yes, there is a question there. Bharat?
So, as you mentioned,
Can I have a
LibreView,
standing question and answer session, please?
as you mentioned, LibreView during the ICU monitoring. But do you think the one which we monitor through the instrument and this Libra are coinciding, same? LibreView, like when we just check the sugar with the LibreView and versus the conventional method, like, is there any difference?
Glucometer.
Yeah.
Yeah, there will be some difference because the interstitial fluid is about 15 minutes lag. So it is after about 15 minutes. So there will be some subtle differences, but however, it is still valuable.
So my question is to you now, that why would you like to check the blood glucose with the glucometers when you have already put a CGM? So what are the chances that, what are the indications of doing a SMBG when you are putting a CGM in a patient?
Sir, the problem is that when the patients we admit and we tell them to put a LibraView, they keep on doing the with glucometer. They say there are a lot
that
of
is a
differences.
challenge from the patient, because the patient may be doing themselves. So here education plays a very important role, and you can tell the patient that this is how it behaves. And but what are the genuine reasons? Would you like to do SMBG with the CGM?
No, actually, as you said, if you're going to look at only one angle, I think that is good enough. Only CGMS.
But there may be some reasons when your patient is experiencing some symptoms of hypoglycemia, but CGM is not showing
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
Sometimes the glucose readings may be very high on the CGM, and you would like to reconfirm it. There are certain CGMs where it is mandatory to do a calibration with the SMBG. For example, if you are using a Medtronic CGM or the implantable CGM, though Eversense is not available in India, but Eversense requires calibration with a finger stick prick. So these are the two indications at least where you are doing it.
And in acute conditions, right, in ICUs or in emergency wards, patients who are dehydrated, I think their CGMS has no role. Even in ICUs, it is not recommended. The ICU CGMS actually, a couple of glucose scout and Opti scanner, only those are recommended. They are not freely available. But otherwise, we don't generally use CGMS in ICU, we use glucometers.
And one last question. Sir, AI, how do the family physician incorporate in their practice?
AI.
Because it is mainly hospital-based or something. Family physician, how they can incorporate?
AI, I think is evolving. I'm sure at one point in time, it is going to come to the grassroots level of every industry, right? It is an evolving space. So you may be using AI in different sphere. I may be using AI in different sphere. But definitely it is going to, kind of involve every physician, every practitioner throughout.
Sir,
I think you missed the
difference-
first talk. You came late because first talk was only that, how to use AI in the clinic.
What is the
So that was-
difference of Libre versus that Twin Health people? They are putting also CGMS for 14 days because they claim
There are a
they,
number of sensors, as I said. There is this Guardian Connect, then you have the ICANN. There is a new sensor which is not FDA approved, but that's also there. Libre is also there, but I think the most convenient or the most data that we have currently is the Abbott's Freestyle Libre.
no, but they claim their CGMS, detects the everything from, that sensor is attached with their watch, AI is connected. And
There are many CGM devices. They vary in their capabilities and their configurations. So you have real-time CGMs, you have intermittently scanned CGMs, you have connected devices where you get readings on your watch, you get readings on your phone. You can connect your family members, you can connect your physicians also. So these are the variations in their applications and the features. So you can say these are the features. But the basic principle of CGM recording remains same in all the sensors. So coming to your AI question, so I believe the term artificial intelligence, I believe it is not artificial intelligence, it is assisted intelligence. So it is assisted intelligence. Why? Because it is going to assist a human. And only a human who is intelligent can use AI or the assisted intelligence. For example, we are all physicians. We don't know how to drive we don't know how to fly a plane. Even using AI, you cannot do that. But somebody who is already a pilot may be using that artificial intelligence to improve his knowledge, awareness, or maybe other aspects of his skills. So it is always going to assist the humans, and human intelligence is always going to be the supreme. And Rakesh has already shown one of the famous quote by the famous scientist, the Stephen Hawking: the day AI takes over, it will be the end of the human.
So AI, you don't need to go do a special course for that, though there are plenty available. But you go on YouTube and you'll find some basic, things. And it's a, thing that you can self-learn. So just like Google, nobody taught you how to do a Google search. Similarly, just install the ChatGPT app and start interacting with the app. It will tell you all the things. And it's better than the Google.
So I would like to put it in a more simple way. For example, we are all using different applications on Play Stores or the Apple Store. we don't know how to develop those applications. So similarly, it is not necessary for each one of us to know that how to develop an AI-based application. So I think more focus is on people are trying to burden themselves by knowing that how to develop, how to develop. It is not necessary at all. There are millions of applications on the Play Store which we use based on our requirements. Similarly, there are millions of applications of now the artificial intelligence which you can download, you can use, just like you are using WhatsApp, you are using Facebook. So we need to understand whether you are a developer or whether you are a user. So for a user, there are hundreds of options. For a developer, you may require to learn that how to develop it. So please don't bother yourself and burden yourself by knowing that how to develop it. The development is totally a different field.
But in that, the custom GPTs that I showed, if you're in the talk, that you can do yourself. It doesn't require coding. So just go on ChatGPT, have a premium account, go on website, not on the app, and there you tell in your own language to the GPT what kind of features you want. Coding part is done by the GPT, so you don't require to code there. So that is easy to do. That's a multispectral wound imaging camera. Okay, so I don't know, is it available in market or not? Dr. Vijay Viswanathan had shown it somewhere, so probably he has used it. That camera has a feature that by the image of the wound, it can analyze the wound, its severity, its kind of infection, it's gram positive or negative, to a good accuracy of 95%. Yeah, of course, it's an instrument, it's a sellable instrument. It just uses the technology that is AI, which is AI algorithm. Yeah.
Yes, sir, last question.
You mentioned that new device for 6 months for type 1 diabetes. Which type of type 1 patient should we install that?
No, ever since is going to give you 6 months data. I think not just type 1, even type 2 patients also you can choose to. I think every type 1, right? Every type 1, more the data, better it is, isn't it? And also therapeutic, right? It is not just diagnostic, it is also going to be of therapeutic value. You may be able to dynamically adjust insulin doses. So as much as data, more the merrier.
So thank you everyone. Special thanks to our speakers for making this so interactive. And for Momento. Over to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, chairpersons. Thank you, speakers, for a wonderful and very interactive session. Without much further ado, I'd like to invite our next chairpersons, Dr. Jyoti Dev, the technology man of India, and Dr. Nandita Arun, who's a senior diabetologist practicing in Chennai. Over to you.
Hello. So we will start the next session, and the next is a very, very interesting debate, and all of you can participate in the debate as well. And this is on a burning topic. Technology, will it lead to diabetes distress or not? And of course, we will reach a conclusion only after listening to both of them. And along with me to chair is Dr. Nandita. And we have two speakers in this session. For distress, is Dr. Dhruvi Hassani, and the other person is Amit Gupta. Both of them well known to all the audience here. And I will introduce the first speaker first, and that is Dhruvi. Can I have the intro first? Dhruvi is into technologies, and Dhruvi is into diabetes conferences for more than a decade now. She's from Ahmedabad, and she's also well known for her debates. And I had the fortune of chairing the sessions multiple times when she was a speaker. And she's a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians, UK, and also the fellow of American College of Physicians. She's PG Dip Diab, so many publications and so many orations and awards. She is a winner of Torrent Young Scholar Award for Diabetes. And she has the recognition from the American College of Physicians, from the National Educators Program. And currently, she is in a new role. And congratulations for the new role. I don't know whether it has appeared. It hasn't appeared. So let it be a secret.
Thank you.
So she is in a very major role now.
Yes, sir.
And that you can announce yourself. Any congratulations for that, and over to a very, very important topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jyoti sir. Thank you, Nandita ma'am. Thank you to the entire team of DRS, WCPD, Manoj sir, Purvi ma'am, Banshi sir, and everybody for having me here. So I'm here today to say that technology is contributing to the diabetes distress. And when I say diabetes distress, I mean any sort of a technology that is leading to emotional, financial, physical, social, spiritual sort of a feeling of sadness, anxiety, feeling of insecurity, unsafe, or any painful process or any painful feeling that is coming with the use of technology. So recently I shifted from an Apple to an Android phone, and it did cause me a distress. So imagine a person living with a chronic disorder, and he or she has to change the entire regimen of how one has to live with their lives. Incorporate a use of maybe, say, a simple glucometer, which is, yes, a technology. Incorporate the use of, say, the sensors that we are talking about that can be used across different types of diabetes. Say they have to incorporate the mobile applications that we have to talk about. And everyone sitting in this audience must have faced how difficult it is as a person of any age category to deal with the changes in the applications, even when there is an update in the system of whether it is an iOS or an Android. So in a similar manner, when there is a technology that is introduced or even changed, it does contribute to the diabetes distress, and there is some evidence which I'm going to show. So these are my disclosures. I am currently a full-time employee of Eli Lilly, and these are only my own opinions and not of the company's. This is what I'm going to take you through, and for Amit sir, these are my points that I'm going to debate with you on. So let me start by telling you that there are a lot of advances that is going on. Every second, there is so much of evolution that is happening in technology. And like Amit sir, you yourself said that it is an associated intelligence, associated to a human being. So we have to consider the human part of it and the changes that bring about the anxiety and the stress contributing to the already existing chronic disorder that the person is living with. There is a lot of overwhelming demand. And there is this diabetes distress scale, which is already existing. And the paper that I'm going to show you in the end, that took care of how the diabetes distress scale is overwhelming in demands in just simple tasks which are intended for a person to be taking care of himself or herself. And it often adds to the already existing things. Khana hai, exercise karna hai, there is work, there is spouse, there are kids, there are parents, everybody has to take care of them. Add on to it that I have to take care of the device that I'm taking, you have to input the calories, you have to read what the application is telling you, what your sensor is saying. And let me just make you hear something. Just once again. And once again. And once again. This was the sound in our recent DTech meeting in Kochi, where all of us were on the ICANN sensors, and somebody's hypo alerts were always going on constantly in the back. And most of us are not people living with diabetes. Imagine a person living with diabetes in a meeting room, his sensor is going on and giving him a hypo or a hyper alert. That is a cause for distress, not just to the person who is in the meeting or at home or in the night. And I'll tell you, there are parents who are constantly troubled at night in spite of the kid having a continuous, a closed loop system, an AID, a DIY. They are still concerned at the night about the hypo alerts, and they are, wide awake. a lot of parents have come out and said that, it is adding on to the burden of not just their lives, but as a, support to their child or their spouse or their parents as well. So this is what technology is doing. There is also a technology-induced burnout. We are constantly talking about the newer AI-supported technologies, or the newer and newer. There are rings that are there. There are non-invasive, sensors that are coming up. But all of this is also adding up to the technology burnout. There was a lady from the audience asking, how did you learn that? So there are doctors, HCPs who are distressed because of this technology. Kitna padenge? How do we know more about it? Where are you guys learning about it? And that is what I'm talking about as technology burnout. There is also an emotional aspect to it. A lot of people who are on wearable devices, be it the CGM, be it the pump, even people who are on an MDI have emotional responses to the latest technologies, even in terms of pen. When I say MDI, these people have serious body image issues. People having to answer, what are you, wearing? There are models flaunting of their sensors on the ramp, but even those models are questioned as to what are you wearing. There are athletes having to answer on the court and off the court as to the sensors that they are wearing, contributing to their emotional stress along with the already stress of their career, of their athletic life. The finance, a big thing. We are an out-of-pocket country. Even when somebody has to shell out a smaller amount of money along with their chronic disorder medicine management, the technology is going to add as a cost burden, and it is significant, and we cannot deny it in any point. This financial burden is adding on to the distress, and there is so much of data load. Whatever the sensor is generating, whatever the pump is generating, whatever the smart pens are generating, whatever the mobile applications are generating, all of those data, what to do out of it? The person himself or herself is confused how to act on it, because we say a yes or no, everybody will have to accept that we are somewhere lacking into the training and the knowledge as to how to do, what to do, when to do, and how much to do with the information overload that is actually existing. These are the specific technologies that I'm constantly talking about. The CGMS, the insulin pump, the mobile health applications that are there, some smart monitoring systems, the smart glucometers, the smart pen, and even the DIY system that has so many components of technology which have to be put together so that there is a DIY closed loop system. This is the paper that I'm talking to you about. It came out in 2016 in the Diabetes Technology Society, wherein all of these authors, they said that, in spite of the technology, there is so much of addition of the technology to the distress that is existing, and there are less positive attitudes. Look at the second last line. There are less positive attitudes about technology, and a lot of this implication needs to be further studied. And this was, I understand, in 2016. I'll show you a newer paper. This is a guy with type 1 diabetes. He's an adult guy. He came up with a statement, and it is there on the UK type 1 diabetes website, wherein he's saying that, I was in an MDI. I shifted myself to the pump thinking, my life will be easy. But it hasn't been easy. It is still adding on to the distress that I'm having. It is still, my control is not as improved than it was in the childhood. So what I mean to say is, we need not think that technology is a magic wand. It is not going to solve the troubles unless and all we understand how to use it so that there is no added distress to the already existing chronic disorder that we are talking about, in this particular case, diabetes, which is going to be there with the person, not just in terms of diabetes, but also in terms of the associated complications as well as the comorbidities. So let's not think that, technology is a do-it-all thing and it is for everybody. I recently, like Sir said, I've shifted to a newer role. And the three things that my family members and Vipul and Banshi sir and always saying, are you safe? Is it reliable? Is it secure wherever you're doing and whatever you're doing? So the same applies to the technology. Is it reliable? How much is it reliable? Will it fail? How much is it secure? Is it legally approved by the associations or by the government bodies? So not every technology needs to be used in the format that it is for everybody. And that technology, which is existing and we don't know about, is an addition of stress, not just to the person living with diabetes, but also to the HCPs, who are taking care of that person with diabetes. So yes, this is the other paper which was done, on a cohort of type 1 diabetes. And they said that these devices are taking up a lot of their energy. Although it is useful, it is not contributing to the emotional well-being in the manner that the authors had hypothesized upon. And it is adding to the emotional burden of the wearable device. Socially, it is perceived as a negative point. And of course, there are practical challenges of wearing a device. Kahin atak gaya, kahin bhatak gaya, you are banging yourself on the door. The wire of the insulin pump gets kinched somewhere. So those are the points. So let me conclude in the last 20 seconds that I have, that yes, technology is going to revolutionize only and only when we are using it properly. If it is not safe, if it is not secure, if it is not reliable, like you yourself said in the previous talk, it is going to add to the distress of that person in the financial, social, physical manner. A holistic approach is what is required. And my take-home message is technology is not a quick fix. A lot of data is existing, and there is something known as technology burnout, which we cannot negate, and it can feel like a burden. How many of you agree? Let's just raise a hand after I'm speaking. Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Good. Dr. Nandita, don't you think that she was able to convince all of us that there is a distress associated with technology, and Amit will have a difficult job, but I think there are solutions, and he will come up with solutions. What is your opinion?
Absolutely. I think I'm going to be slightly biased here because both of them are my dear friends. So, but yes, you've convinced the audience with your talk. Thank you, Dr. Dhruvi. Over to Dr. Amit, who does not require an introduction, I think, to the audience, not just here, but I think in most diabetic forums. Of course, like I said, he's a dear friend. He's the director of Center of Diabetes Care in Greater Noida, vice chair of ADA, International Advisory Committee. I think his CV can go on for a couple of pages, but over to you, Amit. And what I would probably summarize by saying is Amit is the unstoppable force of diabetes in India.
Thank you, Nandita, for the nice comment. So can we do a small social experiment? Can we switch off our mobile phones for next 20 minutes? I will request each of you to switch off, not to keep it in the pocket. Just turn it off. Just cut yourself for next 20 minutes from the world. Sir, please. So they will feel distressed after switching the phone. They will feel liberated after switching on the phone. So Rakesh, my dear friend, was very troubled. My phone is off. My phone is off. He even took my key from me and went to my room to take the charger. So I can say that technology leads to diabetes distress. I will say no, it's a big no, because I have the editor-in-chief of diabetes, founder of Diabetes Technology Trust of India. I have the editor-in-chief of International Journal of Diabetes and Technology sitting here, promoting technology everywhere, and I don't know how it can lead to distress, maybe some individual cases. But this is important to understand what exactly is the diabetes distress. The term here is the diabetes distress. So diabetes distress itself is a big topic, and the diagnosis of diabetes brings a lot of distress to the patient, and these have different dimensions. There is a dimension which is related to the therapy, treatment. There are emotional challenges. These may be different. For example, Dhruvi just highlighted the distress of a parent who is using a advanced insulin pump, maybe a CGM, which is giving continuous alarm. Just try to understand distress of a person whose child is going to a school after taking a regular dose of insulin in the morning, and he doesn't know what is going to happen to the child in the school. When this child is going to develop hypoglycemia, at any point of time, this child may suffer an attack of hypoglycemia. How this child is going to respond without monitoring? How one is going to decide? Think of a connected system where the parent is getting an alarm when the child is in the school. So he will thank you for putting that CGM on that child, because the parent is getting an alarm that my child is going to. Just in the last, one of the last talk, one of the doctors showed that how the trends in the CGM can actually predict that what is going to happen, hypoglycemia or something like that. So if you are able to see the trend, see. So these are the emotional challenges, and they are interpersonal challenges. And then there is a burden related to the management of diabetes, which itself brings a lot of distress. So this is called diabetes distress. And can technology add on to diabetes distress? This is something which I am going to think of and tell you. So is there a mental load? And then there is an imbalance resilience, coping mechanisms, health literacy, external support. When a person is burdened with the diagnosis of diabetes, there are so many things he is challenged with, and all this brings a kind of stress. And there is a term called diabetes distress, and there is a diabetes depression. So depression is different, and distress is different. So distress is something which is associated with managing diabetes from day to day. And I believe anything which is going to help you in managing your diabetes from day to day is going to ease the distress part of it. So just look what causes diabetes distress. So there is a relentless of diabetes management, having to constantly monitor blood sugar levels, take insulin, watch diet. This adds to the distress. Patient has to worry about the complications. All the time when he comes to you, tell, if you don't take your medicines on time, you don't eat on time, you don't exercise, you will lose your legs, you will lose your sight, this will happen to this, you will suffer a heart attack, you can suffer a paralysis attack. So are we not adding to the distress of the patient? So any worry about the complication is the cause of diabetes distress. Also, there is overwhelmed by the diabetes demands. For example, daily requirements for managing diabetes can be burdening and frustrating. Lack of motivation. Sometimes patient doesn't feel motivated at all. You are telling him to exercise all the time, but the patient is not motivated. So can we do something? We are not with our patients all the time. There are many studies which shows that we spend almost 2 hours in a year with our patient. For most of the year, the patient is on their own. So who is going to help these patients? The technology is going to help these patients. Isolation. Sometimes these patients may feel isolated. They may feel frustrated over the poor glycemic control. People, they want to keep a very, very good glycemic control, but they are frustrated since they are not able to maintain it. A feeling of guilt may also come. Anxiety with management when goes off track. Sometimes when there is poor glycemic control, it can increase the burden and the burden of the self-care. Also, there is a psychological and the emotional toll. So the emotional burden of living with a chronic condition. There are social factors also, lack of the support from the family, friends, or difficulties, healthcare-related stress, frustration with healthcare providers or the healthcare system. Imagine a person has to travel 4 hours in a car to see Dr. Jyoti Dev or Dr. Nandita. That is why Dr. Arun has invented Dia Home, and Dr. Jyoti Dev is one of the, has recently presented at the ADA his 25 years of experience with the telemedicine. So telemedicine is nothing, it is just the technology. So with the use of technology, we were able to handle the pandemic of the COVID-19. Imagine if we did not have that technology with us, how could we have seen so many patients and visited rounds? Patients were inside the ICU, inside the wards, and the doctors were doing the teleconsultation even within the hospital. So this is how the technology has come to the rescue and can decrease the distress. So this is one of the chapter which I authored in the 5th edition of the RSSDA textbook, and it talks more about diabetes distress, and my co-author was Dr. Saurabh Srivastava. So diabetes technologies, they have the potential to improve diabetes self-management. It can reduce the burden of the treatment by increasing patients' confidence and sense of control over their disease. So continuous glucose monitoring allows patients to monitor their glucose levels in real time and make better adjustment to their insulin therapy or diet as needed. Previous studies, it has shown that CGM use was associated with improved diabetes outcome, such as reduction in A1C levels. In another study, adults with type 1 diabetes who use CGM reported improvement in quality of life. So she talked about, Dr. Dhruvi talked about the DDS score. There is also a PAID 5 score. So all these scores, when they were administered to the users of the technology, it has been found that the CGM continues to significantly improve the diabetes-specific quality of life indices. So insulin pump, imagine the insulin pump which allows for more flexible dosing compared to traditional insulin injections. Both adolescents as well as adults with type 1 diabetes, they used insulin pump, reported lower levels of diabetes distress and greater quality of life compared to those who used multiple daily injections. This is Dr. Parthakar, and he is he is one of the torch bearers for the type 1 diabetes revolution in the UK, because he has increased the access to the all kinds of diabetes technology. Now the CGM is available, the insulin pumps are available to all the children living with type 1 diabetes. So, and the NHS believes that artificial pancreas, which is the futuristic tech or a closed loop pump, is going to benefit people with type 1 diabetes and the patients. So when the CGM and the insulin pump combines, it makes a closed-loop insulin delivery systems, which is also known as artificial pancreas. It can automatically adjust insulin delivery. So imagine you are able to control your hypoglycemia, hyperglycemia with the use of a tool. So how the technology is adding to the burden? Technology actually easing your burden, because if you are experiencing too much hypoglycemia, hyperglycemia throughout the day, what are you going to do? Telemedicine is another important aspect, which I just mentioned that Dr. Jyoti Dev, I don't know, I need to tell it again and again, but he has recently presented a beautiful paper at the ADA where he talked about the 25 years of his experience with telemedicine. He started using telemedicine when even the computers were a luxury. It was not available easily. He was using Yahoo Messenger to talk about, to reach out to his patients, to do the do the counseling. So it has been seen that it can reduce the burden of the frequent visits to the clinic. It can improve access to the care. The biggest challenge globally is the access. You are not able to reach to the people. Through the technology, you can reach to the people. So technology can reduce diabetes distress and improve diabetes self-management if used properly. Mobile applications, I just asked all of you to switch off your mobile phone, but I could see that only a few of you switched off. Because mobile applications are the way of the life. Now you have so many applications, you use UPI, you use Amazon for shopping, you use any different applications for booking your flight tickets, to see your hotel, to book your cab. It has become the part of the life. If you don't have, suppose your phone is switched off and you want to go to some other parts of the Mumbai, how are you going to book an Ola or the Uber without it? Similarly, if the technology has crept into the life of people living with diabetes also, and it is going to help them in multiple ways. And this is the mobile applications which I am talking about can help patient track. Why? Because they can track their glucose levels, monitor their food intake, and provide education and support, and has already been shown to be associated with higher self-efficacy in adults with type 2 diabetes and reduced A1C level. So I would just like to summarize by saying there is a burden of diabetes self-management which can be addressed by diabetes technology. You can reduce the risk of hypoglycemia by using the diabetes technology. You can improve glucose control by using diabetes technology, which is in turn going to give benefit to the patient in reducing the distress. You can reduce mental load by using technologies like CGM alerts or closed loop systems. And you can reduce the fear of complications by providing better glycemic control. This is just an ecosystem which Dr. Arun also showed about the technology, and we are using all types of technology in our clinics. So just to conclude, I would like to say that diabetes distress, it is not all about the numbers. It is about how you approach a disease. And it is your choice whether you want to feel distressed or you want to de-stress yourself. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amit. I think the best way to take a vote here would be to ask, sure, please sir, to ask how many of you feel distressed or de-stressed now to switch on your phones. So fantastic sessions were from both Dr. Dhruvi and Dr. Amit, and I think it's safe to say that technology is something that is a necessary evil, and the reason why we even have a debate in the first place is because there is no right or wrong there. Both of you are right and did the best you could to defend your topics. Over to you, sir. You had a question.
So Dr. Prakash Katakia, as a family physician from Mumbai, I agree with both of you. But one thing is that financial distress, that is very important in today's India. Because as presented by many speakers, the papers, that now it is seen in rural area also, where the socio-economic standard is not very high, and there also they are. So how they are going to use such technology when there is a financial burden on them? So any new thing has its pros and cons. So we have to balance it, and probably we have to, by balancing it, and make it ideal to use in India. That is my viewpoint.
Thank you, sir. I think we'll give you both 1 minute each for a rebuttal, Dr. Dhruvi, and then over to Dr. Amit again.
So one thing that I wanted to point out, Amit sir, was that you are talking about the benefits of technology and not saying that no, it is not adding to the distress. Yes, we all agree to the benefits of it. That is why we are having a full-blown technology conference both globally as well as in India. But we cannot deny the fact that the distress that is caused is of immense existence. There is AI, and all of us who are using mobile phones or applications are troubled that, the AI, the cloud has all my data and they are going to use it or misuse it in some format or not, and that is causing me a distress. And yes, it's not all about the numbers. It's not all about the numbers. It's about the human being. And when we are talking about a person as a whole, we have to talk about the social construct, the physical construct, and like Sir said somewhere, that it's about going to everybody who is a person with diabetes. And if that technology is not for everybody, then we will have to bring it in the sense that it is not contributing to the distress part that we are debating on today. So yeah, that's my rebuttal.
Thank you, Dr. Dhruvi. Dr. Amit.
I would only like to say that every time you can have two choices. Either after using something you can feel stressed or you can feel relaxed. So if you want to use the technology, because we have seen that technology can lead to multiple benefits. And at the same time, if Dhruvi says that there is a distress associated with technology, then I still says that if you guide your patients properly, if you educate your patient properly, then they will reap more benefit out of the technology and they will not feel distressed, they will feel happy after using the technology if you tell them the right way to use the technology. But if you just give them technology and don't give them the support, then you are not doing any benefit or any help to them. You are actually doing harm to them. So giving technology with proper support, proper education, proper guidance is the takeaway which I would like to give.
Great. Both are winners. both are winners and both are strong supporters of technology in diabetes. But the take-home points will be number one. There are many technologies for diabetes in our country, more than a dozen technologies, and all the technologies are not meant for everyone. So if there is a diabetes distress in technologies, then the doctor has to be blamed, because you have to identify those patients who are prone for diabetes distress when they are using a diabetes technology. And if you are using an AID for all your patients with type 1 diabetes, 2 or 3 of them will have a distress. So you shouldn't be using an AID even though it is life-saving. So you have to identify those who are prone and probably have to address it. And the technology overall is actually going to bring down the diabetes distress. But I support both of you, and I support both of you. And there are reasons that distress is very common, because it is common in more common in type 1 diabetes, and on an average, the prevalence is 25 to 30%. So identify and customize. But remember, when you're using technologies, there is more than 1% reduction in the A1C. And when you're using technologies in type 1, there is more than 20 to 30% improvement in the TIR. But address the distress, because that can also be life-threatening. So thank you so much, and congratulations to both of you.
Thank you, speakers and the chairperson. I would like to call you for the group photo. Moving to our next session, the panel discussion on men's health in diabetes. I would like to call the moderator, Dr. Seema Bagir and Dr. Reshma Gauri.
Good morning, all. I have to take the mic much lower because Dr. Amit, the tall guy from Delhi, was there before me. So here we are today to discuss men's health and diabetes. Seldomly talked about topic on many forums, I suppose. Why is that so? Don't men have any unique health problems, or they are plain neglected? Are men being are facing any discrimination? Well, not so at DRS WCPD conference over here, because here we'll be talking and addressing about the various health issues in men, and we are having a very gender neutral team over here. We'll be having two panelists, two men panelists, and we two lady moderators. So with the growing and the multiple metabolic problems which are of growing concern, men's health issues don't seem to take a very prominent place. But the chronic metabolic disorders and the various financial, emotional, physical, and the mental burden associated with them do weigh heavily on men being the breadwinners of the family. Well, most men, or almost all of them, don't like to be a liability on their families. So it's necessary that healthcare providers address the various issues related to men's health in an optimum way. So we are going to discuss the issues, and to talk upon it, we have two panelists with us today. Diabetologist Dr. Manish Sachdev from Mumbai and Dr. Amit Naghate from Aurangabad. Dr. Mallai Parikh, due to some reason, he couldn't be with us, but nevertheless, we'll be having a very balanced kind of discussion, I suppose, over here. And as far as men's health issues are concerned, I think we need to consider 2 points. First, are there any unique health issues pertaining or peculiar to men? And secondly, the diabetes-related health components, are there any differences vis-a-vis the female population? So let's get going. Shouldn't we, Seema? Yeah. Excuse me, can you get a mic, please?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also the PPT. PPT is not displayed here. The PPT is not displayed here. Side में जाओगी? So we'll start with the session. My very first question to Dr. Manish: is diabetes more common in men? Are there any sex differences in the incidence and prevalence of diabetes? And what could be the causative factor for the same? And do men develop diabetes at a lower rate than women?
Good morning. Am I audible? Yeah. Chalo, mic? Yeah. So thank you, Seema and team. This is a unique session. I have seen for the first time that men have been given priority in a personalized health discussion. So to begin with, we are more vulnerable. The males are more vulnerable to get type 2 diabetes. And that too, the worst thing is at younger age. And yes, you are right in making that sentence that we are getting diabetes at a lower age or lower BMI compared to women. And there was a paper in Diabetologia in June 23, which substantiated this claim that number of males getting type 2 diabetes is higher, and that too at a younger age. And the other contributing factors could be the lifestyle. As they said that they are the breadwinner, they are stressed, and they have erratic time schedule. Plus, they have no exercise inclination, and studies have proven that males are poor followers of the advice given at the healthcare center. So we are lacking, and metabolic syndrome is also very highly associated with males. And even in this hall, after coming, I was observing, so we are more vulnerable. We are thin fat Indians, and hence we are more vulnerable to type 2 diabetes.
Do you think that the lower BMI of men could be a factor for getting diabetes in men as compared to women?
Yeah, So I said that lower BMI means central obesity.
Yes.
So visceral adiposity is definitely
Right.
higher compared to women. And the studies have shown that even obese women are metabolically healthy compared to obese men.
So it is the central obesity, which is actually contributing the factor for men to get diabetes at an early age, as well as diabetes, at a lower rate.
Correct. And even in a productive age group, the estrogen protects the women. So even that goes for prevention of CVD in the younger women.
Right. So these factors which Dr. Manish has said is definitely contributing why men is getting diabetes, at a lower weight as compared to women. And if you compare these, factors, you can actually plan the treatment strategies for, men, as well as, prevention strategies to control diabetes in men. Okay, my second question is,
just interrupt.
yeah.
So even nowadays we see ki abdominal obesity is so rampant. Even the laborers who are working at building sites, many of them are so lean and thin, but they have got a bloated and they have got abdominal obesity. So this thing is not only, it's become universal basically. No class is, escapes this abdominal obesity and the repercussions of it.
So additionally, the males have more tendency for alcohol consumption and smoking too. Even that contributes to the early occurrence of type 2 diabetes in males.
True.
From you?
Yeah, basically, because of our changing our urbanization, this again leads to the different food entity, whichever thing was been consumed previously by, as you have said, that the workers have got getting more abdominal obesity. Previously, they were staying in villages. Their lifestyle was different. Coming down to urbanization or urban cities, the lifestyle got changed. And because of that, the food consumption, the food habit got changed. And that leads to, again, contributory factors to your obesity and rest of the things.
Okay. So my next question to Dr. Amit. Do you think that men with metabolic syndrome are at higher risk of developing androgen deficiency and late onset hypogonadism? If yes, then what are the repercussions of the same? And do we really need to screen all patients with testosterone level on our day-to-day practice?
A wonderful question. There are three questions in a single question. Okay. So let me put it in this way, that metabolic syndrome carries a significant impact on man's health. We have got inflammation and the rest of the things which are attributed with metabolic syndrome. And this metabolic syndrome affects man in the way that it reduces the testosterone hormone level. And once the testosterone hormone levels is reduced, and the late onset of hypogonadism is also present and are contributory factors because of metabolic syndrome in males. This leads to the rest of the things, which a part of your second question, repercussions, it affects on men's physical health. Their muscle strength is being reduced, his performance is reduced, leading to stress, the mental imbalance is there, and atherosclerotic things increases, his sexual life is also impaired in this.
In fact, Dr. Manish, the sarcopenia or the loss of muscle mass can also be one of the peculiar presenting symptoms as far as presentation of type 2 diabetes is concerned.
Agree.
Sarcopenia is insulin resistance related thing and metabolic syndrome. But the explanation to the metabolic syndrome causing the low androgen is that hyperinsulinemia suppresses the androgen production. And also in obese people, aromatase is higher in the obese cells, like fat cells. And that leads to conversion of testosterone to estrogen. And hence this hypogonadism is the result. And it's very difficult to say what came first.
Yeah, basically it's a bidirectional relationship between the two.
Or the hen situation, which came first is difficult, but they are feeder to each other. So both have to be addressed at the same time.
So what do you feel? Should we routinely
check
Basically,
for testosterone level in our day-to-day practice.
it has to be individualized, which I
Right.
feel actually.
Exactly.
Depending upon the signs and symptoms of the individual, like fatigue, distress, not able to concentrate on the things, getting lean more, not sexually not performing well. So these are the symptoms which, if the individual tells you, then the testosterone level is to be checked in.
But mind you, after checking testosterone level, there are two things which we should look for: loss of libido and erectile dysfunction. But when you supplement testosterone after perfectly diagnosing, the ED does not improve. The libido improves.
So yeah, basically testosterone is not related. You cannot equate the equation.
Agreed,
And in
agreed.
fact, studies have shown that testosterone replacement therapy does mitigate many of the metabolic problems, including abdominal circumference and weight and obesity related parameters. But then again, more studies are required, I think, to routinely advise testosterone testing as well as replacement.
No guidelines
Definitely,
as
it will
such.
be a case-to-case scenario,
agreed.
and we have to see the risk and benefit ratio.
But we must rule
Whenever
out
we prescribe
prostatic
any
carcinoma before
testosterone therapy.
substituting the testosterone. PSA levels have to be checked and interpreted very prudently, because at times we just see a testosterone level coming to around 8, 9, 10. 4 is the normal. So we should not panic at that point. We should be patient and we should rule out the prostatitis before subjecting the patient to biopsy of prostate. If done otherwise, patient may end up with chronic UTI. Many cases happen that way. And it so happens that after giving a good course of antibiotic, PSA settles down. So we should be prudent in evaluating this reading as well.
Yes, talking about prostatitis, Dr. Manish, I think the erectile dysfunction and the sexual health issues overshadow the urological problems in men, which can be numerous, right from UTI to complicated UTIs to bladder dysfunction related to neuropathy or microangiopathy and prostate-related problems. So what are the management strategies recommended to address the urological issues?
A good question here, but in practice, we see that patients are neither aware about their urological problem, nor are they volunteering to inform you about their erectile dysfunction or loss of libido. It's only proactive role played by us physicians or diabetologists, which will make them bring out their problem. So we have to ask for frequency, burning, that lower urinary tract symptoms, and then night awakening for the passing urine. All these things have to be inquired for, and incontinence. That is the one ailment that patients at elderly age suffer very badly, and they are ignored. And they have real social stigma developing in this condition. And they even are left alone to fend for themselves. So this kind of inquiries have to be made and treated.
So I think we should have a questionnaire, to really address the men's health issues, especially related to urogenital, so that they open up at least.
So
by
urgency
giving
and
writing.
incontinence are the part associated with aging as well as autonomic neuropathy.
Yeah, Dr. Amit, you want to add anything?
No.
That's okay.
So with that,
You have covered
we have to deal with these symptoms accordingly. So for example, if it is urgency and incontinence, there is either bladder training, timed voiding. So bladder training is that allowing them to learn how to hold on to the urine so that they can stretch their bladder wall. At the same time, timed voiding is done first to prevent the overstretching of the bladder, and then that become insensitive towards the urge. So both of these being done with proper counseling, after proper glycemic control, then we have to treat the symptom. So treating symptoms, we can use muscarinic agent, solifenacin like drug. But in elderly people, we must be very watchful while giving solifenacin, because I have seen many urinary retention with this molecule. But beta-3 agonists are very good. Mira-background molecule is very good for incontinence and urgency because it doesn't give urinary retention. So this molecule helps in long term, and it's very safe for long term. And there are multiple strengths available. You can titrate slowly and easily. And patients respond very well, and the quality of life improves.
Okay, very well answered, Dr. Manish. In the same line, we go on to the next question, which is, how does diabetes impact the overall sexual health of individuals? And focus would obviously be on the effective management of erectile dysfunction. Yes, Dr. Amit.
As we have already discussed, that the sexual health is down, there is decreased libido, there is erectile dysfunction, there is lack of muscle mass, there is lack of urge. The person is not, the cognitive functions of the individuals also hampers once the testosterone levels are low. So this is just, this affects on the mental health. And as far as the ED is concerned, we have got basically three ED hypothesis of EDs, like there is a vascular problem, there is a neurological problem, and there is a psychological problem, which are basically present in ED. So according to the problem which is there, then we can treat it across it. If there is a psychological problem, then we need to have a counseling of the individual. First, we go on with the counseling of the individual. We try and analyze what the mental stress is there, mental condition is there. And then if there is no relief with that, then we try and give the medications. And then the further things are taken care of.
Here I will add that you have to differentiate between psychological erectile dysfunction and organic. So we have to ask for nocturnal erections. So NPT is nocturnal penile tumescence test. So if a person says that I get good erections in the morning, so practically organic causes are ruled out. So you have to inquire about psychological stressors, or the interpersonal relationships have to be inquired, and it is best to refer them to a counselor who can give dedicated services to them. And even when we have to prescribe the PD5 inhibitors, which is the mainstay of the erectile dysfunction, we have to make sure that the person is physically fit to perform the sex, because some people are taking PD5 inhibitors for enjoyment purpose, to have enhanced performance. But at the same time, their cardiovascular health may not support them. So at this point, patients are at disadvantage of using this molecule. So as a physician, you must make sure that patient is fit enough to perform after this molecule. So this is what we have to do.
Agreed.
Yeah, so they say that sex is the best exercise, but terms and conditions definitely apply to it. And I think ED needs to be addressed at multiple levels, and psychological aspect is an important one.
Yeah, it's an important rule.
And also, we have to be watchful about nitrates being in the same prescription. But I have read many papers which say that nitrates have practically no role in IHD these days. So you can consult the cardiologist who has prescribed and request him to rule it out before prescribing PD5 inhibitors.
Yeah, very well answered. Now coming to the next question. Now, for men, now how can the various treatment regime be effectively incorporated and tailored, considering the busy schedule, erratic meal timing, etc. for a working man? Followed by, can compliance on lifestyle modification be achieved in these patients? And lastly, but most important, do you think the digital technology like mobile apps and various devices would help in improving the diabetes management in men? Yes, Dr. Manish?
Thank you. So the patient is a alone breadwinner is a very specific object or target for sugar control in a unique way, because he's running around. And I take example of pharma industry people. They have no time. They have to wait in chambers for hours. They have to have meals at odd time. And suppose such a person has diabetes, then what is the optimal solution? Because his sugar will go for a toss. Hypo or hyper is very likely if you give 3 times a day secretagogue or something like that. So we have to have minimal secretagogues used in the first place to prevent the hypoglycemic episode. We have to use once a day or long-acting medicines whenever possible. We have to counsel these patients, and especially males need proper counseling about SGLT2 usage, because if you don't guide them, it is very likely that they will end up with melanoposthitis, and they never come out with it, and many months they carry on with this. So such a pinpoint advice has to be given. And for example, patient is on insulin, then we have to use very smartly to prevent hypo or hyper. We have to use long-acting non-insulin products like GLP-1 receptor analog probably once a week, which can make their life easy. Even now with advent of once a week insulin, I think their life will be, like our men's life will be easier in controlling the sugar. And short-acting medicines for secretagogue purpose like repaglinide, like popapil and havamil will be a better solution to such patients.
So
and coming to
go
the compliance, do you want to add anything?
No, that's okay, continue.
So coming on the compliance on lifestyle modification. So whenever the first thing that we come across patient telling us, we don't have time to exercise. And it is very true that if I am in Thane and my patient is working in Nariman Point, he spends 4 hours in transit. So how can I incorporate exercise? And at the same time, I cannot give up on his lifestyle. So I always make it a point that bund bund se sarovar banta. You exercise for 5 minutes. 5 minutes in your office place after food. 5 minutes whenever you get chance. And suppose if you are on a long call, keep walking around, keep counting your steps.
Yeah,
Use
it's very important, Dr. Manish, to break the sedentariness. Even if you're exercising, say, for half an hour and you're sitting for the whole day, then that's going to, neutralize much of the effect of that physical activity.
Agreed. So I tell them that even 5 minutes around 3 or 4 times a day or 6 times a day is accrued to 30 minutes, which is the minimal requirement for 5 days a week.
Agreed. If in case he's not able to walk, then upper body exercises can be given. So that adds to your sugar controls and less of the things.
And one more thing, that such patients can be given a target of 2 hours exercise in the weekend. Because trials have shown that this 2 hours is equivalent to 5 hours of week exercise. So when you tell them that you go for a walk, run, or you play a game for 2 hours in the weekend, that will serve the purpose. In addition, remain active in the week time. So this way they can incorporate smaller changes and remain healthier.
Yeah, and their wives would also be happy, I suppose.
That depends
So that
whether he
means
plays
it's
with
a
her or
more
outside.
of a more of a customized treatment part we have to see for men, looking
Agreed.
at their lifestyle,
Really
looking at
needs
their
to be tailored to their
yeah,
schedules.
it should be tailor made as per the patient's need.
Every diabetic patient's medicine has to be tailorized, not
Yes.
only men, women
Yeah.
also. Every diabetic.
More so in men, I suppose.
Everybody
The
across.
female sitting here would agree with me.
And what about the last question? Do you think the digital health technology
Yes,
like
this is
mobile
the
apps
very, very helpful.
and other devices would
Yeah,
help?
so mobile apps like step counters, Fitbit, even the smartwatch, which are very cheaper versions, if they are incorporated in the patient's life, they are hardly 500 or 600 rupees for a Fitband. That will count their steps. Even the higher versions are available, which will give you multiple activity options. So you should mobilize your patients. And my patients always have the phone number of the sports institutes in their area, where they can incorporate their names for exercising regularly. So I keep on motivating with help of apps and with help of online training also, because nowadays a lot of online training platforms are available.
Yeah.
So patient need not go to the studios to work out. You can do it with your camera off and you can continue. You even need not change the dress, because many a times while going to gym, I have to change dress, I have to put another pair of shoes, I have to take towel, and then I have to go to office with another pair of clothes. It's really tedious. And the gyms run on the people's money who don't attend the gym. So it's best to do online training. So I motivate the patient like that.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So,
I will just add
Yeah, yeah.
a thing here that before starting an exercise on app base, one has to visit a doctor, get a proper consultation, get his physical stability and physical ability defined, what is his joint condition, bones condition, muscles condition, and then opt for a proper exercise. That would add more. Otherwise, doing just mere exercises can pull our muscle, can harm rather than getting benefit.
Very true. Nowadays, there is a fad of running marathons. And people with very small training or no training at all, they enroll for long runs.
And no pre-marathon evaluation also.
And they end up with severe injuries which will debar them from activity for 6 months. Or they may end up with cardiac events. So such things need to be prevented. You have to counsel the patient to go slow and then steady.
So definitely these digital health technology will help men to give a proper customized treatment for the better management of diabetes. Now coming to the
CGM should also come in handy, basically.
CGM should be, especially those who are doing online consultation.
Agreed.
CGM is a very important tool to keep the track of all the blood sugar level.
Absolutely true.
Yeah.
Absolutely true.
Very true. This device is very useful. And if the patient is affording and mobilized enough, he can use it to the best advantage.
Definitely. So men with erratic schedules and, lots of variability in blood glucose control, they are optimum candidates for
Absolutely true.
CGM.
I will add one point over here again. As per the ED and the sexual thing is concerned, there are a couple of apps now available in market across. The Kinger is one of it. And that leads to, or that provides you a different types of exercises which can help and enhance your sexual thing. right?
Yeah, that is.
So this is another added advantage or the technology which we can or the individual can adopt for.
That's great. So technology is now taking care of all aspects of our health and lifestyle. So I
Coming to
think,
the last question.
yeah, we move to the last question. So how can the healthcare providers take care of the emotional well-being of men and adequately manage the mental health issues in men with diabetes? What with diabetes and metabolic disorders hitting us at a much, much earlier age nowadays, and the propensity to stay with the disease with all the complications and the financial, physical and the mental burden associated with it. So we really need to tackle the psychosocial health issues. The question is for both of you. So do give your inputs.
I will start with one just small thing which I adopt or I practice in my own setup. Once an individual, a male or a female, whoever it is, I firstly say them that you should treat or you should believe diabetes as your friend, not as an enemy. If you treat it or if you accept it as your friend, it will benefit you. It will help you. It will take you longer. Once you rectify it as an enemy, then that's going to kill you. Because every time the mindset goes back, every time I am a diabetic, negative feedbacks comes in. Yeah, I am a diabetic. Fine, it's fair. I will carry it on. I have to live with it. So the positive attitude helps to motivate the individual in various aspects of life.
Definitely, acceptance is the key factor in managing not only diabetes at its onset, but throughout the course of the disease, the positive attitude really impacts a person positively.
So here I have a different take a bit. So whenever you ask a patient coming to you with type 2 diabetes, you will first take duration of the diabetes. And if you inquire further that when you got diabetes, did you have a traumatic event? And you will see about 30 to 40% patients responding positively. Yes, I lost my near and dear one, or I lost my job, or I had something which has broken them down. So the emotional distress leads to stress hormone release, which leads to increased insulin resistance, that leads to hyperinsulinemia, and finally metabolic syndrome like condition, and type 2 diabetes one of the manifestations. So if you don't address patient's psyche, you can never achieve a good results in type 2 diabetes or any chronic disease. So with this, we have to tell our patients that since psychological upsets are reason and a product of diabetes, we have to treat it. And how do we treat it? We cannot simply leave the patient alone that, okay, tension mat lo. Does it work? If I tell you to lose weight and I don't show you the weight, how will you lose weight? Similarly, how will you get rid of the stress? So you have to guide them. And how I guide them in my practice is that I have enrolled almost 30-40% patients of mine in Art of Living. I send them for Vipassana, and I send them for Isha Guru's course. And these things, if they are not able to, then I let them do some yoga classes online. And this really helps because it is proven that deep breathing and breathing with awareness stimulates our parasympathetic system, which reduces the stress hormones. And thereby all the stimuli, adrenergic stimuli are reduced. So BP settles, pulse settles, sugar settles. So this is how we have to guide our patients. And we, as Dr. Amit said, first we have to teach them to accept their condition, to choose their condition. Amit said that patient has to learn that I have to live with diabetes. No, I will live with diabetes and I will live happily. So when you make the patient understand that this is a chronic disorder, it's not your mistake, this is your destiny. Don't try for reversal right now. Go for control first, because every person coming to you is going to ask you for reversal these days. So you have to be very patient. You cannot outright reject. Okay, reversal is not accepted terminology in modern science. We have to give them a choice. Okay, let's first control. Let's first send the diabetes in remission and then see. And we can refer to appropriate platforms like Twin Health or somewhere where they can get real good opportunity of remitting the diabetes. So this is how I deal with the patient stressors.
Yes, rightly said. Group therapies and group sessions really help these patients in a psychological way. So yeah, depression affects type 1 diabetes to the tune of 3 times as compared to the normal population, and in type 2 diabetes twice as compared to the non-diabetic population. So depression and anxiety do play a role, and we need to mitigate the impact that it has on the quality of life of diabetic individuals. So,
Are there any questions from the audience? We have still 1 minute left.
It seems the message has gone down the audience completely. There is some.
yeah, there's a question.
Please go ahead.
Somebody please give the mic to sir. Mic to.
So some people are using some Ayurvedic products. So can we ask them to continue with those? Because Ayurvedic products are supposed to harm to kidneys.
Oh, yeah.
For example, some Tentex Fort and all that.
So you are asking whether we should allow our patients to continue Ayurvedic
allow them
product?
to continue. Yeah.
So it's a very catchy question. You have to let the patient know that, look, my prescription can be scrutinized on internet or with any other doctor. Yeah. But if you are taking medicines of Ayurveda origin, you should know the effects and side effects. You should have the names. And secondly, Ayurveda is not curative.
At your own risk.
It's a preventive strategy. Ayurveda is a science, life science. So you should keep it for prevention. So you have to counsel your patients and help them come off the Ayurveda medicine, because we don't know the interaction between the two.
Yeah, correct.
We don't know the composition again, what exactly it is put in. So it's very tedious. You can't go on with it.
Yeah, because some of them are over the counter. They have taken it straight away without even an Ayurvedic physician's consultation also. They have taken it.
In that case, you can put your foot down, stop it.
Stop
Thank
it.
you, sir.
Don't use it. Just stop it.
So I think we have come to the end of the session. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Manish and Dr.
Thank you,
Amit.
audience, and thank you, Seema.
For a group picture. Hello. I just request the panelists for a group picture and the moderators. Thank you, thank you. Dr. Manish, Dr. Amit. Thank you, ma'am. And we now have another panel discussion, which is an equally interesting topic: clinical management of Karim syndrome, relooking through AHA scientific statement. And we have the moderators, J.J. Mukherjee from Kolkata. Panelists are Pia Balani from Mumbai and Sheila Sheikh from Mumbai. Thank you, ma'am.
Can we start, organizers?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. This is Karam. Kahan se aa gaya? It scared me. Cardiac, renal, and metabolic management. This is a sponsored session, AstraZeneca, but I think all three of us probably will be sharing our views rather than the company's views. And I will be the moderator. Most of the hard work will be done by these two lovely ladies from Mumbai. My job is just to, trouble them a little bit here and there. So, poor cardiovascular, renal, metabolic health is a major determinant of premature morbidity and mortality. Before we go on to the cardiac and the renal, please don't forget that diabetes management is not only cardiac and renal. Don't forget the other microvascular complications. Don't forget the eye. Don't forget the peripheral nerves. Don't forget depression. Don't forget obesity. Those things you have to take care of. But the things which ultimately cause increased morbidity and mortality, I mean, you see various studies, anywhere between 40 to 60% of the people with type 2 diabetes die of cardiovascular death. So that's why more focus is on cardiovascular and renal protection. There are major gaps and conflicts, and some of you in this room, not many of you, would probably have some questions, and we are going to discuss this scientific paper which was published just about in December 2023, so just about 8 months ago. And most of the discussion will be from there. Now, a systemic disorder like type 2 diabetes is characterized by various pathological interactions between metabolic risk factors, CKD, and cardiovascular disease, which leads to multi-organ dysfunction. So, Kerme syndrome most commonly originates from excess or dysfunctional adipose tissue. Gentlemen in this room with a waist size more than 35 inch and ladies in this room with a waist size of more than 30 inches. You're all in trouble. You all have increased waist size. I am 35, so I'm just at the cusp. So obesity is at the core of Kerme syndrome. Dysfunctional adipose tissue secretes predominantly inflammatory and pro-oxidative products, which cause cardiovascular and renal dysfunction. So with that, I would like to come to our first panelist, Dr. Pia Balani. What are the current gaps in screening for cardiac? What should I say? Kerme, Karam? He said Karam, I said Kerme.
I think it should be scare me syndrome.
Scare me, yes.
Scare
So,
me, yeah.
so yes, so what are the current gaps in the scare me syndrome?
Okay, so firstly, none of us are going to reveal our waist sizes over here, Dr. Mukherjee. Not Sheila, not me, not you. But I think everybody needs to go home once and check their waist sizes because like you're saying, we're not using this tool enough to recognize the risks that are involved with that. But anyway, as far as the gaps in this Kerme syndrome go, well, there is a growing appreciation of the pathological interrelatedness between metabolic risk, diabetes, obesity, alongside with CKD, CVD, that whole Kerme confluence, as we would call it. However, a lot of gaps still. For example, the mechanisms of disease development. Number two is as far as the difference in the heterogeneity in the clinical phenotypes. You might have a person who's underweight, who might have metabolic disease. You might have a person who has excess weight with no metabolic disease. So why is there so much difference? Then in terms of today, if I have an overweight child coming to my clinic, how, when, what should I screen with? How, when, where, what should I treat this kid with? There is so much unclear data about what we should do with this kind of presentation. Finally, in terms of metabolic syndrome, well, all of us in our clinics are seeing patients day in and day out. High TG, low HDL, increased waist circumference, high glucoses, little high BP. Well, we have metabolic syndrome staring us in the face, but still we are not addressing it at that early
Can
stage.
I stop you here? How many of you do the waist circumference measurement in your clinic? I don't. How many in this room do it? One, two, two. Metabolic syndrome definition starts with waist circumference. Metabolic syndrome definition is not insulin resistance, not BMI. WHO says insulin resistance, but other than that, all metabolic syndrome definition starts first with waist circumference. I think that's the biggest problem.
And I am guilty too. I also do not check that. I mean, it's true. So these are just simple practices that I think all of us need to develop. And then, of course, taking into account what we call the social determinants of health. Today, in my personal life, what are my psychological stressors? What is my microbiome? What are my hormones? My genetics? What is my behavior in terms of diet, exercise, lifestyle? What is my community, my neighbors, my peers? What is my economic situation, my education? So many social determinants of health that are going to impact biological risk as well, which we are not charting, we're not recognizing. So those are all the different gaps that we have in terms of these things. In terms of subclinical CVD, again, this is something which is already at, as we'll understand later, stage 3 Kerme, but even at that point, how to diagnose, what markers to use, how to interpret that, when to treat, what next, why is CKD not included in the HF classification, all of these are the significant gaps that we're looking at.
Coming to subclinical CVD, what all do you do for your type 2 diabetic patients? Just do a resting ECG? All of us? Now please raise hands, how many of you do calcium scoring? In your type 2 diabetic patient with high risk? 1, 2. So there you go.
Lots of confusion and lots of,
And the others who don't do, you're not wrong. Because no guideline says to do a calcium scoring in a type 2 diabetic patient who's asymptomatic. The only tool to screen for cardiovascular disease is still a resting 12-lead ECG. That's all. You can do case-by-case basis, calcium scoring, etc. So next question goes to, Shala, you're being quiet. So even educate me also. What are the different stages of the Kerme syndrome?
Educating you is going to be a dream. Okay, coming to the different stages of, I like the way we made it Kerme syndrome.
Stage 0, I think, as we all know, is something which is the ideal situation, Dr. Mukherjee. I mean, is what we all try to do all the time, where we are saying that we want a patient, I mean, absolute ideal, which actually doesn't happen too much in the real world, yes, but this is with no risk factors whatsoever. Stage 1 is an area where I think we should wake up. I mean, I'm sure we'll discuss it further, but a patient with obesity, which could be abdominal, you've just spoken about the waist circumference, abdominal obesity, dysfunctional adipose tissue. We talk about the ectopic fat all the time when we talk about pathophysiology, without any other metabolic risk factor, or of course, this is specifically where they've mentioned CKD. Metabolic risk factors and CKD would include your dyslipidemia, hypertension, it could be metabolic syndrome, or CKD, which is stage 2, which I think we look at much more carefully. Stage 3 is what Priya was just alluding to when she said subclinical CVD in the stage 3, where this is again where we just spoke about whether how do we really evaluate these patients in detail. And stage 4 is something much more clear, no real, really you don't need to think too much about it when you see these patients, because you know now you're talking to
Can
the
I
prevention.
stop you here and let's see, take a poll? Huh? So who is in which stage? You have it there. Please take care of your health first. Huh? So look at those stages and raise your hands. I will raise my hand. I'm stage 2. Luckily not stage 3 yet. And certainly not stage 4 yet. Stage 4 I will be in a hospital. So how many of you are in stage, I mean, all of you are in stage 0? Stage 1, कौन-कौन है भाई stage 1 में? BMI ज़्यादा है, waist circumference ज़्यादा है, हाथ खड़ा करो. Stage 1 में सबके सब हो. Stage 2 में कौन-कौन है? एक risk factor. Lipid गड़बड़ है, triglyceride गड़बड़ है. Are you all healthy people in Mumbai, kya?
So the running around helps.
Huh?
The running around in Mumbai helps.
I think so. I mean,
Mumbai के healthy है, Calcutta में शायद नहीं.
नहीं, Calcutta में मैं थोड़ा atypical हूँ. So stage 3 and stage 4 we won't go. So most of Mumbai it's a stage 1. Some of us stage 2 here. Anybody stage 3? I hope not. So I think this was to get the stages into your head. Stage 0, everybody. Stage 1, if you are obese. Obese means visceral obesity. Stage 2 is any one risk factor. I mean, hypertension, HDL low, triglyceride high. Stage 3 is you already have subclinical ASCVD or subclinical heart failure, which is a big topic. I think we will come to it later on. I don't know how to diagnose subclinical heart failure. And stage 4 also, of course, everybody can diagnose. So Pia, what are the recommendations for prevention and management of the initial stages? Let's go back to the stages. So I think you're going to speak from stage 0 to stage 3.
Right.
So how do I prevent all that?
So I'm going to go, sorry, one back. How do I go one back, Dr. Mukherjee?
Do you want me to change it for you?
That's
okay, there you go.
That's it, okay. So stage 0, like we spoke about earlier, is basically there are no risk factors. This is a person with ideal cardiovascular health. We're talking about primordial prevention over here. So basically, the whole idea is start early with children, school-based programs, use the staff, use the kids, use the families, get good, habits, or rather a healthy environment right at that school level. Amongst adults like us, for example, using that life's essential 8 framework. And I think all of us, probably in our practices, need to allude to all of, this I thought is a very good circle. Take care of sleep, right food, right exercise. Maintain right BP, right sugar, right cholesterol, right weight, and avoidance of smoking.
Let me stop here. How many of you have kids in this room? And how many of them follow what all she said? Exercise, 8 hours sleep, no. Ma'am, you're lucky. Your child follows all this. You are lucky. So this is primordial, stage 0. Get your kids to sleep well, eat well, don't get obese, exercise. So there's one person here who's got a kid.
I think we need, the 9th one is keep the cell phones away. That's another one, I think, also as well. But that spoils all of these things, possibly. Okay. So the whole idea over here is decrease the likelihood of developing that first risk factor. So that is your primordial stage 0 prevention. Moving then, sorry, I'm jumping ahead somehow. One back. Okay. So what are the recommendations here for Care Me Stage 1? Now this is people only with excess or dysfunctional adiposity. The only issue is that weight. So what do I do over here? Focus on the prevention of the metabolic risk factors. So we're preventing the next stage, which is maintain weight with a healthy diet, physical activity, intentional weight loss. So it hasn't got to be just passive, but you've got to now start making that effort towards a lifestyle change with this 6 months duration, give a definitive plan. And of course, nowadays we have additional tools like pharmacotherapy and bariatric surgery on our side also as well. So in terms of approaches for this, well, non-judgmental weight loss. So I know, for example, I constantly find my husband stealing towards the kitchen and I find him with his hand in the proverbial cookie jar. I call it the chivda and the chakri jar, actually. It's become a joke in our family where actually he will ask his mom to put all the snacks into burnies, which are non-rotating varieties, because I can hear that from the bedroom. So he tells his mom, change all the boxes for the snacks so that Pia doesn't hear me. So this is where the role of all of us are ghar ki murgis. We cannot take care of our own family members where it comes to non-judgmental weight loss. So I think getting the person to an outsider is a good idea over here. Basically, we have to tell our patients that 5% of weight loss is where the journey can start. Because even at this point of time, it will improve BP, glycemia, lipids. If you get that 10% weight loss point, it's going to lower your CVD event rate as well. And more than 15% can actually help to reverse disease. And today, we have the support of great medications like the GLP-1 RAs that are capable of this. But let's not forget our age-old, evidence-based, economically available metformin for patients with IGT, with GDM, etc. These are excellent tools also as well. Bariatric surgery in itself, reduction in metabolic risk. And
can I just stop you here? From tomorrow when you're in your clinic, just look at the BMI, waist circumference we don't do. You'll be pleasantly surprised that anywhere between 60 to 80% of your people will either be overweight or obese. So when you do that, how many of you in this room spend at least 5 minutes talking about this weight to your patient? So the entire purpose of this session is from tomorrow, please give little bit time to the patient. I mean, simple diet and exercise can do wonders, yeah?
Absolutely. So a little bit of mention in every clinic, every time, somewhere it's going to hit. Now, CareMe stage 2, basically, it's one established metabolic risk factor. So that is, let's understand our goals very fast here. BP less than 130/80, triglycerides, weight loss, A1C less than 7.5, and reduce proteinuria and progression of CKD. So here...
Wait. Now, go back to that slide. Sure. This is the controversy that I always face. Control triglyceridemia, hypertriglyceridemia. So how do you do that, Pia, in your clinic?
Well, first look at secondary lifestyle. Firstly, lifestyle, ruling out any secondary risk. I mean, medications, certain medications that might add on to that. I do wait, number one, for diabetes control, no doubt. Will not start off anything from that perspective. Statin, number one, because that also will help with risk reduction. I have to admit, I do not wait till a TG level of more than 500 to start off with that fenofibrate. I know that number is scary, so my threshold for starting that is much lower. But starting with the icosapent, now that we do have tools available on that front, yes.
Let's take a poll. TG more than 200, how many of you will treat with a fibrate? One. TG more than 250? कोई नहीं treat करेगा? One. नहीं, you तो 200 हो गया, so you will treat everybody. So one added. TG more than 300. 1, 2, 3, 4. कोई नहीं कर रहा है, Pia? TG more than 400. TG more than 500. The rest can go for lunch, please. I mean, at 500, if you don't start fibrate, you should not be in this room. 500 and above, all guidelines say you have to start fibrate. What about saroglitazar?
Yes, using that.
You're using it?
It's not in the American guidelines, obviously, but yes, using it.
How many of you use saroglitazar? Above 250? Or above 500?
250 is where we use.
Saroglitazar?
Yeah.
Okay,
especially
all right.
Now with NASH.
So that's a controversial area. I mean, you may or may not use. Okay, next slide, please.
So BP goals, well, goals for all less than 130/80. For those with diabetes, CKD, age 165, more than 10% CVD risk, well, we need to start pharmacotherapy, ACE, ARB. If CKD, diabetes with albuminuria, that is a must. For triglycerides, we've just discussed that, so I'm not going to dwell further there. Metabolic syndrome, of course, lifestyle modification and weight loss. Diabetes, well, I guess many of our doctors...
for obesity, let us, Shalana, what do you use? I mean, apart from Orlistat, do you use anything else?
Yeah, we use a lot of semaglutide.
Semaglutide?
Yeah, we use a lot of semaglutide.
Because you're in Bombay, yaar.
Yeah, I agree. Because we're in Mumbai, it is available to us in Mumbai, but we do use a lot of semaglutide because though it is an expensive drug, I totally agree with you, but you would be surprised, Dr. Mukherjee, at the number of patients willing to take semaglutide, actually coming to you and saying, okay, ma'am, this is available and why haven't I been prescribed that? On the contrary, it works that well also.
How many of you use Orlistat in your obese patients? Just share your, make it an interactive discussion. Otherwise, bora boring ho jayega. We can show you slides and walk off. It's very easy for us. So get interactive. How many of you use Orlistat? One? No, with diabetes, with diabetes. So semaglutide, how many of you have more than 5 patients on semaglutide? So majority of the obese patients in India are unfortunately untreated. So Care Me stage 2 is probably neglected in India, partly because drugs are limited and whatever drugs we have are very expensive. So if you have a diabetic who is obese, I mean, try to tell them once semaglutide is available, if they can afford, well and good. What about, do you try SGLT2 inhibitors for weight loss in type 2 diabetes?
Yes, definitely. Definitely. I mean, weight loss is a very, very good effect of SGLT2 inhibitors, actually. So definitely.
So stage 2 treatment, I think, is a little bit unsettled in our country. Yeah. Okay. Stage 3. Yeah.
All right. So over here with diabetes, of course, you have your statin, SGLT2, GLP-1 RAs, metformin, of course, and CKD, well, ACE-ARB becomes standard of care. SGLT2, no doubt, in CKD with a GFR more than 20 has to be remembered, and Finrenone, of course, if you have a GFR more than 25 to reduce adverse kidney and CKD events. Moving on then to Care Me stage 3, which is subclinical heart failure. Well, ACE beta and beta blockers become recommended for subclinical systolic dysfunction. And for those with diabetes, SGLT2 inhibitors become the drug of choice as well. Very good indication for subclinical heart failure. With subclinical ASCVD, like we alluded to here earlier, the coronary artery calcium scoring is a very powerful discriminator of ASCVD risk and should be used to differentiate intermediate high risk of ASCVD events. If you have a score more than 100, well, these are your patients who could benefit from a mix of aspirin, PCSK9 inhibitors, GLP-1s, icosapent, a correction of TG and antihypertensive.
Dr. Mukherjee, can I ask you a question now?
Please.
We have set CAC score to guide decisions. Do you really use it in clinical practice to guide your decisions?
I don't do CACC because what you see is we are already treating patients with type 2 diabetes with these drugs. They should all be, every type 2 diabetic patient, unless and until there's a contraindication, should be on an SGLT2 inhibitor. Anybody wants to fight that statement, stand up. I'm saying every type 2 diabetic patient, unless and until there's a contraindication, should be on an SGLT2 inhibitor. Anybody wants to contest that statement? It's not highly evidence-based. You can fight with me, actually. Nobody wants to fight? You also don't want to fight. So they're all on SGLT2, and they're all probably on a statin. Every type 2 diabetic patient above the age of 40 should be on a statin. Anybody wants to fight that statement? Stand up. Nobody wants to fight. So they're already on a statin. They're already on an SGLT2, on metformin. So probably we are taking care of both subclinical heart failure and subclinical ASCVD. Most of this is probably for research, because we still don't know an asymptomatic type 2 diabetic patient who's hypertensive, who's hyperlipidemic, how far should we investigate him or her for underlying ASCVD? I mean, some people do echo, some do calcium scoring, some do CT angiogram. I think Mumbai mein everybody ko CT angio ho jata hai, but there's no evidence base for that. Even to that fact, there's no evidence that if you do coronary angiogram, double vessel disease, you put a stent in a type 2 diabetic patient who's asymptomatic, you don't increase mortality, you don't increase survival. So that's why most of the time when we do calcium scoring, CT angio, it's more of an individual kind of an approach. You know somebody who's got money, who wants. Anecdotally, yes, it might help somebody. When we talk about studies, they are population-based studies. So individually, some patient might benefit. So my practice, I don't do CAC scoring. Let's see what the other people do, because this is open. It's the gray area.
So interestingly, Dr. Mukherjee, these are the AHA guidelines, and they're not even talking about a resting ECG. They're directly going to a CAC scoring over here. So that becomes, I mean, an eye-opener, actually.
I think the recommendation is type 2 diabetic asymptomatic 12-lead ECG. If the 12-lead ECG shows any abnormality, T-wave inversion in the lateral leads, T-wave inversion in the inferior leads, some amount of strain pattern ischemia, then the whole Pandora's box is open to you. You can do whichever one you want to do. So how many of you do CAC scoring kind of inverted commas routinely? No, none of them. So, okay.
And Dr. Mukherjee, aspirin use for you?
ये थोड़ा गड़बड़ हो गया है, ये तो लोगों से पूछो. Aspirin use, what I do is above the age of 45, one risk factor, diabetes, I give aspirin. One risk factor. And if you see, most of your patients, if you see in a clinic, will qualify for an aspirin. Yeah. I mean, how many times you see a diabetic who does not have a hypertension, dyslipidemia, or obesity? 90% of your patients will have diabetes plus any one of these. So automatically they qualify for an aspirin, a statin, and a SGLT2. Okay, now we come to the more difficult part. So see, the important part is our role is to prevent CARE-ME. Me, we are already treating metabolic disease. Our role is to prevent cardiac and CKD developing in a type 2 diabetic patient. Don't forget glycemic control. Huh? We are talking too much about other things. First and foremost is glycemic control, blood pressure control, lipid control, get them off smoking. These are the 4 things will give you the maximum benefit. Then comes all this discussion. So now let's go to stage 4. Jab kidney gaya, heart gaya. So now they come to you. You manage.
By the time they've come to me, there are 2 things which I would like to put into perspective, Dr. Mukherjee, over here. One is a complete evaluation, because what often happens that you evaluating the kidney, you're looking at very carefully, and you're just not evaluating the eyes. And you would be surprised at the number of times actually the patient may have a non-diabetic related kidney disease also. So I think it's very important to put that into perspective, that we need a retinopathy to be done. Prevention at this point of time, it's going to be putting a break to further complications, and of course preventing and reducing the mortality associated with morbidity as well as mortality associated with all those complications and all events connected to the kidney as well as the heart. And in this, as Pia has already said, we all know the 4 pillars of management, be it beta blockers, angiotensin receptor blockers, neprilysin inhibitors. MRSA, again, is something we are talking about increasingly, SGLT2 inhibitors. Aspirin, we've already spoken about. The other thing which I want to know from you, Dr. Mukherjee, is when you talk about statins, we always talk about high-intensity statins. But invariably, our patients will be initiated maybe on a high-intensity statin, and then somewhere along the way, they come down to moderate intensity statins. Has that been your observation in Calcutta?
Not only that, they've stopped their statins. I mean, I have patients who have done that. We were just discussing this in the other room. So compliance is always an issue.
Yeah, WhatsApp University does not help with regards to statins and those messages that keep going around.
We've already spoken about obesity, so in the interest of time, I won't go into that. Priya spoke about it. We spoke about hypertriglyceridemia, and we spoke about hypertension, what is our aim. I think one very important thing, again, which I would like to put across over here is that when you're talking about SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptor agonists, would your ideal treatment be a combination of this?
Certainly, yes.
Right? I mean, that was what
Before I go there, I just want to put the thing in perspective. If you see the ICMR INDIAB data, I mean, all of us in this room should be ashamed of ourselves. The number of people who get glycemic control less than 7% is 29% in India. People who get their blood pressure control is less than 50% in India. People who get their LDL cholesterol below 100 is less than 50%. And people who get their glycemic control, blood pressure control, and lipid control is less than 7%. So please, what we are discussing here is serious business. If you can just get glycemic control, blood pressure control, and lipid control, no matter whatever drug you use, you will reduce the CKD and CVD, burden that we have today. But now, once we have done that, then we want to go further, right? We have built the cake. Now you want the icing. So SGLT2 and GLP-1, certainly, I mean, it's a very good combination. Anybody who can afford a GLP-1 can afford an SGLT2. Dr. Mukherjee, do you have hard randomized control trial data on this? Answer is no. Do you have a lot of real-world data? Answer is yes. And whatever real-world data, there is no conflict when you use both of them. Maybe there is benefit. There is a lot of emerging data as to whether they are, they add together or they, just give a little bit extra benefit. Some say glycemia control is better, lipid control, etc. But those are questions. But you can certainly combine SGLT2 and GLP-1. Yes. So regarding diabetes part, you were saying.
Yeah. And I think also one very important thing is individualized HbA1c targets. I mean, you need to individually keep in mind side effect profiles, keep in mind the issue of risk of hypoglycemia, because sometimes we can get a little over enthusiastic and not realize that this patient could actually be having side effects. And most importantly, any prescription, please be aware of the side effect profile. You often, Dr. Mukherjee, another problem which we face is our cardiologist friends all write a lot of SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptor agonists at this point.
Come again, sorry?
Our cardiologist friends are writing a lot of SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptor agonists. You pointed out right at the beginning if there's no contraindication. I think it's very important to also keep in mind that there are certain patients where there are side effects as a result of these medications, and that
Any urologist in this room? My urology consultant is very, very happy. He says since SGLT2 came, Dr. Mukherjee, our phimosis surgery has gone up the roof. This is not only in India. This is all over the world. And you will be surprised. I am pleasantly surprised. I'm probably one of the highest SGLT2 inhibitors. मेरे clinic में घुसो SGLT2 मिलने वाला आपको. And even I am pleasantly surprised. I spend time asking hygiene. If you get any problem, come. I have had patients on my follow-up who come back with phimosis. So, as you rightly said, cardiologists, nephrologists are using SGLT2 inhibitors without informing them that GTI should have.
I've had a patient who's come back with a circumcision after a complication with that.
So please, when you start SGLT2, please spend 30 seconds of your time about telling them hygiene, asking them for ladies to wash, gents to retract the papers and wash the area. And if they get first sign of GTI, to stop the SGLT2 for a couple of days, get that treated. Now, I don't know what is the definition of recurrent GTI. The indication is stop SGLT2 inhibitors if there's recurrent GTI. So what is recurrent GTI for you? Raise your hands. 2 in 6 months? Will you stop SGLT2 forever? Bolo bhai, kitab mein nahi likha hai. 3 in 6 months? So nobody's answering. So panelists have to answer now. So what is recurrent GTI for you, Pia?
Itching all the time.
Itching all the time? Ye to zyada ho gaya.
And they're just saying, we are so uncomfortable. It is embarrassing. It is hard. Quality of life is hard. And then generally when I start an SGLT2 inhibitor, I will have them come back in 4 to 6 weeks. So they will, and they're aware by then, because I'm reiterating that side effect all the time.
Okay.
The good part now is that we can use it up to an EGFR of almost 20, of up to 20. So that becomes a very big advantage. Even when patients are lost to follow-up, you're not that worried, because that does happen again in our country. We've discussed, I think Finerenone is another drug which is very, very interesting, which we'll discuss in some other meeting, I guess.
Fair enough. So this is Astra session. So there are 4 SGLT2 inhibitors in the world. I mean, there are others in investigation. You have DAPA, you have EMPA, you have CANA, and you have ertugliflozin. ERTU is not available to us. So we in India are using CANA, DAPA, and EMPA. CANA most likely has, how many people still using canagliflozin? Raise your hands, please. 1, 2. So CANA wale nahi hai na yahan pe bechare. So now we have EMPA and dapagliflozin. So now between these two, there will be a little bit of discussion. Later on, if you have questions, I've just been told I have 5 more minutes extra, so we can have some more fun. So yeah, role of DAPA in managing HbA1c and impact across Kerr-Me syndrome.
Okay, so why is this not working?
Not moving? Shall I move for you?
Okay, here we are. So basically, of course, when people are coming to my clinic, their first thing is their sugars. So as an endocrinologist, diabetologist, basically, to them, my work is done if I bring the sugars down. That is how they judge. They're not talking about the future cardiac, future renal. So I need to have an agent on board that helps me with that. So DAPA, basically across all baseline A1Cs, like you're looking at the data here, starting 7.9 down to 9.4, over a 6-month period of time, capable of a 0.8 to a 1.3% reduction. So that is a good effect. Of course, the important part over here, the effect is basically glucose dependent. Also, the higher the glucose, the greater the improvement, and therefore it is hypo-free, which is very important for our population as well, associated with weight loss at the same time. In terms of, we also want an agent that gives sustained effect too. We don't want something that's going to fail. So this is a comparison, DAPA MET versus a GLP MET. So you're seeing over here the sustained therapy action over a 4-year period of time as well, which is also important because our patients are famous for not following up. And finally, in terms of its potential, in terms of right from a preventive point to the therapeutic point, right from stage stage 1, let's say, right up to stage 4 of CareMe, it can be used across the board. And as a result of which, like Shella said earlier, our cardio friends, our nephro friends, we ourselves across the board, it has actually unified us in a way, I would say. And I also agree with the final statement over here that you said that I have to look for reasons not to put this on. Rather than reasons to put it on, I have to find reasons not to put it on, because everybody, again, should go out with this drug.
So she mentioned about the metabolic aspects, glycemic control and across the CareMe syndrome. So Dr. Sheikh, for you, role of DAPA in managing, you spoke about stage 4, right? So a patient comes with heart failure, already has CKD. I mean, definition of CKD is if you have EGFR below 60 or if you have ACR more than 30 for more than 3 months. Your EGFR can be 90, but if you have ACR of 32 for more than 3 months, that is chronic kidney disease. The definition has changed. Okay, so now heart failure and CKD. How does SGLT2 inhibitors, inverted commas, dapagliflozin help?
I think we're all very well aware of this data. I would say this is the data which sort of changed guidelines, made a difference as far as our practices are concerned. Cardiorenal mortality, and I think this data also, Dr. Mukherjee changed got up this entire CareMe syndrome into the picture. Because before this, we were aware, but because we didn't have molecules to offer, we didn't have much to do actually for our patients.
To be fair, canagliflozin did come before DAPA-CKD, but they were in diabetic patients.
Yes, totally agree. So this, I think, data did change the way we looked at our patients to a significant extent. When you look at the primary composite outcome, this is the DAPA-CKD data. Again, to 39% RRR reduction. Most importantly, I think all-cause mortality and composite or CV death or HHF, also there was a 31% and 29% relative risk reduction respectively, which is what is really significant. So the first time I think we saw the data, which also gave mortality benefit as far as your patients are concerned. And that makes a very big difference.
Anybody in this room has not heard about DAPA-CKD study? Raise your hand. Nobody will. How many of you heard this study more than 5 times?
50 times.
5 times में आधे हाथ उठ रहे हैं. बाकी लोगों को भूख लगी है क्या? You must have heard DAPA-CKD by now because DAPA-CKD changed the entire management, isn't it? 5 में ही नहीं हाथ उठ रहा, 50 कहाँ से पूछ? अच्छा, oh, she's saying मैं कुछ undersell कर रहा हूँ. How many of you have heard this more than 50 times? Okay, अब ज़्यादा हाथ उठ रहे हैं. You're right, ma'am. Okay, next, heart failure.
Okay, and across the range of LVF, if we again see the entire data, what do you have? Again, as I said, very impressive data. Most importantly, full range of LVF, it shows benefit. That's first thing, very, very important. The other thing, a question I'll have for you after this, Dr. Mukherjee, when you look at the CV death, all-cause death, very obvious over here, 14% and 10% reduction. HHF data, I think, again, is something which changed the way we practice, the way we looked at our patients. I think, actually, to be honest, once we had this data, that's when we started going back and looking at diastolic dysfunction a little more carefully. Till then, I never really paid attention to that type 1 and type 2 diastolic dysfunction. And over here, you find a 29% and 26% respective risk reduction. Again, MACE data, 10% relative risk reduction and significant reduction across each endpoint.
So I think by now you have heard about metabolic control, which is number 1. I'll just sum up the next 2 slides. So please, from tomorrow, get glycemic goal. Please get your HbA1c below, set your glycemic goal, 6.5, 7, 7.5. Try to get that first and foremost. Please go and audit your clinic. I am ashamed to say that I don't get systolic below 140 in quite a fair number of my patients. And I've got no shame in saying that. Because managing hypertension and type 2 diabetes is quite difficult. Many a times you need 3, 4, 5 drugs, especially when they have CKD. It's very hard to get systolic below 140. Please make sure every visit they come, is there a statin in the prescription or not? Please make sure is there ACE-ARB or not? And please make sure if there's an SGLT2 inhibitor or not, unless and until there are contraindications, which we discussed. So just two summary slides. This paper, I think you should download. This is Naveen Satta, just put Naveen Satta, dapagliflozin. It's a very nice paper. I can't take you through all the circles here. On the top is heart failure, on the left is diabetes, on the right is chronic kidney disease. It's a meta-analysis of all the trials which have been done, and which tells you, I can't take you through each combination here, that no matter whatever kind of a type 2 diabetic patient you think of, SGLT2 inhibitor, this study was to all the SGLT2 inhibitor studies, it will work in every aspect with regards to two things: reduction in hospital and heart failure and cardiovascular mortality, reduction in hospital heart failure or cardiovascular mortality. So if in 2024, August, you're not using an SGLT2 inhibitor in your type 2 diabetic patient, please ask yourself why. And this being an Astra symposium, the summary slide comes with dapagliflozin, and all this has been discussed. On the left-hand side, type 2 diabetes, CKD, heart failure interrelated. We all know that. People with CKD have more heart failure. People with heart failure have more CKD. The people with CKD don't die a dialysis death. They don't die a renal death. They die a cardiovascular death. So in the end, it all comes to cardiovascular disease. It is important to think beyond glucose control. Of course, beyond, but first glucose control. And act early. We heard about stage 0, stage 1. Guidelines, dapagliflozin or SGLT2 inhibitor is recommended as one of the cornerstone therapies. One. You heard about heart failure, there are 4 therapies. CKD, there are 7 therapies. Now we come to the middle part, declare DAPA CKD, DAPA heart failure and deliver. If you're practicing today and you want to practice evidence-based medicine, these are the 4 trials which you should know. Declare for dapagliflozin. On the empagliflozin, you have the EMPA-REG. DAPA CKD, you have EMPA-Kidney. You have DAPA heart failure and deliver, you have the other studies. And on the right-hand side, dapagliflozin shows more evidence in reducing all-cause death compared to empagliflozin. This is meta-analysis, real-world data all put in together. And original dapagliflozin, now this is the big question because there are so many dapagliflozins available. Original one, all the studies were done with the original one. If you want to extrapolate all that to the generics, up to you. So I think with that, it's my pleasant duty to thank my 2 panelists. Sorry to trouble you a bit, but you both handled yourself very well. And I hope the audience did enjoy and learn something from the last 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, moderators and panelists. It was a wonderful, interactive and immersive experience that we had as audience. And we would love you to have a group picture, please.
Sir, question.
Sir, any quick questions? Yes, please.
So excellent presentation by the panel. And I feel as a family physician, this was all diabetologist oriented. As a family physician, what I do, whether I'm doing it right or wrong, you please guide me for the family physician community. Type 2 diabetes, when I diagnosed for the first time in my clinic, for primary cardio, the CAD prevention, I do start with statins, ACE inhibitors, beta blockers, and aspirin. So whether I am right or wrong, for prevention of coronary artery disease, and along with that, what type of anti-hypoglycemic agents should I use?
This is the entire chapter of diabetes. If we start, we will be here for a long time.
So you can just give guideline for family physicians.
Shortwise, sir, glycemic control, to me, the best combination, you can disagree with me. To me, the best combination is metformin, SGLT2, GLP-1. Patient cannot afford GLP-1, majority of them cannot. Metformin, SGLT2, and a DPP-4 inhibitor. Start with the combination. I'm a very strong proponent of, in fact, 2 weeks ago, I gave that oration on combination therapy. For hypertension, I think ACE inhibitor or A2RB. Aspirin, if they have got one more risk factor, which majority of them have. Beta blocker, I won't start at the very onset. Beta blocker will only come if there is heart failure. So, and of course, sorry, thank you. And of course, the statin. So this should be the prescription for all patients. Anybody wants to agree, disagree?
Statin, I would start depending on the agent. Aspirin, if more than one risk factor.
45 plus 1 risk factor. Would you start or not? This is a controversial area, but my practice 45, 1 risk factor, which majority will have. They will have either hypertension or dyslipidemia or obesity. I would start that. I mean, you can disagree. There's no nothing. Smoking, tobacco, so highly prevalent. Should continue.
Yes, I think it was a wonderful doubt-solving session as well. And thank you so much, sir, again. Thank you, panelists. Thank you. Please accept your mementos. I'd like to now invite the chairpersons for the next session, current therapeutics, starting with SGLT2 and its combinations as first-line agents. Mr. Rajesh Rajput, Dr. Rajesh Rajput and Binayak Sinha. Can I invite Dr. Aparna to chair? Dr. Alpana to chair, please. I now invite Manoj Chawla, sir, for your first talk.
Thank you. Well, Binayak unfortunately has fallen ill, not been able to travel from Kolkata. Dr. Rajesh, I believe, is in the other room. So, thank you. Well, my job's made easier with the entire conversation on what drugs to use and dapagliflozin data being presented. I'm going to be speaking about SGLT2 and its combinations as first-line agents. So, we had that conversation, newly detected risk factors, what to do. So the first-line therapy for treatment has traditionally been metformin, and many would still agree with this. Alternative initial treatment approaches to metformin are acceptable depending on the comorbidities, patient-centered treatment factors, and glycemic management needs. This is what the ADA says now. So the question often asked is, should metformin still be the first-line drug treatment in patients with diabetes with high cardiovascular risk? And let's hear the argument from both the sides. So for metformin, well, as first line, no evidence in head-to-head trial that suggests that metformin is inferior. None of the CVOTs were conducted in the absence of metformin. All of them will have patients, almost 80% as baseline metformin. No clear evidence exists that metformin mitigates any cardiovascular benefit. UKPDS always showed significant reduction in MI and all-cause death where metformin was used, and it's inexpensive, minimal side effects, affordable by all. Argument against using metformin is interesting that available evidence of CV benefit with metformin is less robust than the GLP-1s and SGLT2s, which we have seen in the CV outcome trials. Possible mitigation of CV benefit if used with SGLT2. There have been recent sub-analysis reports which have suggested that. UKPDS showed benefit in MI and all-cause death with metformin, but had minimal patients with established ASCVD. This was more early detected patients. Meta-analysis of RCT found no significant reduction in CV cause of death. Use of metformin alone might delay the use of these agents. So, really, do we want to wait for that to happen or start offering benefits of the other drugs right from the beginning? You look at the standard of care in diabetes in 2024, well, it mentions in various categories with heart failure, with ASCVD, with CKD, the importance and need to use drugs like SGLT2 and GLP-1s. But it also talks about the use as metformin as the baseline, and then using any of these preferential drugs were not mandated or were not absolutely compelling reasons for the same. It also talks about using SGLT2 with proven benefits. So are all SGLT2 inhibitors the same and on the same page? No, clear evidence suggests that. So when you talk about the recent 2023 ESC guidelines in the management of cardiovascular disease in patients with diabetes, the ASCVD benefit, well, metformin still has class 2 and a level A evidence. SGLT2, much better, class 1 and level A evidence. This is for ASCVD. For heart failure, again, metformin is class 2 level A. SGLT2 scores over metformin with a class 1 level A evidence. And similarly, for renal benefit, it's SGLT2 inhibitors all the way. Metformin, we know we got to be cautious when it starts dropping to less than 45, the eGFR. Now, when you look at the management of cardiovascular disease in type 2 diabetes and the algorithm for the same again, it will strongly talk about two classes of drugs. GLP-1, great drugs, especially if ASCVD there, but yet early days in our country where affordability of GLP-1 and tolerance may still be an issue. It all boils down to SGLT2 inhibitors. Wide array of SGLT2s available today, many having gone off patent. The use is clearly increasing and mandated in many such situations. What about CKD patients? Well, I clearly mentioned the level evidence there. Clearly the first line drug. I mean, today every patient with CKD probably needs to be offered an SGLT2 inhibitor which has evidence. And DAPA clearly, with its studies and data, outscoring through many other drugs within the same group. So the rationale for early use of SGLT2 in patients with type 2 diabetes, favorable tolerability profile and low potential for hypoglycemia. Let's remember, still the biggest limitation in treating diabetes is the occurrence of hypoglycemia. Beneficial effect on cardiovascular risk factors proven through many CV outcome trials. Patients with type 2 diabetes and established CVD or CKD and CV risk factors becomes the drug of choice. And strong data for prevention of cardiovascular and renal events in patients without established CVD or CKD through trials like DECLARE, where the significant population was primary prevention as well. Now you look at Avdesh and group's paper, and this is the who's who from the country who's contributed to this question. And the reason for this paper was that no evidence currently available in India on suitability of SGLT2 as first-line agents in patients newly diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. And hence the whole group came across, which did a systematic literature review on 15 domains, compared SGLT2 with metformin in Indian patients newly diagnosed with type 2 diabetes to give us the answer. Well, they looked at different classes of recommendations, level of evidence. So it went through a thorough scientific process to come out with what they had to say. What they go on to say is, of course, when you look at the impact of SGLT2 versus metformin, it effectively reduced HbA1c levels along with both fasting and postprandial glucose. So the first strength is glycemic efficacy. As much as we may today talk about 360-degree approach, holistic approach, let's look at cardiovascular renal protection, we can't move away from the fact that your patients with diabetes need good glycemic control. So glucose control is still centric, but not the only thing that you want to do in patients with diabetes. So point number one, good glycemic efficacy. Today, data for reduction in glycemic variability. I'm always thrilled when AK is involved in a paper we're talking about glycemic variability, because I've been banging my head on the concept of GV and TIR with these colleagues. So it's good that all accepting GV as a metric that we need to look at. So reduction in glycemic variability. Well, there is evidence now for indirect reduction in insulin resistance. Any drug which is reducing glucotoxicity, indirectly reducing hyperglycemia, is having an impact in reduction of insulin resistance. Strong evidence there. Well, we've heard some wonderful conversations on gut microbiome, and I invite all of you again for a path-breaking research lecture tomorrow by Dr. Talukdar from Hyderabad, who's going to be speaking on the gut microbiome in Delhi Hall tomorrow morning. But here again, showing favorable effect of SGLT2 inhibitors, reshaping the gut bacteria and reducing harmful bacteria. Impact on weight, it's not a weight loss medication, but you're getting some weight reduction, variable in different patients, but that's a benefit that we are happy to take. There is some improvement in blood pressure. Impact on lipids for this drug is good, significantly reducing LDL cholesterol and elevates to some extent HDL as well. What's important that this drug is safe for combination with other oral hypoglycemic agents. And you go through the list, whether it's in dual or triple therapy, whether it's being used with sulfonylurea, it's being used with metformin, different combinations. You have data and studies across where it's been used, both the phase 3 trials and real-world data. And all of you can think of it, where do I fit in SGLT2? Can I use it as first-line treatment? Well, yes. Patients who can't tolerate metformin, can I use it? Yes. Can I use it with metformin? Yes. Can I use it with 2 other drugs? Can I use it with patients on 5 drugs and on insulin and yet you're reaching control? Yes, it fits into place at every spectrum. It's just that you, as a clinician, need to decide today, am I going to offer it as a 4th drug? Am I going to offer it as a 3rd drug, a 1st drug? Or I want to use it in a combination right from the beginning when it demands it. Also, evidence that it's reducing the risk of hypoglycemia. In terms of adverse drug and side effects, a lot has been spoken about that. But again, it reported presence of genital mycotic and urinary tract infections possibility. We need to be smart about it. We need to pre-warn our patients. And in some patients where it's too bothersome, whether it is GU infection or occurrence of UTI, you may want to withdraw this drug. Fortunately, that percentage of patients is 10 and lesser, but as I said, we need to be vigilant there. Cardiovascular protection, well, the more we speak about it, there is going to be more and more data being generated. So SGLT2 effectively reduces cardiovascular disorder and risk factors. Look at the data there. Deliver, Soloist, Emperor, DAPA-HF, Vertus, DECLARE. All these have been with SGLT2 inhibitors with that huge strength of data for its cardiovascular superiority. Again, renal protection, good data. So this all comes from AK's paper published in JAPI, where they have emphasized and shown evidence for SGLT2 inhibitors. And also today, largely cost effective. In fact, many may not realize today that your dapagliflozin is actually cheaper than many of the other combinations available. The traditional combination drugs, dapagliflozin and its combination may actually be cheaper for most of the brands available. So it continues to be cost effective. So they concluded that it's recommended the first line treatment option for managing newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes in India, and it's a strong recommendation by the group. DAPA, for its strength, is the preferred SGLT2 for early inhibition on the basis of many trials like DELIVER and DAPA-HF, which gives dapagliflozin specifically the strength. Also, the need for combinational approach. If the initial A1C is more than 7.5 today, early combination therapy with 2 agents may be included, and for those with an initial A1C of more than 9, I think clearly today we know the need for creating good glycemic legacy, good metabolic memory. Please don't waste time in most of your patients. You may very well be safe in using 2 or 3 drug agents. If it's more than 9, you're safe. In the past, why didn't we do that? Because we didn't have drugs that were safe. We were worried that from the beginning we wanted to do metformin and then sulfonylurea and then drugs because we were worried about the possibility of side effects. Today, you have drugs which don't cause hypoglycemia in its combination. You have drugs with huge data on cardiovascular protection, renal protection. So why not offer this benefit from the beginning? What's the point in waiting for 10 years of diabetes and then start offering when the damage is done? The ACE algorithm very clearly recommends the same thing. A1C more than 7.5 today, start with 2 agents, more than 9, consider 3 agents. So SGLT and DPP-4 together have synergistic benefits, beneficial effects on the time and range, influencing both fasting and postprandial hyperglycemia, helpful in reducing glycemic variability and targeting different pathologies, and hence, as I said, a symbiotic combination. DAPA-CITA has had rationale for early initiation, rapid and sustained glycemic control, improvement in insulin resistance, some data on reduction in adiposity, decrease in metabolic and vascular risk, safe as a combination, simplicity for better adherence. And we very often said that for a combination of, in the past we said that for a DPP-4 and metformin combination. Today very often we say that for an SGLT and DPP-4 or an SGLT DPP-4 metformin, that kind of shut it, forget it principle that in most cases you're safe when you're giving this drug, you'll not be troubled by the patient soon. So an FDC of DAPA and CITA improves various glycemic parameters. Once daily administration in Indian type 2 patients, this is by Bhattacharya and all, again published in JAPI, they've shown reduction in average daily glucose, improvement in time in target, and reduction in the time above target, which is, again, to remind, the target where we talk about is 70 to 180 in most populations. Patient profiling and outcome assessment. So here we're looking at not just CITA, what about vildagliptin? Does it have evidence? So there has been some evidence for vilda 100 milligram along with DAPA as an FDC in patients with type 2 diabetes, again showing the reduction in A1C. What it also showed that higher the baseline A1C, higher the drop. And that's what I would urge all of you today. When you attend meetings like these and you see data of A1C reduction, always try and look at the baseline HbA1c. You know, somebody may stand up here and say that you're talking about 9% and use 3 drugs, but the data shows that each drug is causing only 0.7% reduction. So how do I get my patient to 6.5? Well, that 0.7%, 0.6%, 0.8% is when the baseline A1C in most of the trials has been 7.8 to 8. The moment you see a sub-analysis of that group where the baseline A1C is 9% or above, you'll see a completely different reduction in A1C. So when you're starting at 9%, your each drug is going to do extremely well. So why do we still need the combination? Because of the multiple benefits and protection it offers without causing hypoglycemia. So there's been data for weight drop. Again, let me remind you, this is not a weight loss medication, but does offer the benefit of some weight reduction. Let me quote Dr. Sharma's ADMIRE study. First-line treatment with DAPA and metformin FDC is effective and safe in patients with uncontrolled hyperglycemia. Well, they looked at what was happening in real-world scenario. 68% patients in their cohort had obesity, 50 had hypertension, a baseline A1C of 9.34, plus minus 1.42. 78% were already on other additional hypoglycemic agents. What did they still see? 2.19% A1C reduction with a 4.2 kg average weight reduction. Again, not a weight loss drug, but causes some appreciable weight loss in a lot of patients there. So early intensive therapeutic control with a FDC of SGLT2, DPP-4 metformin has proven benefits and improvement of glycemia, reducing adiposity, reduction of metabolic and vascular risk, simplicity for sustainable compliance, and safety. This was the regulatory approval trial done for this FDC, which is now available in India and already widely used. They compared DAPA, sita, metformin in patients who were poorly controlled with metformin versus sitagliptin and metformin combination, and an FDC of just DAPA and metformin. So you're comparing 3 of these, where you're using DAPA, metformin, sita, metformin, and then the FDC. And what you see in the first graph on the left is where the triple drug combination was used. It's significantly more mean reduction in A1C, up to 1.73, significant reduction in fasting plasma glucose, postprandial glucose, significant greater reduction in body weight, and patients achieving less than 7% was significantly higher at 38.5% as compared to the 2 other comparable groups. So the key message in today's conversation that I wanted to have was early initiation of SGLT2 inhibitors offers significant advantages in achieving and maintaining glycemic control in patients with diabetes. Dapagliflozin demonstrates substantial cardiovascular and renal benefits beyond glycemic control. When I say this, I'm always very clear in saying we are not moving away from glycemic control. It still is central to what we want to do, but we want to offer the added protection of vascular and renal protection. Majority of patients with type 2 diabetes along with comorbidities have demonstrated notable benefits from the use of dapagliflozin and its in combination therapies. And I think we in India are blessed to have these combinations at an affordable price that our patients can get. You wouldn't believe this, but today we have 25 international faculty from all over the world. They actually tell us that how lucky we are that we can offer the benefit of these drugs to our patients. Each of these drugs is mighty expensive in their country, and it will take a long time for them to be able to offer these drugs. So I think knowing that what these triple drug combinations can do at an affordable price for our patients, I see no reason why we should be not offering the benefit to patients right from the word go. Thank you so much for having me here. Thanks, Alpana.
Thank you for that talk, Manoj. I think we'll go into the discussion once Dr. Abhichandani finishes his talk. I'd like to invite Dr. Vinoda Abhichandani onto stage. His topic is glycemic durability in a type 2 diabetic patient, learnings from the Verify India trial.
Are my slides on? I am honorable chairperson and all esteemed colleagues. Can I have my slides on, please? Thank you.
So Dr. Abhichandani is the diabetes and endocrine physician at Ahmedabad. He's been a principal investigator in several trials. He's a life member of RSSDI and a fellow of Research Trust of Diabetes India as well. He has multiple publications to him. We welcome you, Doctor.
Any issue? I had uploaded and checked in the preview room, so I think it was in place. So, done. Thank you. So again, a very good afternoon to all of you. Over next 20 minutes, how do I remove this, the previous one? Can one of the IT guys come and help me? Because this previous PowerPoint has to be undone. मेरा लगा दो ना यार. Technology hinders at the wrong time. Let's hope it gets rectified very fast. Still,
so I guess, sir, while
Madam,
we have the time, let's have a discussion about what happened. What is your take on the FDCs, sir? The triple combination?
yeah, FDCs are here to stay, in brief. Most of them are PKPD matched, and I believe they are having options with sub-maximal dose of individual components, and that augurs well in terms of at least safety. And 1 plus 1 plus 1 probably gives a better potency than 3 of a single agent, 3 times that of a
So
single
I
agent.
guess the cost as well as the compliance also play a role in using it.
I think in India, just Dr. Manoj explained to us that we hardly have any issue. We are giving most cost-effective. Okay. No, it's absolute final. Can you have the? It should be labeled absolute final. The same one? Okay. And please run it on the slideshow. So I'll start my presentation. I'll cover over next 18 minutes glycemic durability in type 2 diabetes, what we learned from a landmark trial called Verify trial, and we had a Indian input, significant, around 163 patients were contributed by Indian researchers to this elegant trial. So this is a disclaimer. This set of slides are issued as a scientific service to medical professionals. And this is the flow of my presentation. I'm going to start with a brief introduction, look at the worldwide and India prevalence of diabetes and how much burden it costs to us, it causes to our economy. And then look at durable glycemic control as an important goal and associated difficulties. Okay, that's good. And the benefits of glycemic durability. And then look at global verified trial coming next to the Indian subset analysis, some guidelines, a single slide attributed to guidelines, and then I'll summarize my presentation. So type 2 diabetes is a metabolic disorder characterized by insulin resistance and progressive deterioration of beta cell function. Glycemic control is a crucial component of diabetes management, as hyperglycemia is a significant risk factor for disease progression and vascular complications. I think all of us would agree to this statement. Although multiple clinical trials have demonstrated that intensive glycemic control reduces the risk of complications, it remains challenging to achieve long-term durable glycemic control in our clinical practice. And why this challenge is existent? Because it stems from both the lack of fundamental therapies addressing progressive beta cell dysfunction and therapeutic inertia experienced by both of us, healthcare providers as well as our patients. Diabetes, as we all know, is one of the fastest growing global health emergencies of the new century, 21st century. As of 2021, according to the 10th edition of IDF Diabetes Atlas, there were 537 million people suffering from proved type 2 diabetes, aged 20 to 79 years. And they are supposed to jack up to almost 754 million by 2045. That is a significant 46% rise, despite whatever we are doing currently or we may be doing in the future. And if you look at the Southeast Asia, the number 2, I have labeled it, that's relevant to us. Almost there were 90 million established diabetics in year 2021, according to the IDF Atlas. Out of these 90 million, 74 million were calculated to be in our country, and this is going to scale up in an exponential 68% whopping rise to 152 million by year 2045. But this 2021 data has been contested by last year's ICMR India study, and they released more ominous figures for us, around 10.1 crore established type 2 diabetics and around 13.6 crores pre-diabetics. So you can just imagine the quantum of NCD burden we are experiencing. So this big jump of around 40 million, around 61.3 million in year 2011, as far as our country is concerned, to around 101 million as calculated in the last year's ICMR India study. So this has occurred over a gap of over 10 years, and number of people living with diabetes in Southeast Asia is predicted to reach 152 million by year 2045. So why this is happening? So despite availability of well-defined treatment in majority of the people that we cater to and our persons with diabetes from our daily practice, still they are far from ideal control. They are far from the general ideal goal of achieving HbA1c of 7%. So how many of them are off that target? Almost 76.6% of type 2 diabetes patients in India have poor glycemic control. So why this is happening? A combination of insulin resistance as well as beta cell dysfunction accounts for progressive nature of type 2 diabetes, which leads to inability to maintain glucose control. And in turn, there is an increased risk of micro and macrovascular complications. So what is the need of the hour? It is intensive long-term glycemic control to reduce risk of complications, mortality, and improve the quality of life. And I already mentioned most of the journals, advise our patients to remain below 7%. And if they can tolerate ideal HbA1c of 6.5 without gaining weight or without experiencing hypoglycemia, nothing better than that. So long-term durable glycemic control is remaining a challenge forever. And that is mainly due to a decline in beta cell function and clinical inertia. So if we are able to pick up our persons with diabetes early and ensure that they come to a target HbA1c goal as quickly as possible without experiencing any side effects, and then they would be the people who would probably have, experience long-term glycemic durability, especially when they are new onset in terms of detection of type 2 diabetes. So this is a meta-analysis from a randomized controlled trials of around 5 years prior to year 2017. It was published in year 2017. And it just emphasized the fact that stringent glycemic control using therapies with high glycemic durability remains the crucial requirement for the prevention of long-term complications. So what were their findings? Intensive versus less intensive glucose control led to around 20% reduced risk of diabetic kidney disease, 13% reduced risk of eye events, and appreciable numerical reduction in blood pressure, cholesterol, and other atherogenic subfractions. So how do we achieve the ideal goal of glycemic durability? For testing this hope, a very elegant study was conducted, goes by the name VERIFY, which stands for Vildagliptin Efficacy in Combination with Metformin for Early Treatment of Type 2 Diabetes. It was a multinational, multi-ethnic study where 254 centers from 34 countries contributed around 2,001 patients. India also contributed 163 of these, and several continents were involved. And this was the study design. It was basically a randomized double-blind 2-arm parallel group study consisting of a screening visit, if you look at the bottom, a 2-week screening period, and then a 3-week metformin run-in period where the metformin dose was escalated from 500 milligram per day to around 1500 milligram on an average per day. Then the patients were randomized into 2 groups. Period 1, where the top group had from day 1 a combination of metformin 1000 milligram twice daily plus vildagliptin 50 milligram twice daily. And at the bottom you are seeing metformin monotherapy patients who had placebo as a company. So what was perceived as time to initial treatment failure? Between a gap of 13 weeks, if there was a HbA1c persisting above 7%, this was taken as a time to initial treatment failure. It could be 6 months, it could be 8 months, it could be earlier. So once this failure was registered, the metformin vildagliptin cohort was untouched. They were probably emphasized in terms of lifestyle and diet, but the placebo users were converted to metformin and vildagliptin. So by the period 2, everybody was on metformin 1000 milligram twice daily plus vildagliptin 50 milligram twice daily. And then time to second treatment failure was considered when these patients required when they escaped control, when their HbA1c is again scaled above 7%, and when they required insulin therapy in form of basal insulin initiation. So what was the difference? So those who were in initial cohort on double therapy, dual therapy of vildagliptin plus metformin had a 49% significant reduction in risk for time to initial treatment failure with combination treatment with vildagliptin plus metformin over almost the complete 5-year period. And I'll show that data very shortly. And patients on metformin monotherapy tend to fail early. So this is the global data. So interquartile range, time to failure was around 156 weeks in metformin monotherapy users that came to around 3 years compared to 269 weeks that came to around close to 5 years in initial combination therapy cohort. So 50% patients failed metformin at 3 years versus 5 years for early combination therapy. And the risk for time to second treatment failure, that means the need to initiate a basal insulin, offer them a basal insulin. There was a 26% significant reduction in risk for time to second treatment failure with combination treatment with vildagliptin plus metformin over 5 years compared to metformin monotherapy users in the initial phase. So all these statistics that I have shared, the percentage, all of them are having very strong p-value. That is why they have statistical significance. So we'll now look at the India subset analysis. 163 out of the 344 participating patients from Southeast Asia were from our country. That came to around 47% of this cohort. And the risk for time to initial and second treatment failure in Indian patients, early combination therapy versus initial monotherapy. That is what is being compared within the Indian subset. So there was a 53% reduction in risk of time to initial treatment failure with early combination therapy compared to initial monotherapy. That means they remain under control much longer than metformin monotherapy users. And how many of them needed basal insulin therapy? So monotherapy component, almost 59% needed addition of a basal insulin compared to just 43% of early combination therapy cohort. And Indian patients on metformin monotherapy tend to fail very early. I mean, within 1.5 years compared to the global remaining cohort who took almost 3 years to need a second or to get converted into metformin plus vildagliptin user. So you have 50% Indian patients failing initial monotherapy with metformin at 1.5 years versus 3 years for global cohort. And median time to initial treatment failure, early combination therapy versus initial monotherapy. So this is now comparing the Indian component only, 163 patients. So those who were on monotherapy, they failed very early, almost within 1.5 years versus 4.75 years, means almost close to 5 years of sustained durable glycemic control in the group which was put on initial fixed dose combination of vildagliptin 50 milligram and 1000 milligram of metformin twice a day. So, and again, look at the Indian subset. So how many of Indian patients who were on monotherapy initially or who were from day one on combination therapy needed basal insulin initiation? So 58% reduction in risk of time to second treatment failure. Again, emphasizing that initial combination therapy for our population is very, very effective. We as ethnic Indians respond very well to dual therapy rather than metformin monotherapy. And all of us to try to, employ this strategy in our day-to-day practice. So if you look at the percentage-wise, 37.2%, again, this is India versus Indian substrate, means monotherapy versus Indian initial early combination therapy. So almost 58% gap in percentage-wise, 37.2% at the end of, just 1.5 years needed in basal insulin, whereas the people who needed basal insulin in the early combination cohort, needed it much later, almost 4.5 years and thereafter. So what is the take? This is the second last slide. I will finish my presentation in time. What about various, it's not working. So ADA ESD consensus statement in 2018 recommended that providers should engage in shared decision making, which is very important. Patient is at the center of all conversation, and we have to win the confidence of our patient, explain all the pros and cons of therapy that we are discussing with the patient, and come to a conclusion. But initial combination therapy did figure in the 2018 consensus statement. Then the ADA ESD statement in 2022. So they became more bold, more boldly recommended early combination therapy for additional glycemic efficacy or cardiorenal protection. And can be considered at treatment initiation to extend the time to treatment failure. So now besides time to treatment failure, as Dr. Manoj also said, glycemic control is also as much important as looking at the cardiorenal metabolic complete continuum. So apart from just, delaying the treatment, time to treatment failure, it's important to quickly control their sugars. And in the younger people with diabetes who are less than 40 years of age, it's very strongly recommended to offer them early combination therapy. ADA 2023 standards of medical care, they are still conservative. They are recommending early combination therapy with a goal to extend the time to treatment failure. So I come to my summary slide. So all of us know, and we have been daily experiencing this, India has a huge burden of diabetes, with more than 75% of them having uncontrolled HbA1c levels, at least above 7. Indian type 2 diabetes patients tend to fail earlier on metformin monotherapy compared to the global type 2 diabetes population, which indicates a more malignant and faster progression of the disease. So all pathophysiologies come into play in a very strong and rapid manner in our population. Early combination treatment approach with vildagliptin and metformin in newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes patients significantly and consistently improves glycemic durability compared with metformin monotherapy. So we would always like our patients to remain at goal from day one. That is the message. And for that, we need to offer them a combination therapy. One of the options is combination of vildagliptin plus metformin. And most of the recent international diabetes care guidelines recommend use of combination therapy at treatment initiation to extend the time to treatment failure. But I think I just don't agree with the last statement in toto, because the aim is also to control the sugars from day one. It means ABCs, besides that, glucocentric approach is not to be discouraged. That is also the prime requirement. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. If there are any questions, comments, or criticism, everything is welcome.
Thank you very much, sir, for the very lucid conversation. I think I open this session for any questions. Would anyone have any questions for the session?
I think ऐसा ही बात सुन पाऊंगा. You are loud enough. So.
Sir, a quick question for Manoj Chawla, sir, who had delivered a talk earlier. With respect to SGLT2 inhibitors, so we're definitely now starting to include it in the first line of management very often. One quick question was, sir, with respect to patient who is near normal weight or underweight also on SGLT2 inhibitors, any contraindications or any precautions that we ought to take?
So a good question, Anirudh. So actually, when we talk, even a patient who's normal weight or lean looking does have in India the abdominal adiposity. The cardiac risk remains the same for such an individual also, and so does the renal risk. So actually, there is no contraindication to use an SGLT2 inhibitor for a normal weight or even a lean person, especially if that patient has comorbid heart failure or early CKD, you would still want to offer the benefit. The practical issue comes in that you as a physician know the benefits and offer. Sometimes the patient and families come back because they've lost some weight. And the weight perception or the body figure perception is so important in India that they come back and saying, hey, doctor, change this drug, I'm losing weight and my clothes have gone loose, nobody likes the way I look anymore. So that's a problem that we come across often. Well, you have to have a conversation about the possible benefits, but sometimes that becomes an issue, but otherwise there's no contraindication per se.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Can I put a question to you, Dr. Manoj?
There's a question for
that,
you.
Yeah, okay, please. Yeah. Yes.
That metformin should be started in lower doses and escalated. Actually,
That
practical life, we are not doing that much. But what's your take on that with these combinations?
See, instant release metformin may be, disturbing to our GI tract, may challenge the GI tract normalcy. So if you are using extended release or a sustained release preparation, you can start with a modest dose and build up. So modest dose is at least 500 milligram once a day. If you give below that, there is hardly any benefit accruing to the patient. So, and what I wanted to learn from you, Dr. Manoj, you are the master of SGLT2 and everything else. So does it cause any significant sarcopenia? See, the weight loss initially is osmotic. Later on, it is fat, fat, and fat. That is what the companies claim. So beyond 5, 7 years, and durability up to 5 years have been defined. Longer time durability, I don't know about SGLT2, you would know better. But does it cause any significant sarcopenia? Because some of the patients do really.
True, sir. I think that's what I referred to when I said earlier about the weight loss and the body perception. Well, as you rightly said, the data has shown more of fat reduction. So they've looked at MR scans and body fat analysis. It has largely shown fat loss. But along with that, if you look clearly, there is some amount of muscle loss in that data as well. Predominantly fat, but muscle. Now, for an individual who's lean, who's anyway struggling to get more meat onto his or her bones, this little sarcopenia or muscle loss is also an issue for them. So that is where in India, in real world scenario, sometimes you have to balance out the possible benefits of what this may offer a few years from now from the current discomfort that the changes may bring about in the patient. So I wouldn't definitely say that there is sarcopenia, but yes,
some degree of muscle loss.
Yes, so I think you take it with each individual.
And I think the last comment, if the honorable chairperson permits me, you are okay? So
we have a minute.
DKD patients are, again, they are cachexic. They are already having sarcopenia. And we are all the time now aware and using SGLT2 inhibitors to protect their kidneys from.
So I think that's why,
agreed, sir. Protein intake has to be, I think, balanced very well.
A lot of patients who, the larger aspect of being cachectic are, of course, the patients who are on renal replacement therapy. Clearly, as of now, we know that we have to discontinue these drugs when patient gets into renal replacement therapy. You have clearance up to 20
that
GFR,
is the lowest. Yeah.
Right, which is the lowest that you can go. Very often, you may not use it, rising creatine and other aspects there. But, when we say about what the drug has shown clearance, the idea is not that you start offering it to patients when the GFR drops to 30. The idea is the benefit seen much earlier, so you start offering it
when
patients
below
when
45,
at 60 and there for the potential benefits. Right?
So hyperfiltrators are the best people to benefit,
from this drug. Yes.
So thank you very much. I think now the time is getting 0-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, chair persons. Thank you so much. And please accept the memento, sir. And group photo also, sir, please. Abhichandani, sir, group photo.
country. And the data was alarming that in spite of knowing insulin for years, now a centenary, we have been working with insulin, but still, it was like the diabetes is still uncontrolled. We are still failing. And you will be surprised to know that only 25% of the diabetes population is on insulin. And do you know the clinical inertia? We begin insulin or introduce insulin when the HbA1c is more than 9, and that has been more than 9 for years. So that was the data which we were already aware, but we almost re-emphasized the same data with the landmark trial. Now, what is the significance of all this data? Why are we talking this? So this comes from UKPDS trial. The UKPDS trial, as we all know, is one of the landmark trials, and we all have been discussing UKPDS in almost all of the meetings of diabetes. And the UKPDS trial had two arms. One was the conventional arm, which was a relaxed arm, and another was the very tightly controlled arm. So after a period of time, a point of time when the study was over, and there was 1 year period, and after 1 year period, both the arms were actually lost, and there was a time when the HbA1cs were actually merging, like they were almost same in both the arms. And then there was a follow-up period of next 10 years. A decade later, it was found that the arm which was conventionally controlled was still poorly managed and still ending with more complications compared to the arm which was tightly controlled. And though the HbA1c was now similar or maybe even more, still the arm which was initially better controlled had lesser micro and macrovascular complications. So that gave us the concept of metabolic memory. So the metabolic memory or the legacy effect was given to us, and the lesson learned was that if you can achieve your target in the very first year of diabetes diagnosis, then your metabolic complications are further postponed, and maybe you may never have them. So that was a lesson learned, and it was quickly picked up in our clinical practices, and we started emphasizing the significance of achieving HbA1c in the immediate time of diagnosis, maybe. So what happens? You start in insulin. You talk of insulin. You started talking, we all started talking of insulin. We started talking of early insulin initiation. But then what? We started insulin, but we forgot to titrate. So, though the patient comes to you with a prescription of insulin, as Sir said, there is a basal insulin in the prescription, and the patient is very religiously taking it. I'm not doubting that compliance at all, but still the HbA1c is not at target. So 80% of the patients still fail to achieve their target. So where is the fault? Where are we failing? We are failing probably in the optimization or the timely titration. So now this is the data, again, one of the papers from our very Indian authors, and most of them are here in the hall. One of our organizers, our host, Dr. Manoj Chawla, he is also one of the authors of this paper. So they have given us this paper saying what are the best practices and tools for titrating the basal insulin. So it was based on the Delphi model, and it was found that in spite of whatever dose you recommend, like even all of our prescriptions, they are going up to 40 units maybe, but the patient will come back to you कि डॉक्टर साहब बहुत ज़्यादा थी तो हमने कम कर ली. आपको कैसे पता था कम थी? Were you having a hypo? No, they were not having any hypo, neither symptomatic nor documented. But they had a feeling, the gut feeling that the dose is pretty high, so let me reduce it down. So the average dose that most of the patients are around is 16, 14, 18, because they know 10 is the initiating dose which the doctor had recommended, and then they were titrated up to 40, but they thought, no, 18 is okay for me. So they have themselves decided. So the titration is one part where we are still lacking. Now, what about the titration? What we know? We know that if you titrate quickly, like within 12 weeks, we are not in a hurry. Quickly does not mean 12 hours or 12 days. I'm talking of 12 weeks. So if you titrate within 12 weeks, you will find that most of the patients will be having achieved HbA1c control. 80% of the population will be controlled within 12 weeks. And this early response will also predict your long-term control and also predict your prevention from long-term complications. At the same time, if you have a hypo in the early 12 weeks, that will also predict your long-term likelihood of developing a hypoglycemia. Another important fact to remember that if a patient has a hypo in the early phase or the early periods of titration, maybe you lose the patient forever. Maybe the patient may never come back to you, they may switch the doctors, and definitely they will give up on insulin. So that part we as clinicians need to remember that hypo is one of the biggest fear factor for most of the patients. So this was a study which has looked into what are the reasons, like what are the clinical inertias, therapeutic inertias at the physician level or maybe at the patient level, what are the most of the inertia factors, why we don't like to prescribe insulin, or why the patients shun away from insulin. And you will find that the biggest fear is fear of hypoglycemia. Of course, it's not mentioned here, but the second biggest factor is weight gain. But weight gain is quite less with the basal insulins, and we're talking of basal generation 2.0. So weight gain is not one of the biggest fear factors in basal insulins. So the biggest fear factor in insulin titration is hypoglycemia. And the biggest reason for our failures is lack of titration. So this is about the basal insulin introduction. Coming to the second point, like what is the glycemia control versus hypo risk? How much is the risk? So you will find that whenever we talk of any insulin initiation, titration, optimization, the first question that props from the patient's side is, Doctor Sahab, sugar niche chale gayi to ya kam ho gayi to? So hypoglycemia is the biggest fear. So we have to adjust our dosing accordingly, as Sir said. We are in no hurry. Begin with the minimum dose, say 10 units, or you can pick up the another schedule of body weight. You can begin with 0.2, 0.1 unit per kg, and then up titrate. Up titration again has many formula. You can go 1 unit every day, or you can go 2 units twice a week, or maybe 3 units twice a week. So it has to be slow up titration, and accordingly you can down titrate also. So that is the biggest rule you have to remember. Then coming to our 2.0. So the 2.0 generation basal insulins, they are safe, safety, efficacy, no weight gain, as I already told you. Dosing flexibility is always there with us. We can slowly up titrate and we can always down titrate. They are stable and the action is prolonged. So 2.0, why 2.0? Why 300 IU? The benefit is they are long-acting basal insulins, effective for 24 hours. So the timing of dosing, you can have a plus-minus flexibility of 1 hour, but for the point of view of compliance, I think, we always tell our patient to take the insulin on the same time every day. That time can be adjusted as per the life schedule or the lifestyle of the patient. This gives us less glycemic variability. So glycemic variability is another important factor that we look into. So this gives us a very smooth control that is effective, sustained, and durable control. Hypoglycemias have not been reported, especially nocturnal hypoglycemias, because as they are peakless insulins, as we talk of, so there are no nocturnal hypoglycemias. Well, look into the various studies that we have. So looking into the PKPD, the pharmacokinetics and the pharmacodynamics of the insulin versus the molecule itself, that is glargine 100 IU versus glargine 300 IU. Another is the addition program. It was a randomized control trial. Then we have the real-world data from the DELIVER and the ATOS trial. We also have data from type 1 diabetes patients who are specifically at higher risk of hypoglycemias. We have data, the real-world data, and the randomized control trials with patient experiences. We have compared the molecule with PKPD, the pharmacokinetics and the pharmacodynamic studies, comparing the molecule with degludec. Patients with a high risk of hypoglycemia, specifically the brittle diabetes variants. Then the BRIGHT study, where the randomized control trials with type 2 diabetes patients. Again, one SCARE study with type 1 diabetes, and the randomized control trials in range studies with type 1 population. So huge data to back up the molecule, that is glargine 300 IU. Now, if we look at it, this is Indian data, most of it, and the ATOS trial gives us the Indian data. There were almost 1,200 Indian patients in the study, and the HbA1c reduction was almost around 2%. Fasting plasma glucose came down by 65 milligram per dl, with almost nil documented hypoglycemia. So 25% of the patients could achieve the target HbA1c by the end of 6 months, and almost 45% of the patients were in the range of controlled HbA1c by the end of 1 year, and all that without reported or documented hypoglycemia is the biggest gain. Again, coming about the insulin dosing in the ATOS study, the dosing if you look at the basal data, and by the end of 3 months, or by the end of 6 months, or by the end of 1 year, you will find that the dose titration was from 14 units to say a max of 20 or 21 or 22. So the dose titration, we began with a baseline of 14 units around plus minus 6, and it was titrated within a period of 1 year up to 23 units. So dose titration was there, and with this dose titration, the target achievement was good by the end of 1 year. So the key take-home message was that glargine 300 IU is effective in type 2 diabetes population in controlling HbA1c, as well as in controlling your fasting plasma glucose, and the postprandial plasma glucose was also controlled. And by the end of 1 year, almost our patients were within the control range. Coming to the BRIGHT study. Now, this BRIGHT study was a study which was comparing the glargine 300 IU with degludec. And you will look at the baseline values. Over a period of 24 weeks, the HbA1c achievement was almost similar in the two arms, one arm with glargine 300 IU and another arm with degludec. So, BRIGHT study data, you will find that as of hypoglycemia, if you talk of, then anytime confirmed hypos were comparatively less in the 300 IU arm. Confirmed hypos, if you talk of severe hypos, that is less than 54, again, they were significantly less. The rate of hypos were also less, and the nocturnal hypos were also significantly less as compared to the degludec arm. So now this was a time for change. The data was changing, the reporting parameters were changing, and this was the time for a new concept, that is time in range. So from 2012, when we began, we started our journey with looking for what are the target ranges. What are the target ranges for fasting sugars? What is the target range for postprandial? Or what are the target ranges for HbA1c? So from 2012, we started our journey. We came to CGM usage. And by the end of 2023, rather than 24 now, we are talking in terms of time in range. So we are more interested in knowing that whether our patient is spending their time, 70% of their time, in range. So with that, we have another studies, we have another data now. And here again, we are comparing, this time we are comparing IDEC with glargine 300 IU. And the dosing of insulin, you will look at the graph and you will find that the dose of IDEC was more, whereas the dose of glargine used, that is 300 IU, was lesser as compared to the IDEC dosing. But at the same time, the smooth variant, the glucose control was much smoother with our glargine 300 IU as compared to the degludec arm. Then we have the flash glucose monitoring studies, which were giving us the TIR, the time in range. And again, we were comparing IDEC with glargine 300 IU. And you will find that the incidences, the dosing of glargine was less as compared to IDEC. And you will find that the number of hypos reported with the IDEC arm were more as compared to the dark blue is the glargine arm. So you will find that the number of hypos was significantly less when we talk of comparison of IDEC versus glargine 300 IU. Then coming to the basal plus range. Here we are comparing the glargine 300 IU plus glulisine versus IDEC aspart. So BD dosing of IDEC aspart compared to the glargine 300 IU with glulisine. Time in range was much better with the glargine 300 IU plus glulisine twice dosing as compared to the IDEC aspart twice dosing. And the p-values were significant if you talk of TIR, that is time in range, or you talk of hypoglycemic episodes, clinically significant, that is severe hypos, less than 54, or the nocturnal hypos. All the parameters, if you compare, you will find that the TIR was much better with glargine and glulisine arm as compared to your IDEC aspart arm. So glargine 300 versus IDEC aspart in insulin-naive patients. Again, you will find that the HbA1c control was almost comparable in both the arms. Glargine 300 IU was associated with less weight gain as compared to IDEC aspart, and it was associated with less risk of hypoglycemias. So coming to the practical considerations in the last 2 minutes of my talk, where I will take you through the practical considerations, though we have already discussed them. Up titration is important. Start with the small dose. Start with 10 units as one of the standard practice plans. Up titrate 1 unit every day, or maybe 2 units twice a week or thrice a week. Standard practices, what we recommend is up titrate twice a week, Monday, Thursday, or whatever suits you, and target your fasting, check your fasting every day. And this fasting is always individualized. There are no standards, like we always individualize our diabetes practice. Then what are the standard questions? What is the initiation dose? You can go by body weight or you can go by 10 units. That is the standard. Timing of injection, any day, flexibility, it's upon your lifestyles, because nowadays it's a corporate era. Most of the people are working overnight at times, late night shifts, online people are working. So timing is their choice, but it has to be fixed. OHs, all OHs can be continued with Glargine 300 IU. Titration regime, as I told you, 1 unit every day, or maybe 2 units or 3 units twice a week. Up to what level you can up titrate? You can go up to, this is very standard, up to half of your body weight. So 0.5 units per kg per day is the maximum limit. After that, we switch over to basal plus and maybe basal bolus. So what are the unique advantages? The advantages, as we've already seen, no hypos, no weight gain, smoother glycemic control, and complete flexibility. So that is Glargine 300 IU. Then coming to the special population, talking of the geriatric population, which is the abundance we have in type 2 diabetes. With increasing lifespan, more of the geriatric population we are facing. Then special populations like renal impairments or even hepatic impairments. The molecule has been found safe in across all spectrum of your patients, all spectrum of your clinical case scenarios, and there are various studies like addition study, ATOS, BRIGHT, or DELIVER studies are there. Pregnancy, it's safe to use, but we have already got the recommendation for Glargine basal. So there are not approval on papers, but we have seen data that patients have received Glargine 300 IU off-label, and there have been no adverse reports, no teratogenic effects, no adverse hypoglycemias, or no other, anything negative we have not been come across. So device, if we talk of, device it's a wonderful device, and that cartridge, because it's a 300 IU, so no calibration is needed. Remember that, no calibration is needed. The cartridge chamber is very much aligned with the cartridge itself, so you have to use the same cartridge along with the chamber, and the pen you can reverse dial it, so there is no wasting of insulin. So the device is also very wonderful and a very smooth device. The plunger does not require a lot of pressure, and there is no reverse no vibrations as such. So any patient can use it single-handedly. So to summarize, the molecule is effective with sustained and durable glycemic control. Titration is easy, and you can teach your patients. Improving the quality of life, the QALYs is very, very important. Flexible dosing. No weight gain, no hypos, once daily injections, 300 IU, that gives you a 24-hour cover. So with that, I summarize. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Minal, for an excellent talk. Thank you, and I congratulate the audience who have a very large number in this room. We understand where we had other choices also, but it really shows that how we are committed for this masterclass insulin session. Thank you, Minal. We'll take up questions at the end of the sessions.
Thank you.
May I now invite
thank you, everyone.
My close friend and very eminent speaker, outstanding endocrinologist from the city of Calcutta, Dr. Kalyan Kumar Gangopadhyay, to kindly come to the dais. Dr. Kalyan had his MD early 90s, MRCP in early 2000, and CCST in endocrinology in 2007. He has worked as a consultant in endocrinology, diabetes at the University Hospital, Birmingham, UK. He has been investigator in several clinical trials. He has won many prizes. I'll just mention about Stephen Whitaker Prize, Endocrine Society Prize, and the Owen Wade Prize. And he has quite a number of publications in the international and national journals. International, he has about 27 publications, which is a great achievement. He had many abstracts. He has 4 book chapters. And currently, he is the consultant endocrinologist at the Sikhi Birla Hospital's Peerless Hospital in Calcutta. But beyond all this, Dr. Kalyan, fondly called as Kalyanda, is a great friend, a great helper, great scientist, and a great organizer. We saw his organization skill in the last IdeaCon. You'll be doing the IdeaCon this year also along with Avdesh and others. And I welcome Kalyanda for this, giving this talk on a very, very important practical topic. It's about intensify the premix insulin. When to intensify premix insulin? One line suffices to mention that premix insulin still is the maximum used insulin in our country. And over to Kalyanda to teach us about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Das, for your kind words. Now, while we wait for the slide to come up, so this talk was originally planned for Dr. Binayak Sinha to be given, but he's unwell. So I'm the Stepney. You know what is Stepney? The spare car, a tire. So does anybody in this room know why it is called Stepney? No. Stepney tire. Why it is called Stepney? Yes, it's okay. So you see, even I didn't know. Just coming from the airport, I just Googled it. So Stepney means, why is it called Stepney? Because the inventors, Thomas Davis, they invented the Stepney car, a tire, in a street called Stepney Street in Wales. And that's why it's called Stepney. So anyway, we learn every day. So my talk is when to intensify. I think the topic is a bit misleading and perhaps incorrect. So when we know, when you are not controlled, you increase it. It should be rather be how, and I'll wade into some controversial areas about sulfonylureas when you're giving premix insulin. So it'll help if I have a pointer, please. So this is my disclosure, and this is the disclaimer. Now, the Indian data at the time of insulin initiation is in front of you. So you can look at north, south, east, and west. It's important to realize that we start insulin when the HbA1c is more than 9%. At that time, look at the fasting, is around 170, 180-ish. And look at the PP, it is touching almost 300. So that's the scenario, and this is PP breakfast. It's same with PP lunch, even crossing 300 at times. Now, the initiation of insulin therapy does not guarantee good glycemic control. Whatever you initiate, that is not key. We started it and we forget. No. We initiate, and then we have to keep on intensifying it. So initiating just the insulin, only for 30 to 60% of your patients will be on target. The rest will not be on target. So you need to intensify. So worldwide, about 60% of patients do not progress in their insulin treatment over a 2-year period. This is not just data for India, and you can see here, even in the United States, more than 60% of patients after insulin is initiation, there is no progress. And this is over 2 years' time. Can I have a pointer, please? Oh, there. Thank you. Rajput Saab, thank you. So now, therefore, this particular slide makes sense in our setup, where PP seems to be the predominant problem. So here you can see, this is actually a study done more than 15 years ago. So if you're targeting fasting blood sugar, you would achieve the target in about 2/3 of the patients, 64%. But if you are targeting PP sugars, then you achieve more than 90% of the patients. This is perhaps more relevant in our setup rather than in the Western world. And that's why in the Western guidelines, they lay a lot of emphasis on the basal insulin. Now, I put a hypothetical case, and I'll ask you just to raise your hands. So this is a hypothetical case. 58-year-old male, type 2 diabetic for 10 years. He's on glimepiride 4 milligrams in the morning, metformin 2 grams, DPP 4 SGLT2. So you've got 4 drugs. So you need 3 drugs for OHA failure. You've got 4 drugs. And yet the HbA1c is 9.3. First of all, ensure compliance. Yes, compliance is done. Lifestyle, done. Then next, It is still high, 9.3. And this is the fasting 180 and PP is 300. Now I'll give you the options, and at the top the case I've put just in case because I tend to forget what the figures were like. This is here. So option 1, option 2, and option 3. Basal, premix 1 and premix twice. So how many in this room, for this patient, you would start or initiate basal insulin? Okay, few hands. I can see few half hands as well, not sure. So raise your hand up, okay. Premix once a day. Okay, and premix twice a day. Okay, so a lot more for premix twice a day. Now, if you start premix for basal, I think all of us will keep the sulfonylurea, right? For premix once, would you keep the sulfonylurea? How many will you keep the sulfonylurea? Raise your hands. Okay. If you're using premix twice, would you keep the sulfonylurea? Okay, still, okay, some people will still keep the sulfonylurea. Okay. So Professor Das and Dr. Negalur, so we have got divergence of opinion. So that's important, that's interesting. Now, this is one of the guidelines you will see in multiple journals coming up. When to start basal, when to start premix. So one of the guidelines given is, if your blood sugar difference between fasting and PP is more than 54, that is the postprandial increment, you should consider premix. Where is this data about 54? Till date, I have not been able to find out where this data has come from. The references, when I see, they give another reference, and when I see that reference, they give another reference. Everywhere is pointing to this. Where is this data coming from? I haven't got the faintest idea. Anybody in this room has got an idea? Please tell me. 54. Why 54? Why not 100? It is 3 millimoles. Why not 4 millimoles? I don't know. But that's the guidelines given throughout. So all in all, if your PP sugars, there's a big difference, like in our case, then a premix insulin makes sense, or rather the prandial component of the insulin makes sense. Now, there was one interesting study called 4T study. What they did, OHA failure, they divided into 3 groups. Gave basal insulin, gave prandial insulin 3 times a day, and premix insulin twice a day. Okay, so basal, prandial 3 times, and premix twice a day. And you can see here, the red is the basal, blue is the prandial, rapid acting 3 times a day, and twice a day premix. So the HbA1c seems to be better with the biphasic and the prandial as compared to the basal insulin. The basal, unsurprisingly, does better as far as fasting sugar reduction is concerned. And the postprandial glucose, again, unsurprisingly, the prandial insulin and the premix does better than the basal. I suppose that's why you get a better HbA1c control. And the hypoglycemia is least with basal, slightly more with the premix, and much more with the prandial insulin. So this actually highlights several issues. That basal insulins do cause less hypoglycemia, but better HbA1c with premix. And it is the prandial component majority of the time which causes the hypoglycemia. Here again, they found that if you have got an HbA1c of more than 8.5, that is the group where the biphasic seems to beat the basal insulin. So higher levels of HbA1c, so in India, it's more than 9% is our HbA1c when we start the insulin. So there, the premix should ideally work better, as from this 4T study. Now, this is the best guideline best guidance, not guideline, guidance I could get. This is about 9 years ago in diabetes therapeutics on starting the premix insulin. Because I do quite often start premix once a day as well. So here what they have advised is, so always the million-dollar question, will you keep the sulfonylurea or we will not keep the sulfonylurea? A lot of debate. So here they said, if you start with premix insulin once a day, choose the highest prandial load. They have said usually the evening meal, which might be more relevant for them, but you choose for your patients which is more relevant. Remember, if you have the same food at breakfast, and lunch, same food, your postprandial increment will be higher in breakfast because of a lot of counter-regulatory hormones, a lot of hormones surge occur in the morning. So you're in a bit of an insulin-resistant state in the morning. So your postprandial breakfast will be a bit higher. So I suppose for our country, it will be not dinner, but more of breakfast. So they suggested that you start with 10 to 12 units of premixed insulin if you want to initiate once a day. Many patients, when you're initiating insulin, as it is, they don't want insulin, and when they want, they said, you're giving me twice a day now. So once a day has got a better acceptance to the patients. So you start with 10 to 12 units once a day. So for our patient, what I would have done, he's taking glimepiride 4 milligrams in the morning. PP is 300. So I might initiate premixed insulin before breakfast and give glimepiride 2 milligram before dinner. I'll keep the DPP-4, metformin, and SGLT2. So premix before breakfast and glimepiride 2 milligram before dinner. Now I see that the sugar levels are fine, continue. But no, the PP sugars are now better controlled, but fasting is high. That means the glimepiride is not working. This patient needs twice a day premix, full stop. And therefore, I would think that the glimepiride has got no role now. So, they've said it. Consider maintaining sulfonylurea with once a day premix. However, they should not be given at the same time of the day as the premix insulin dose. Okay? So that's important to understand. You can see the hypoglycemia, which I have seen, and I'm sure you have seen as well. With the insulin, it's a bit predictable in the sense that if you're given insulin and you started your food, you will not get hypoglycemia within 15 minutes or half an hour. You will get after 3-4 hours. But with the sulfonylureas, it can occur anytime. Many patients who complain of hypoglycemia while they're eating, go back and look to the to the drug history, you will find it is the sulfonylurea which is the culprit. So therefore, you take the premixed insulin if you're taking in the morning, give the sulfonylurea before dinner. If you're giving premixed insulin before dinner, give the sulfonylurea before breakfast. So then, suppose you have, for this guidance, they've said, suppose you start the premixed insulin before evening meal. You check the fasting sugars, that's under control, fine. It's not under control, you increase it to get your fasting sugar down. Not under control, now you think about premix twice a day. This is now you intensify to twice a day. And then you stop the sulfonylurea. So once daily premix, you can go to twice daily premix. You can go to basal bolus. From twice daily, you can go to 3 times a day premix. I'm not a great fan of 3 times a day premix, but that's an option which you have. So this is another expert opinion. Again, patients on once a day premix, if you have got high HbA1c and sugar levels are high, meals are heavy, then you go on to twice a day. Now, when you want to go to twice a day, how to split the dose then? So here is the guidance again. So if you're taking premix once a day and you now decide that the patients will need twice a day, so you split the dose half-half between breakfast and dinner. So if a patient is requiring 20 units of premixed insulin before breakfast, and you think it needs twice a day, so you give 10 units before breakfast, 10 units before dinner, stop the sulfonylurea, now monitor the blood sugar levels, then you adjust keep on increasing the insulin. So the titration regime is there. There's a little bit of difference between the Western guideline and the Indian guideline. I've put both of them together so that you see here. You see, from 110 to 180, everything seems to be the same. But in the Western guideline, less than 80 is -2, but we are a bit careful here. Less than 100, we reduce the dose. Most of the guidelines, see, in practice, actually, we titrate the premix dose based on the PP sugar. But all the trials, or rather most of the trials, 95% of the trials, they have not adjusted the dose based on the post-meal. They have adjusted the dose based on the pre-meal. So if you're giving premix in the morning and premix in the evening, if your before dinner sugar is high, you will increase the breakfast insulin. And if your fasting sugar is high, you will increase your dinner premix insulin. Nowhere have they done trials with checking PP sugar and adjusting it. Now, this is one study. This is the Garber 123 study, where they started with once a day premix, and it works in about 40. So I'll look at less than 7%. In about 40% of patients, it suffices. But this is Western data. In our country, I think this will be more, 50 to 60% maybe. Doesn't work, you go on to twice a day, you get 70%. Doesn't work, you go on to 3 times a day, and almost 80% of the time, you will hit the target. So this is another data, and I couldn't get much data on this actually. So patients on twice a day premix insulin, and this is data from Lancet Diabetes and Endocrinology. So patients on twice a day premix. So you have given twice a day, still not getting control. What to do? So you've got options, basal bolus or thrice daily premix. I feel that basal bolus is the most physiological insulin regime till date. All inpatients should get basal bolus regime, or at least most of them should get basal bolus regime. That is the most physiological regime. But basal bolus means 2 different pens and 4 injections a day. So it's a compromise that we're giving premix 3 times a day. So patients on premix twice a day, either you give basal bolus or thrice daily premix. So this was a trial done to see who wins. And what they found, that the HbA1c drop, and this is data with Lispro mix 25 versus Glargine and Lispro 3 times a day. So what they found was that the HbA1c drop was similar. And they found that actually the post-meal with breakfast and lunch was better with the premix, but the fasting was better with the basal bolus. And the hyperglycemia rates were similar, which you can see here. So all in all, so I've told you from once a day, you go on to 2 times a day. From 2 times a day, you have got option, basal bolus or premix thrice a day. So with premix thrice a day and basal bolus, do we have any data? Yes, there is data to suggest equivalent glycemic control with no difference in hyperglycemia. But I will still maintain that basal bolus is the most physiological. And this is, there's a lot of data with premix Lispro, and this is data with premix Lispro mix 50-50. And there, these are the group of patients who were on basal insulin. On basal insulin, not working. So they changed to premix 50-50 3 times a day versus basal bolus. So basal bolus seems to be slightly better as far as HbA1c is concerned, although the SMBG was similar, 7-point scale was similar, and hypoglycemia was similar. When insulin premix was first discovered in the Western world, they actually started with 50-50. 30-70 wasn't there. They started with 50-50. But because they got scared about the hyperglycemia, that's why they came down to 30-70. And because they prescribed 30-70, we also prescribed 30-70. Whereas I feel in our country, perhaps 50-50 will be more suited. So this is the data you have got with Lispro mix 50-50 as opposed to basal bolus, showing almost similar HbA1c control with similar hypoglycemia. And of course, the Lispro 50-50, it has got 50%, so as compared to the other non-analog premix, it would have a greater postprandial drop. So I think this is my last slide. So when twice daily premix provides comparable glycemic control to basal plus, when intensifying premix analog from once daily to twice daily, split the once daily dose in 50-50, 1 in breakfast, 1 at dinner. When you want to intensify from twice daily premix to thrice daily, when will you add the third? Obviously at lunchtime. How much dose will you add? It is round about 10% of the total premix dose, or 2 to 6 units. So suppose somebody is getting 20 units before breakfast and 20 units before dinner, so that's 40 units, 10% of that is 4 units. So you start with 4 units at lunchtime. Then you increase slowly. And you have got data with premix insulin thrice daily, which was comparable to basal bolus regime in the outpatient setting, which offers more convenience as an option for intensifying insulin therapy. So I think with that end, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kalyanda, for a wonderful talk. I think we stay back for the questions at the end of the session. Now I request Dr. Rajesh Rajput to come on the stage to talk on the subject of ultra-rapid Lispro insulin. And to introduce Dr. Rajput, I came to know today that he has been Director, Department of Endocrinology at Gurugram. He was earlier at Rohtak. He has more than 180 publications in various international and national journals. Editor for books of ITS textbooks, thyroid disorder, endocrine disorders of pregnancy, contributed chapters in many well-known textbooks in diabetes endocrinology, delivered numerous lectures at the various national conferences and fora, Inspiring Diabetologist Endocrinologist Award from the Economic Times 2020, Sanofi Aventis Lectureship Oration Award in the Epicon 2018 at Bengaluru, Sadicot Oration in UP Decon. Stop it. I need to complete this because of... Anyway, thank you very much for accepting invitation. Please go ahead with ultra-rapid.
Third component of insulin therapy. And this is the slide which I always show whenever I talk on insulin therapy, why we need so many different types of insulin therapy. This has been published way back, 1989, that although insulin was discovered somewhere more than 100 years back, but still the goal of physiological insulin replacement remains elusive. And that is the reason probably we need better insulins. We have generations of basal insulins, we have premix co-formulations. Similarly, we have prendial insulins, which are human insulins. We have first generation insulin analogs, and now we have ultra-rapid acting insulin. So today I am going to discuss about ultra-rapid acting insulin. This is physiology of insulin. Now, normally in health, there is a basal insulin secretion, and this basal insulin secretion is required to regulate your fasting plasma glucose and interprendial glucose. It suppresses your glycogenolysis, lipolysis, and proteolysis. Then there is a prendial insulin secretion, which is roughly 50%. There is a first phase and second phase. I will not go into the details. In type 2 diabetes, basal insulin secretion is diminished. First phase of insulin secretion is lost. Second phase of insulin secretion is delayed and prolonged. And also there is defective incretin secretion, or there is defective incretin resistance. Now when we are talking about physiological insulin replacement, whatever permutation and combination we are using for insulin therapy, basal, prendial, it all depends on type of glycemic abnormality which is present in the patient, and we have to mimic physiology. Now, this is a very old concept given by Montier et al. If you have to bring HbA1c into the target range, you have to target both fasting and postprandial. There is no confusion. But what is the difference between Montier hypothesis and from our own countries and Asia, Southeast Asia, that Montier said that your HbA1c more than 10.2, focus on fasting plasma glucose. And that's probably basal insulin comes into play. When you come close to 7, target prandial. In contrast, when we see our own country, Southeast Asia, prandial component of glycemic excursions actually contribute equal to HbA1c irrespective of the value. Which means whatever type of insulin therapy we are choosing, prandial component has to be added either plus, premix, or prandial alone given a clinical scenario. Basal insulin might not be helpful in all patients or ultimately may fail. Now if we see IDF guidelines, this is IDF guidance, is postprandial glucose spikes harmful? And if we see the conclusion, bottom line from the IVF statement, post-prandial glycemic excursion is harmful and actually should be addressed. And why it is to be addressed, if we see, compare our country with the rest of the various countries, even for the same glucose load, we generate more glycemic excursions as compared to other counterparts of the world. Also, we are eating more carbohydrates as compared to other countries, which means prandial component of insulin is very important, and this is also probably one of the reasons that the oral drugs which are addressing post-prandial glucose excursion or incretin defects, they are more effective in our country. Now, what type of targets? Conventionally, we know 2 hour post-prandial is to be there, but when you look for ADA and IDF, they say 1 to 2 hours. 1 hour, we were not talking fast because we do not have prandial insulins to target 1 hour glucose excursion. Whatever type of short-acting insulins we are having, their onset of action and duration of action does not match this 1 hour. Therefore, if we have prandial insulins which can target 1 hour glycemic peak, which is normally happening when we eat, probably we are going to answer this, that therefore ADA and IDF now suggest that we can target even 1 hour after the meal. Now moving from this, we have number of data, which again I am not going to detail you, but 1 hour post-prandial glucose excursion is found to be associated with number of pathophysiological abnormalities, which I have enumerated on this slide. So friends, if we see post-prandial insulins, where do current prandial insulins fall short? The current prandial insulin, the conventional human short-acting insulin and first generation insulin analog, they have a delayed onset of action. If you see human regular insulin, it needs to be injected at least 30 to 40 minutes before the meal. It's a peak onset of action 2 to 3 hours, duration of action 6 to 8 hours. Even first generation insulin analogs have onset of action after 2 hours, which means there is inadequate insulin when it is needed, when glucose excursions are happening, which will result in inadequate post-prandial glucose control. Because of long half-life, normally whenever we eat, glucose level comes to the normal within 3 to 4 hours. So if there is remaining prandial insulin, it will subject the patient to the risk of hypoglycemia. Third important issue with the conventional prandial insulin is, as I have told you, you have to ask the patient to wait for 30 to 40 minutes before you eat. Now with change in lifestyles, busy professionals, children's, they are not going to stop. So which means there is inadequate matching of insulin peaks and glycemic peaks. And the clinical consequence of all these are late hypoglycemia, early hyperglycemia, limitation in mealtime flexibility, reduced adherence, and obviously ultimately poor glucose control. Therefore, when we are talking of a better prandial insulin, they should try to mimic the normal physiological insulin secretion whenever we are eating, which means fast absorption, rapid onset of action, peak should reach within 1 hour, and duration of action, it should come down near baseline within 4 hours. Now, if this we can achieve, then probably we will have a prandial insulin which is close to a physiological prandial insulin secretion in all of us. Now, this is a real-world study. Real-world study to understand how patients are injecting insulin before their meal. And what this study has shown, that majority of patients, 70% of the patient, despite teaching from nursing staff or doctors, they are injecting just immediately before or after meal, which means they must be injecting either a regular human insulin or first generation insulin analog, but still they are injecting immediately before or after. And we know the clinical consequence, which I have discussed with you, inadequate prandial glucose control, risk of hypoglycemia, and poor HbA1c control. Therefore, the expectations from a newer prandial insulin are that they will have a quicker onset of action, peak within 1 hour, duration of action, say by 3 to 4 hours, which means closer to physiology, better control of glucose, and this will also help in bringing down an important new concept which we are now discussing from last 10 years, TIR, time in range. Because if postprandial glucose are not coming under control, time in range is not going to come under the target range. So today I am going to discuss URLI, that is ultra rapid insulin lispro. This is a faster acting lispro as compared to the conventional lispro, which is a short acting insulin analog. Now, how this has been designed, there are two additions which has been done to the lispro molecule. One is citrate, which increases local vascular permeability, and there is also addition of teprostenil, which is a prostacyclin analog, which causes local vasodilatation. Now, by addition of these two components, and there is no change in the molecule, that is, lispro remains same, what has happened that the onset of ultra rapid acting insulin is 11 minutes faster as compared to lispro. During first 30 minutes, with ultra rapid acting insulin, there is threefold greater glucose lowering as compared to conventional lispro. The maximum glucose lowering is observed between 1 to 3 hours, and the total glucose infused during clamp studies between lispro and ultra rapid acting lispro is not different, which means the risk of hypoglycemia is not increased, despite the fact that the area under the curve for exposure of insulin is high during first 2 hours of the insulin injections. Now we have number of prandial insulins. We have regular human insulin. We have ultra fast acting aspart, which is FIASP, and now we are also having ultra rapid acting lispro. So how they compare with each other? This is PK study, and in this PK study, they have observed all the 4 insulins. They have compared. The results of this PK study suggest that if we see URLI, that is ultra rapid acting lispro, is 5.9 minutes faster than FIASP, which is faster acting aspart. It is 12.5 minutes faster than Humalog, which is lispro, and it is 13.9 minutes faster than lower rapid, which is aspart. So this is probably the fastest acting insulin, prandial insulin, which is now available to us. If we are using a prandial insulin, then we have to understand also what is the effect of this insulin on postprandial glucose excursion. So again, this is a study done in healthy individuals where lower rapid, Humalog, FIASP, which is a faster aspart, and faster lispro, which is URLI, they are compared. And you focus on this curve, which is a healthy individual, and this is faster acting lispro. It is almost trying to mimic the physiological glucose pattern with this insulin. So this study concluded that the early PPG profile of faster acting lispro probably mimics the closest as of now what has been secreted in the individual, and as compared to the other faster acting aspart and short acting analog, this insulin will result in better prandial control. Now this is about physiology PK studies. Do we have evidence, proof of concept in phase 3 studies? Now these are actually pronto studies. Now pronto studies were done in type 2 diabetes, type 1 diabetes. There is study which has been done using CGM for finding out time in range. So I will very briefly touch upon these studies. The first is pronto type 2 diabetes study, where ultra rapid acting lispro is compared with lispro, which is the first generation prandial analog, in a basal bolus regime. And as you see, these are 26 treatment studies. The aim of all insulin phase 3 studies are non-inferiority. They are treat to target study. Aim is to find out safety of these studies, and this study has shown that ultra rapid acting insulin is non-inferior to lispro as far as change in HbA1c is concerned. When we see the postprandial glucose excursion using a standard test meal at week 26, there is a lower postprandial glucose excursion with ultra rapid acting insulin. Safety profile equally matched, but what is more important is risk of hypoglycemia, because the subject is exposed to more insulin during first 1 hour. Again, the risk of hypoglycemia is not statistically different between two groups, and there are no other adverse events which are observed during Pronto type 2 diabetes. Moving to Pronto type 1 diabetes study, that is in type 1 diabetes, this is where they have tested actually both pre-meal ultra rapid acting insulin, ultra lispro, and post-meal ultra lispro, and compared it with conventional lispro insulin. Now this study, Pronto type 1 study, show that both mealtime and post-meal ultra rapid acting insulin is non-inferior to insulin as far as changes in HbA1c is concerned. However, if you see these curves carefully, the post-meal ultra rapid acting insulin at the end of the study has a higher HbA1c as compared to conventional lispro molecule, although the difference is not statistically significant. When we look for postprandial glucose excursion, again, whether you are giving pre-meal or post-meal, ultra rapid acting lispro results in better postprandial glucose control as compared to lispro. Again, highlighting the fact we now have flexibility, and the onset of action finishes within 4 hours. When we look for safety, again the safety is equally matched. There is no increased risk of hypoglycemia, and which means both in type 2, type 1, ultra rapid acting lispro results in better postprandial glucose control. Now this is last third study. I am not going to bore you with many studies. This is Pronto type 1 CGM studies to compare glucose control as measured by CGM and comparison between ultra rapid acting lispro versus conventional lispro. Now what this study has concluded in this 26-week study, they have shown that TIR, time in range, is significantly increased in daytime by 44 minutes when you are using ultra rapid acting lispro and comparing it with lispro. When we look for time below range, time in hypoglycemia, it is reduced by around 9.4 minutes. So both time in range and time below range is improved when we are using ultra rapid acting lispro and comparison with lispro. So friends, what I was trying to discuss with you, that we now having a newer, better, faster acting prandial insulin, which is ultra rapid acting lispro. It shows 10 minutes faster onset of action, which results in up to 3-fold greater insulin action within first hour, when actually the physiological glucose is peaking in all of us. The duration of action was shortened by 44 minutes, so its duration of action comes down to plateau by around 4 to 5 hours, which means there will be no risk of hypoglycemia. We are trying to mimic the normal prandial insulin secretion when we are using faster acting lispro. It is superior in control of 1 hour glucose excursion as well as 2 hour. When you see the absolute differences, it is 11.9 milligram per deciliter at 1 hour and 17.3 milligram per deciliter at 2 hour in patients with type 2 diabetes, and it results in a better glucose control within 30 minutes to 4 hours, which is almost a physiological. There is no increased risk of hypoglycemia. Last study which I have shown you, CGM study, time in range, 44 minutes more time in range with ultra fast acting. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. Dear friends, we had really 4 wonderful talks on the masterclass insulin. We'll have discussed in 5 minutes because you hand over at 3:25. It is already 3:25. We'll have only 5 minutes. Yeah.
But we started late.
We started late. Dear friends, we have, so anybody has any question? Before that, Kalenda, I have just one answer for your question that you remember, that is the paper. No, it's not a question. Kalenda, you wanted who published that. It was published in the DMS, Diabetes Metabolic Studies Journal, 2015, issue number 14, page number 17. It is called Aid to Insulin Therapy. It is not a randomized controlled trial. How they arrived at this number they have given, Kalenda, they said 74 was arrived because the difference between the fasting and the postprandial for diagnosed diabetes is 126 and 274, where they suggested you give prandial insulin. below 40, because the difference between the pre-diabetes and the fasting plasma, impaired fasting glucose was 40. They said for the basal insulin and for the premix insulin, they said between 40 and 74. But that leaves a lot of question to unanswered. I just want to tell you that it is published there. My question to you is, Kalyanda, is regarding the dose. You know, Garber advocated 2 to 3 units in the lunchtime when giving a third intensifying insulin. What's your opinion about the dosing in the while you intensify insulin, premix insulin?
Yeah, so I never give 2 units, to be honest.
How much you give
I don't
at
think
lunchtime?
that is not a dose, should not be used. 2 units is quite. So minimum should be 4 units to begin with, minimum. So I use more than 6 units onwards, to be honest, because most of the patients are not
Because of the
controlled.
Indian
So I eat
food
more
type.
than 6 units.
Any question to other speakers, please ask.
Can I ask
Yes,
Moni?
please, yes.
Can I ask a question to Minal? You missed. I'm here, Minal.
Minal here.
Sitting here. Yeah, you mentioned about the legacy effect when you other than type 1 diabetes. What is the molecular mechanism of this legacy effect? How do you explain this? The early intensification of treatment versus late intensification reaps the benefit in terms of good glycemic control. How do you explain this legacy effect?
How do I explain the metabolic memory?
Molecular level.
The molecular level.
Yes.
Yeah, sir, molecular level, like it goes beyond it.
Okay.
I think it's because of the, it goes into, Rajesh, 1 minute, Rajesh. It says it goes into the memory of the mitochondria, that's the metabolic. That's what was explained when this metabolic memory theory came, UKPD's time.
In mitochondria, there are introns and exons,
Yeah.
which are required for repair. In patients of type 2 diabetes, the mitochondrial repair mechanism becomes defective if the initial glucose control is not intensive. Now, whenever this becomes irreparable damage, when later in the life, when we try to bring glucose into control, and even at this time, mitochondria remains defective. It keeps on producing more free oxygen radical. And now, free oxygen radical actually is driving all the pathophysiological pathways. So this is one of the hypotheses that if we control diabetes initially, aggressively, probably we will prevent irreversible damage to mitochondrial machinery.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. And no, that has been extended further by a Chicago paper, Chicago School of Medicine paper in diabetes care, where they have said, Rajesh, that fast-year control matters. If you control fast-year very well, for a very long time, you have this memory, and they have compared 33,000.
Diabetes model that if you control within first 6 months.
6 months, coming down. So
Then
earliest
probably
control.
In long term, even when glucose control deteriorates, the risk of micro-macro is lower as compared to later on after 2 years. If you will not control within first 2 years.
Yeah.
I think they're not calling early aggressive, they're calling it early appropriate control. Now, question from the audience, please.
Dr. AK standing there. AK.
AK, please. My God, I didn't see you, AK. Light is on my eyes, so. AK always a AK-47, so he will now fire. Yes.
Yes, your voice is loud enough.
So my question to Dr. Rajput. You have shown Pronto 1, Pronto 2. Pronto 1 was conducted in adult type 1 diabetes. Where is the data for pediatric type 1 diabetes? This insulin has got a pen, junior pens, etc., etc., but it was not been done in a juniors. So that's very funny that here you have got a trial conducted in type 1 diabetes who are adult. You wanted to make a 0.5 unit dialing unit, which is typically used in pediatric, but the drug has not been tested in pediatric.
In our country, even the basal insulin like 2 GB, it has not been studied in any population. Still, we are using in all populations. Now we are going to have one insulin, which is not still approved in type 1 diabetes in US, but now it is approved in our country. So we are probably...
You are the people who are giving approval.
वो अलग issue है. We are probably...
वो अलग issue है. अरे. Second point was, why don't you conduct a head-to-head trial? If you have developed a faster-acting Lispro, You should have conducted a head-to-head trial with the faster-acting as part. Why there is no head-to-head study to know that A is better than B or A is non-inferior to B?
PK study is conducted with faster.
No, PK, no, I am saying clinical trial.
Phase 3 trial is not done. You're absolutely right. See, these are not in our hands. These are pharmaceutical companies who develop the molecule.
No, but how to promote the drug if you don't have data, not on the best on PK-PD study?
Real world, such type of study. You are right.
Any more
Okay,
questions?
I think we were ready. Yes, please, madam. Please ask. Short question and short answer. Thank you of this.
Sorry, it's a very basic question. Is Actrapid obsolete now? As doctor had
No.
said that 2 insulins pre-mixed you're giving, morning and evening. Instead of that in the afternoon, you can give an Actrapid shot, which works very well and has got a tail-end effect, as Dr. Chadda had pointed out in his talk. So would you not choose an Actrapid in the afternoon with 2 premixed rather than 3 premixed? What's the rationale of that? Thank you.
So Maruti will never be obsolete. So similar to that, Actrapid will never be obsolete.
Absolutely.
It is the commonest insulin used in the hospital setting. Yeah? So it will never be obsolete. You have got n number of options. If you want to intensify, you're absolutely right. If you feel you can add a rapid-acting insulin at lunchtime in addition to premix twice a day, you're free to do that. The only caveat to this is that you're using 2 types of pen. And that's where the convenience and all these issues come out. When premix 3 times a day was first introduced, I thought it was really unphysiological. But the data is there to support. So obvious is saying about data. Now there is data to support that there is a...
Not only premix, there is data with even conventional premix 3070, that is mixed start.
Correct. So there is, although the numbers are small, but there is data with thrice a day mixed start as well.
I think the question, I think Kalyan, the question is, the Actrapid is of equal potency, even with FASP and what Dr. It's only flexibility and convenience and hypoglycemia. So Actrapid will stay, I don't know about Maruti, but for eternity. Now, the last question to Professor Manoj Chadha.
Manoj, I want to ask you a question. We have so many basal insulins available today. Given the choice, would you prefer? Which basal would you prefer and why? We also have the analog insulin, we have the biological insulins, which are basal available.
No, you're talking of different types of basal insulin.
Basal, what is your opinion? Which one would you pick up and why?
So I've always maintained that you need to use insulin first. Once you've agreed to use insulin, then the next question comes, which one will you give? I think if my patient can afford it, I'll go for the 2nd generation basal insulins for multiple reasons. If my patient can't afford it, then generation 1 insulin basal is very good. A little flexibility here and there, little jugaad as we say in Mumbai or in India, that works out equally well.
Friends, big round of applause for this 4 phenomenal, fortunate 4 with phenomenal speakers. Thank you all for attending in large numbers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, speakers and chairpersons. For the next session on the old and the new, we have chairpersons Dr. Sanjeev Shah sir, Dr. Sandeep Rai sir, and Dr. Vasanti Chavan ma'am. Over to you, chairpersons.
जाके बोला क्या सर आपने एक ही पोजीशन चुना हुआ है 56 वापरा क्वेश्चन किया ना उसने ऊपर से 3 मार्क्स है वर्ल्ड में वही दिवसकर का है मैं उसको इसलिए तो मिला दिवसकर को मैं बोला तेरा लेक्चर के लिए दोस्त है ना तो उसके लिए तो मैं अंदर आया तो सुना क्या मैं पौने घंटे से तो वही तो बोला कि दिवसकर अभी तक आया नहीं 4 बजे अभी एंड में तिरस्कर गए
question if there is a time. Yeah. So after exciting insulin discussion on all old and new and latest with dynamic speakers, we move on to this another symposium with another 4 therapy-based talks by national level experts and KOL. So I invite for the first Dr. Rucha Mehta, who has been an board certified, American board certified endocrinologist, had been practicing and in Ahmedabad city at Apollo Hospital as well as in private clinic. Over last 5-7 years, we have seen Rucha Mehta talking on obesity at many platforms, has probably had been, have become an expert in India. Over to you, and we would look forward to new therapy from you.
Great. Thank you so much, and congratulations to Purvi and Manoj for such an excellent conference and also for hosting the World Congress for Prevention of Diabetes. So therefore, I think the Obesity Symposium falls right in place when the theory is we are trying to prevent diabetes. As we all know, this is one of the main drivers for type 2 diabetes. And as we were just talking about metabolic memory and muscle memory, I wanted to remind the audience that remember the concept came from type 1 diabetes, from the DCCT trials, wherein they had the intensive and the regular control arms. Therefore, it did not come from obesity. So when we start talking about mitochondria, mitochondrial damage, it is with a grain of salt that we have to remember that in type 1 diabetes, they are born with an insulin defect, and therefore that would be the true model to understand metabolic memory. With that in mind, we'll move on to redefining obesity management, and I will walk you through the pathophysiology of obesity, and then my colleagues will take you forward with several other newer molecules. So for the purpose of this talk, I am contracted with Novo Nordisk. So certainly, what is obesity? I mean, this is an interesting thing. I think this is the octopus in the room. It is fortunate that we can now call it a disease, therefore allowing us to do something about this. I think what is also allowing us to do more and more about this is now we know that there are medications for it. So far, obesity, something you cannot feel is something that your patient doesn't want to do about. They cannot feel diabetes, therefore very often we diagnose it only when it's too late. It's 300, 400. There are existing complications, and we have lost the goal where we can work on metabolic memory. So I think this is where we should be actually working at the level of obesity, trying to prevent bad metabolism, correcting metabolic damage, reversing those mitochondrial changes that we are talking about. This can cause several complications. It's the driver of multiple metabolic conditions and is linked to increased mortality and reduced quality of life. Surprisingly, India is the third largest population with obesity, and as you know from the latest Lancet results, these numbers are increasing highest in children and in the pediatric and adolescent group as well. Therefore, the epidemic is still looming. What we are going to see by 2030, 2045 is going to be exponential. As per the ICMR India DIAP study, which you have been seeing all day probably, if we started looking not just at generalized obesity, which means by BMI criteria, if all of you as clinicians could at least do waist-hip ratios, waist circumference, you will see that this number goes immediately 100 million more people will have obesity if you start looking at abdominal obesity. And therefore, these numbers are staggering. Now let's change gears, and I'm going to change the way you look at hormones. We learned about our traditional hormones of, we just know the pituitary makes 6 hormones, and that is what they trained me in endocrinology. And trust me, there are 600 more hormones that are being made at the level of the fat cell, which is the largest endocrine organ in the body. Therefore, when I train my endocrine students now, I tell them, please don't just read the textbooks. We need to rethink and relearn the most common endocrine disease is now obesity. Therefore, with this in mind, let's understand that there is a biological factor, a genetic factor. So the brain controls our eating behavior, as you well know. If you are born into a family that has a genetic makeup for being obese, you have a higher chance of becoming obese. Now, of course, environmental or epigenetic factors, which plays into metabolic memory, the mitochondria we are talking about, what happens is there are changes, methylation changes of the DNA, RNA-based changes. That is what is actually mitochondrial changes. Medications that can cause weight gain. And last but not the least, the social changes in our societal culture, Zomato, Swiggy, having applications, watching television, sedentary lifestyle. So all of this plays into what causes obesity. It's not a single thing, it's an interplay of several factors. So I am going to just make this slide the focus of my talk, because it's not possible to talk about everything or for you to remember everything. So if we were simply to talk about, I saw several of people eating lunch as I was rushing to the symposium in the next talk, the International Speaker Symposium. Happily, everybody had walked in about 30, 45 minutes late. So I want to just ask, everybody filled their plate up once, which was probably eating for hunger, because it was time to eat based on your circadian clock. Please raise your hands if you went back for a second round of anything you liked, whether it was dessert or food. Nobody went for a second round? This room is excellent. Okay, so that is what we call eating for pleasure or hedonic eating. We don't need to eat that, but it's tasty, it's there, there's a dessert counter, so let's go check it out. And that check it out results in eating. And last but not the least is, the more important is you decide when you want to eat. So people who do time-restricted eating, I will decide when they want to eat and therefore not indulge in overeating. So there are several things that are coming from your brain, and it is this hedonic eating that if you could control it, you will win. It's as simple as that. If you decide to eat, please indulge in portion control. The brain plays a huge role, so these are all the hormones I was talking to you about. We all know the GLP-1 analogs, which is the segue to the future, the talks after mine, is the one that is now available. We know how to mimic it, we know how to have a good versions of it, but therefore these hormones control our homeostatic eating. PYY is appearing as the new kid on the block, amylin, insulin, leptin. Now, let me just break this down very simply. When you get hungry, which is the hormone talking to you? It's your ghrelin, okay? So your ghrelin is going to tell you to eat. It's going to tell you to eat even when you're not hungry. For example, when you go to a movie and you buy popcorn, you're not hungry. You get that samosa, ice cream in the break and everything, cappuccino, something or the other. That's your ghrelin talking to you. Try not to talk back. Ghrelin is the girlfriend you don't want, okay? Or the boyfriend, as you think about it. GLP-1 is trying to tell you, don't eat, don't buy that popcorn, महंगा है, सब कुछ है. फिर भी you still spend that money. GLP-1 is your friend. It's not the one night stand. It's the person you want to marry. So GLP-1 is the person you want to listen to. If you could master this art, trust me, you will never have a problem putting on weight, eating too much. Now, say you put on the weight and you have a hard time losing weight. Why is that? That's the problem, because your leptin went out of the window because you kept on ignoring GLP-1. Now you have a leptin resistance or a deficiency of leptin, and you have a hard time losing weight. The bad news is we do not have leptin yet to give back to you. Therefore, the only way to go is listen to ghrelin, or you will have to end up taking GLP-1. So this is what happens. We have all of these other pleasure hormones, as I call them. Dopamine wants that you want to keep on eating. We have opioid receptors which control liking. So all of this goes in, and therefore medications, lifestyle interventions fail, because what we need truly at the end of the day, what we are trying to induce with all of them is a behavior change. If we are asking you to change your behavior, it doesn't matter if you buy a free app like MyFitnessPal, or if you pay 1,000 rupees for 6 months for Healthify Me, which is the cheapest program available, or you go and sign up with Dr. Rucha Mehta's program, which is 25,000 for a month or 3 months. Unless you will change your behavior, that weight gain is going to come back. So that is the crux of the matter, is you will have to sort of understand this, but we have medications that can help you to control your hedonic eating. You have medications that may help you to reduce your appetite. So moving far along, how does this work? Do lifestyle interventions work? Yes, lifestyle interventions will work if you continue to follow them. We know very well from the direct trial, from Dr. Roy Taylor's data, that if you lose 15 kilograms of weight quickly in 3 months, you can reverse this metabolic memory, and thereby you can reverse your diabetes in up to 87 to 90% of patients. What happens in the 5-year data, only a third of them manage to keep their weight off and also their diabetes. So weight loss interventions, as you can see over here from several studies, they work very well in the short term, but the minute they are stopped, you start regaining weight. So it's the same with GLP-1 analogs, same with most of our medications. Medications will work as long as you're taking them. And why is it so difficult? Now you know very quickly as to why it is difficult. The minute you stop eating, which hormone goes up? It's your ghrelin starts to grow up, your GLP-1 levels start to go down, and leptin resistance has been perpetuated because you failed to change your behavior. So if you do not change your behavior, these 3 hormones keep on interplaying. And several other adaptations in weight loss happen. Whenever you lose weight, your basal metabolism goes up. Now you have plateaued, you will lose your 10-15 kilograms. But beyond that, if you don't add in a huge energy expenditure or an exercise protocol, you will fail to lose further weight. So what are the pillars of lifestyle or obesity management? For sure, it's lifestyle, lifestyle, and lifestyle is the foundation on which we can now start recommending pharmacotherapy. In fact, the ADA guideline this year has changed to say, when you start treating diabetes, you need to treat obesity first. That is the change in the 2024 guideline. A GLP-1 analog or any weight-lowering treatment must be offered to your patients with type 2 diabetes, with high weight, or with any underlying cardiovascular complication and the other complications you're aware about. Behavioral interventions can also help you to lose 5% weight loss. We know adding digital technology on top of that can lead to a reduction in HbA1c up to 1 to 2%. And last but not the least, of course, we have metabolic surgery, bariatric surgery. This is where it all started. Therefore, keeping all of this in mind, let's bear in mind that we must incorporate pharmacotherapy now as a standard of care for obesity management. It is my job to deliver the guidelines to you. I'm not saying whether it's affordable or not. We are just talking about what should be our standard of care if we could easily give this to all our patients. As you can see over here, this is the placebo group. That's great. They had a 2.6% weight loss versus the pharmacotherapy group, which had a very significant, to the tune of 15% weight loss with the addition of pharmacotherapy. And what are the pharmacological options for weight management? So of course, you can see we have mainly orlistat so far. We don't have any of the molecules that are approved for weight loss available in India as yet. We have oral semaglutide, which as you know is for diabetes. Hopefully in the coming years we'll have them. Let me just walk you through this whole pathway just so you know what is available. So as I mentioned to you, and I'll repeat the 3 hormones, the one that is talking to you that you need to eat, eat, and eat is ghrelin. The one that tells you please stop eating is your GLP-1. And if you have a leptin resistance because of your failed behavior change, that is going to perpetuate things. So in order to offset all of these, investigators have come up with several things. We have several molecules in the pipeline. Namely, you're familiar with liraglutide, dulaglutide, which are the GLP-1 analogs. Semaglutide in higher doses is available to you for weight loss. Orlistat, which is available in India, works at the level of the intestine and inhibits pancreatic lipase, and therefore works as a fat blocker. You can have side effects of steatorrhea and those kind of foul, smelly stools. Now, we also have something known as phentermine and topiramate, naltrexone, bupropion, which work at the level of controlling cravings, at the level of these receptors. Something that's in the pipeline which will work at the level of the MC4 receptor is something known as setmelanotide. MC4 receptor is also again involved in the appetite controlling pathway. In fact, an MC4 receptor mutation is probably the most common underlying genetic etiology for garden variety obesity that we say that people cannot control their appetites. So orlistat, as I already mentioned to you, it is a lipase inhibitor. We won't spend time here. Let's move on to semaglutide. So this is probably the most recently approved anti-obesity molecule. Of course, after that we have tirzepatide and we have many other molecules in the pipeline, but again, not yet available to us. So this has a 94% homology to human GLP-1. The half-life is approximately 1 week. The reason it is so fascinating is it works at the level of the brain and inhibits the hindbrain and the hypothalamus. This is where your appetite centers are and helps to control appetite and improve satiety. At the same time, it seems to work at the level of the intestine, slows down gastric emptying, giving you a feeling of fullness. Now, by mechanisms still not clear, it also seems to work on your NEAT and improve energy expenditure and helps in fat loss as well as maintains muscle mass. Now, there have been some concerns in the long-term data of GLP-1 analogs as to whether it causes sarcopenia, and we could take that up as a question later. So quickly to walk you through the STEP program, which investigated semaglutide for weight management in people with overweight and obesity. So you can see there have been several STEP trials, weight management in type 2 diabetes, looking for sustained weight management, looking at semaglutide in obesity in adolescents. So let me show you some of the results from this. As you can see, across all the trials, we have a very robust weight reduction across a very diverse populations as compared to other injectable GLP-1 analog as well as across against placebo. And how much is this? Semaglutide 2.4 milligrams leads to a weight loss of about 15 to 17%. And 1 in 3 people even achieved more than 20% weight loss with semaglutide. So we are now getting into weight loss which was seen close to bariatric surgery procedures. So this is exciting for us that we no longer have to make patients undergo metabolic surgeries. Of course, there is a role for some patients. Another thing is sustainable weight loss. As I said, lifestyle interventions fail, medications fail if you stop taking them or if you stop following the lifestyle interventions. So moving right along, effect of discontinuing treatment. So as I just spoke to you, what happens if you stop the molecule? So if you can walk yourself with me. So this is the run-in period, and this is the period where the patients continue to lose weight. And this is where the half of the patients have stopped their treatment. And you can see in the placebo group what happens. They regain their weight. So this proves a point to us that the medication continues to work if you continue taking it. Again, in adolescents, the STEP Teens trial, as I mentioned to you, India faces a looming epidemic of obesity with the highest numbers that will be seen in this youth and the adolescent and under 5 children group. Therefore, it's important for us to have treatment options for them. Because trust me, lifestyle changes, we see tons of kids in our practice. It is very hard to give them aggressive diets or aggressive lifestyle interventions with their school, carrying tiffins to school. Also, it's very difficult in children to, you cannot ask them to stop eating grains or stop eating sweets on a daily basis. These molecules have safety profile which is well established in both adult and adolescent, so you don't need to worry about that. And lastly, let me talk to you about SELECT. Because beyond obesity and weight management, we also need to be sure that this has other pleiotropic benefits. So SELECT was a very interesting trial. This is not a weight loss trial, but more of a cardiovascular outcome trial that involves 17,600 patients, more than 40 countries, and about 40 months of follow-up. And from India, we had about close to 500 subjects, so I think we should focus on that. Individuals with overweight or obesity and a high CV risk but without diabetes are candidates for heart disease prevention. And it was an attempt to see what happens when you give it by weight loss versus GLP-1 analogs, and we looked at the MACE events. So significant reduction in MACE outcomes was seen in semaglutide 2.5 milligrams in people without obesity and established cardiovascular disease. And this number was about a 20% reduction in MACE. So this is exciting. We now have people that we are able to get them to lose weight and also prevent cardiovascular disease. And this can also be now used for people without diabetes. Other pleiotropic effects that we saw is not only reduction in weight, reduction in waist circumference, HSCRP, improved lipid profile, blood pressure, which are surrogate markers for cardiovascular disease. In select people who had baseline HbA1c more than 5.7%, we find similar results and an improvement in their HbA1c. So the takeaway from this trial is that semaglutide significantly reduced the risk of MACE by 20% and has consistent beneficial effects across CV outcomes in people without diabetes. Last but not the least, we await with excitement this molecule known as cagrilintide, which is going to be an amylin analog plus semaglutide. So this has 2.4 milligrams of cagrilintide as well as 2.4 milligrams of semaglutide. and they have almost a 90% homology to human amylin and human GLP-1. What will happen is we are trying to now get maximal weight loss. We are trying to have unsurpassed weight loss, almost close to 25% at the end of 1 year. They work by metabolic adaptation, several pathways synchronously, and therefore this remains an exciting molecule. We already have some initial results from phase 2 showing that there is improvement in HbA1c and an improvement in the mean baseline loss in body weight. So at the end, I would like to conclude, I have 1 minute. Pharmacotherapies that combine the weight loss are needed. When we start seeing our patients, we need to really focus on a very different way of evaluating. Is this the person who is the hedonic eater who cannot control appetite? Is this somebody who has other issues underlying? What is the stage of obesity they are in? What is the reason and the goal setting needs to be done? And thereby we will be more successful in selecting the right molecules. Hopefully we'll have more and more of these available to us in India. And I'll stop right here so that I have 40 seconds for questions.
Only one question is, when you discontinue GLP-1 RA, semaglutide 2.4, as you said with lifestyle weight reverses, what percentage of patients will regain the weight on discontinuation of GLP-1 RA?
So I showed that slide. So yeah, majority of those, as soon as you stop the question is if you stop the GLP-1 molecule, what percentage of patients will regain the weight? And sadly enough, it's almost 67 to 70%. Majority of them will continue. Now we are also have to look at the subgroup analysis. Is the ones who are stopped from the GLP-1, and if they continue lifestyle changes, then there is hope for them. So we have our own clinic data, which is, we have looked at it ourselves, is when we stop the GLP-1 analog, but if they continue to follow on the diet plan and some sort of lifestyle changes, they are able to maintain large amount of that weight loss, yeah.
And the last disclosure, 2.4 weekly semaglutide is not available in India currently.
It's not available, yes.
Yeah, it's not available.
It's not, yes, I said that.
One question. You said that whenever the people stop this, they will revert the weight, right?
Majority of them,
Yes,
yes.
majority. The same thing with the lifestyle.
Correct.
Then why use the medicine?
The magnitude of...
Sir, 1 minute. Counseling, you do it better, they will continue the lifestyle. Then that will be better than without the treatment.
I absolutely agree with you, sir. And when I showed the algorithm, that's why I said, what is the foundation? I said lifestyle, lifestyle, lifestyle 3 times and GLP-1 once. I know the Novo guys are in the room, but still, I would like to say I absolutely agree with you. If we could all continue lifestyle changes, hopefully we would never need to go on these medications. But the truth of the matter is that most studies have shown that a majority of us fail to maintain lifestyle changes. So it's not you and me, we are talking about large studies.
Thank you, Dr. Rucha Mehta. You are required in the next...
Yes, thank you so much.
You want... She has 4 o'clock another hall. You start.
Okay, we are continuing our next session with Dr. A.K. Singh. He's a senior consultant endocrinologist from Kolkata. Sir need no introduction. He has so many publications and papers on his name. Sir, over to you, sir.
Yeah, please go. Thank you, Chairman, for the kind words. So I am going to take you through a new molecule, which is less talked about. The reason being that this is not a FDA-approved drug. But I will show you the data that this is a new kid in the block, which has got one of the best HbA1c lowering ability when you compare with any oral drugs currently available. Why it is not talked too much? Because it's a Japanese product, and it is available primarily in the Asian countries and not FDA and EMA recommended drug. Now, what is this imiglimine is all about? Let's look at the promise and potential of imiglimine in the treatment of type 2 diabetes. So let me start. This is a Japanese PMDA, which has got a 103-page dossier on imiglimine. In nutshell, 2 words liner, that imiglimine was approved in Japan in June 2021 and recently in India in September 2022. The current approved dose is 1 gram twice daily in patients with type 2 diabetes until you don't have, decreasing EGFR. And as you can see in India, actually this drug is not allowed in people with CKD, so EGFR cutoff is 45. But in Japan, you can reduce the dose of imiglamin to 500 milligram twice daily if you have got a, stage CKD 2 or 3A. Now, how this drug works? So recently we published this paper looking into the entire evidence of imiglamin. This cartoon tells you that this is a mitochondrial metabolic regulator. So it changes the mitochondrial bioenergetics. Please remember that mitochondria is the powerhouse of entire human cells. Mitochondria contains three complex 1, 2, and 3. Imiglamin works at the level of conversion of complex 2 to complex 1, and it inhibits the reverse electron transfer. So it basically increases the complex 2 and complex 3 in the mitochondria present in all cells in your body. The moment you increase the complex 2, basically you stimulate the TCA cycle. You know the Krebs cycle, TCA cycle. That means you promote glucose metabolism, right? And this is how imiglamin works. So when you are promoting glucose metabolism, you reduces blood sugar. Now, interesting point is that this is a drug, and perhaps the only drug, which has got both insulin secretagogue ability as well as insulin sensitizing ability. So this is a drug, if you look at the anti-diabetic drug, either they are secretagogues like sulfonylurea, ripaglinide, GLP-1, DPP-4, they all are insulin secretagogue. Metformin and pioglitazone, they are working on insulin resistance. So none of the drug is working on both insulin resistance and beta cell as a secretagogue. This is the only drug that works both on beta cell of pancreas to make insulin secretion in a glucose dependent manner. Means if you don't have diabetes, if you take imiglamin, nothing will happen. It do not cause hypoglycemia like DPP-4 or GLP-1. So it's a glucose dependent insulin secretagogue. At the same time, it works on liver like metformin, that it reduces hepatic gluconeogenesis. And it works on a skeletal muscle like pioglitazone, that it improves insulin resistance. Therefore, this is a drug which is not only insulin secretagogue, but insulin sensitizer as well. As of now, it has not been classified into any typical drug classes. This drug is still under the Z category, means unclassified anti-diabetes drug. But their mechanism of action is pretty similar to metformin. But it is not put under the bigonides. Neither it causes lactic acidosis, and I will come in a little while. If you further deep down looked into how it works on these organs, this is the mechanistic explanation as to how this drug actually improves insulin sensitivity and insulin secretion in the different organ. And ladies and gentlemen, what is interesting to note, when you talk about beta cell preservation, this is the actual drug that must be sought out to look whether this drug has a potential to preserve beta cell function, because this is the original, ATP providing drugs in people with type 2 diabetes. Now, as I said, it works like metformin, but it differs significantly, with metformin in terms of their mechanism of action. This is a little busy slide, but I thought to tell you through this, pathway. You can see this is a redox potential, and you can see there is a efflux of energy in the cell. If you compare how imiglamin and metformin are different from each other, you can see imiglamin and metformin, they have got a little different mechanism of action. Imiglamin is a competitive inhibitor of oxidative phosphorylation, whereas metformin is a non-competitive inhibitor of, respiratory chain. Now, if you look how actually the imiglamin works both on insulin secretagogue, as insulin secretagogue on insulin sensitivity, is their unique mechanism of action. The net result is that because it is a competitive blocker and there is a simultaneous change in the efflux, it do not causes lactic acidosis. There is not a single case till date where imiglamin was found to produce lactic acidosis, unlike metformin. Even in the preclinical studies on rats and mice, there was 0 incidence of lactic acidosis with imiglamin on a supratherapeutic dose, unlike metformin. So you have got basically a smart metformin without provoking lactic acidosis. You have got a smart metformin having insulin secretagogue ability. So therefore, it should be little more powerful in blood glucose lowering compared to metformin. And I will come to those evidence. So these were all theoretical data. Where is the evidence? See, I am a man who talks about evidence. So let's look at the evidence categorically. Let's start with their mechanistic study. When I said that it is a secretagogue and insulin sensitizer both, where is the evidence? So let's look at the evidence. Now, this was the first paper published on imiglamin in diabetes, obesity, and metabolism. You can see when they did make a hyperglycemic clamp on your right, upper box, you can see that a diabetic patient, this is in healthy individual, so they infused glucose and made hyperglycemia for a certain period of time, and then given imiglamin or placebo and try to look what happens to the insulin secretion when you add imiglamin against placebo. And in lower slide, as you can see, on a 7 days treatment of 15 milligram twice daily imiglamin, you can see there was a 110% increase in the first phase of insulin secretion. So that's the only drug at the moment that actually corrects or improves the first phase of insulin secretion. There was 29% increase in the second phase of insulin secretion, and you can see there was 36% increase in insulin sensitivity to beta cell. So this was the first proof of concept mechanistic study in a healthy human being and having type 2 diabetes. The second study, again, to prove this theory again, they looked into what happens to the insulin is to glucose ratio, so insulin secretagogue ability compared to metformin. So previous was versus placebo. Now this is in people with type 2 diabetes, either given on imiglamin or metformin. As you can see, the middle one is the imiglamin twice daily. You can see there was a 72% increase in the area under the curve with insulin versus glucose. And you can see it is twice higher compared to metformin nearly in terms of stimulating beta cell to secrete insulin against the glucose. And if you look at the HbA1c difference, so there are 2 trials that compared head-to-head between imiglamin and metformin, although very small duration trial, 4 weeks in one study, the table you are seeing, and the 8 weeks in second study, you can see there was hardly any difference between metformin and imiglamin in terms of HbA1c lowering in a very short 1 month study. But what was interesting to note that despite similar glucose control in 1 month or 2 month duration of time, the GI side effect was significantly less with imiglamin compared to metformin. As you can see, the metformin arm 850 milligram twice daily had nearly twice GI side effect, 68% versus 35% with 1 gram twice daily imiglamin. The third mechanistic study that looked into reality that whether it is a both secretagogue as well as insulin sensitizer, and you can see here on 2 cartoons on right upper corner, you can see the insulinogenic index. This is the best parameter to look at the insulin secretory ability. Better, far better than HOMA beta. This is called dyspogenic or insulinogenic index. And you can see imiglamin was significantly better than placebo in terms of insulin secretagogue ability. On your right lower hand side, you can see a Strombol index. This is one of the better measurement of insulin sensitivity, and you can see again imiglamin showing as a potential insulin sensitizing drug. So in one study, you can pinpoint that this drug has both insulin secretagogue as well as insulin sensitivity ability. Now let's look at the clinical trials. So there are several phase 2 clinical studies. Interesting that these phase 2 clinical studies was conducted in United States. but it is approved in Japan, because if you get a Japanese approval, you need to conduct a high quality trial, and best in the business trialists from United States, they conducted a trial in USA and published in one of the best journals in the world. So I will show you how the imiglimine came into approval from the Japanese PMDA. So let's look at those phase 2 clinical studies quickly. This was a paper published in Diabetes Care, as you can see. What they did is the patients were received either metformin, okay, or metformin plus imiglimine. So this is the first study that actually looked, even if you add imiglimine to metformin, although they work in a similar manner, a little bit different, but they are potentially complementary and synergistic. So you can see, I have marked, there was 0.7% HbA1c drop in HbA1c when you added imiglimine to existing metformin therapy against placebo. So that was the first, phase 2 clinical trial. The second clinical trial, phase 2 clinical trial, again published in Diabetes Care. These, you can see these were done in United States. People receiving sitagliptin and fairly uncontrolled, they were either added with imiglimine or placebo. You can see there is a further 0.6% HbA1c drop in combination with sitagliptin compared to placebo. This is a third phase 2 study that looked for the dose approval of imiglimine. And you can see in this study, there are 3-arm study that compared 500 milligram twice daily versus 1000 milligram twice daily versus 1500 milligram twice daily dose of imiglimine in people with type 2 diabetes. These all are double-blind randomized controlled trial. And you can see with the 1000 milligram twice daily, there was nearly 0.1% HbA1c drop. And it was, significant compared to placebo. Now, if you compare 1000 milligram twice daily to 1500 milligram twice daily, there was hardly any difference in HbA1c drop. Now, if you look at the side effect profile while choosing the correct dose of imiglimine, you can make out that any treatment emergent adverse event, it was significantly lower with 1000 milligram twice daily compared to 15 milligram twice daily. This is the reason as to why, ladies and gentlemen, the imiglimine 1000 milligram twice daily was approved by the Japanese PMDA and currently by DCGI as well as the South Korean regulators. Because the 1000 milligram twice daily had a best HbA1c lowering with a least GI side effect, and that's why this dose was chosen. So once this was chosen in the phase 2 trial, let's look at the data of the phase 3 clinical trial. There are large 3 phase 3 clinical trials done with imiglimine. It was classically named as TIMES trial. So let me show you some of the data from 3 times trial, time 1, time 2, and times 3. So this is a times 1 trial, as you can see in people with type 2 diabetes, were receiving background metformin therapy compared to placebo. And when you added imiglimine 1000 milligram twice daily, there was a 0.7% HbA1c reduction. And this is not a small. Look at any SGLT2 trial. Look at any DPP4 trial. Look at any sulfonylurea trial. It is as good as any other anti-diabetic drug in terms of HbA1c lowering in their phase 3 trial. So this was a monotherapy trial. Now, if you look at in a backdrop of insulin therapy, patients of type 2 diabetes receiving insulin, they were either randomized to receive imiglimine 1000 milligram twice daily or placebo. You can again make out 0.6% HbA1c drop in the imiglimine 1 milligram twice daily arm compared to placebo on a background insulin therapy. Regardless of insulin therapy, whether it is a basal or premix or basal bolus, there was a 0.6% HbA1c reduction. And the third trial, which was the largest trial, was called times 2 trial. These were the trials conducted in people with type 2 diabetes receiving any anti-diabetes drug. It can be metformin, it can be SGLT2, DPP4, sulfonylurea, repaglinide, GLP-1, insulin. And if you look the imiglimine data here, you can see here the HbA1c reduction with imiglimine was significant across the board, starting from monotherapy along in combination with alpha glucosidase inhibitor. Here you can see 0.85% with metformin, 0.67 with DPP4, 0.9% with glanides, 0.7 with SGLT2 0.6, with sulfonylurea 0.6, with TJD, pioglitazone 0.9, and list with GLP-1. The reason why it was listed with GLP-1 is a completely different theory, but then you can see across the board, there was significant HbA1c reduction ranging from 0.6 to 0.9%, regardless of what anti-diabetes drug patients were receiving. So finally, when it comes to evidence, you need to look at the meta-analysis of all the randomized controlled trial, and that is the class 1 grade A evidence in the medical literature. There are several meta-analyses conducted with imeglimin till date. The first into the board was this paper which came in British Journal of Pharmacology. They looked into all the phase 2 and phase 3 data of imeglimin trials, and they pulled together and come to a conclusion that if you use imeglimin, there is a 0.6% HbA1c drop compared to placebo. The caveat with this meta-analysis that they used all the studies conducted with 1500 milligram twice daily, which is not allowed, not licensed for clinical use. So this meta-analysis has got no longer any value because this was done prior to the approval from the Japanese PMDA. The second meta-analysis was published recently, and they again looked into how imeglimin does in terms of HbA1c lowering, and you can see there was again a significant HbA1c drop with imeglimin in this pooled meta-analysis of both phase 2 and phase 3 RCT. But the caveat remains that they mixed the entire data of 1015 milligram twice daily pulled together. So that do not conclude anything because you are not licensed to use 1500 milligram twice daily. So there is no value of such meta-analysis. So this prompted us to really conduct the data on 1000 milligram twice daily, and we published this paper recently to look at what imeglimin does in terms of 1000 milligram twice daily. So you can see there are two pooled analysis here, and you can see this is imeglimin 1000 milligram twice daily exclusively against placebo, and you can find out there was a significant 0.9% reduction in HbA1c against placebo with imeglimin 1 gram twice daily. When you look at the data of imeglimin in terms of either monotherapy or combination therapy, the previous was only monotherapy, again you can see there was 0.8% HbA1c drop in the HbA1c. This is not a small drop. If you look back onto the DPP-4 data, when the sitagliptin was approved in 2006, the drop in HbA1c was only 0.4%. Here you have got a 0.8, 0.9% HbA1c drop. Unfortunately, this molecule, because this is only available in Asian country, is less talked about, but I do see a lot of potential with this anti-diabetic drug. The imeglimin has undergone a preliminary CB safety trial in terms of QT prolongation. There is no CB outcome trial like DPP-4, SGLT2 and GLP-1. But for the PMDA, for a Japanese approval, you must need to conduct a QT prolongation trial. And the ideal offending drug to cause QT prolongation is moxifloxacin. In this head-to-head trial of imeglimin against moxifloxacin, in a supra-pharmacological dose, there was no change in QT interval prolongation. Thereby, this suggests that it should not have any cardiotoxic potential, but in the absence of dedicated CB outcome trial. So that's it about the data in terms of imeglimin which we have generated till date. So to conclude my presentation on imeglimin, the promise and potential, as I said, imeglimin is the only oral anti-diabetic drug that increases both insulin secretion and sensitivity through a novel mechanism. With the evidence available so far, I have shown you efficacy and safety data. It looks very promising. 0.7 to 0.9 HbA1c is too good. The imeglimin appeared effective even as a monotherapy as well as combination with any drug, as you saw in the big ×2 trial. The only, the question which remains in everyone's mind at the moment is its positioning in the typical algorithm of type 2 diabetes. Where to put this drug into the algorithm of treating type 2 diabetes is not fixed, and therefore this is completely individual choice how and where to use imeglimin while treating patients with type 2 diabetes. And finally, we need to generate much more data in our setup, even in real world scenario. And to my knowledge, there are several real world studies currently going on in India with imeglimin that will further tell us where and how to put imeglimin in the treatment algorithm of type 2 diabetes. Thank you very much for your patience listening. This is what we published. Anyone interested can ask me for a full text of our meta-analysis.
Dr. Singh, you lastly ended with where to put in algorithm. The practitioner will use it early instead of metformin or with metformin, or when all the drugs have been used, add as the last drug when patient doesn't want an injectable. But in the first paper, you showed in the mechanism of action, hyperinsulinemic camp. And this paper was being analyzed by Yale group of workers, and they showed that you need the presence of insulin to have the action of imiglamin work. So do you think that that is relevant, that you need some amount of beta cell function and not all beta cells are exhausted when this drug is used?
Right, so that's a good question. So whether it will work only in those people who are not yet insulin deficient, the answer is perhaps no. It works perhaps in every direction because it has got insulin sensitizing ability. So this drug has to work, but their effectiveness might be lowered in those people who are having a long-standing diabetes. However, if you look at the ×3 trial done in people receiving basal insulin therapy, regardless of insulin therapy, assuming that in the ×3 trial patients receiving insulin, if you look at the mean duration of diabetes were 15 years, and still imiglamin lowered HbA1c by 0.7% in people receiving insulin therapy. So I believe that even if you are a long-standing diabetes or you are beta cell depleted through like metformin, it never fails. It always works. Metformin should be given in every type 2 diabetes unless it is contraindicated by the EGFR. So imiglamin perhaps will put their shoes into the same, feet when it comes to their glucose lowering ability.
Contribution of each mechanism of action, could you guess?
We don't have that data to make out how much is the insulin secretion and how much is the insulin sensitivity. I do feel that, if you look at the evidence at the moment, perhaps this is 50-50, but we don't have any data to actually look at. If you look at those mechanistic studies, the insulin secretagogue ability is not at all less when you compare with sulfonylurea. And therefore, I believe that it would be a fair, equal contribution. But we don't have any exact data to tell how much is the secretory and how much is the insulin sensitizing.
Sir, a nice presentation. As you have told, so many positive things for imiglamin, and you have told that we really don't know how to, in the algorithm of treatment of type 2, where to put it. Do you feel its role, I mean, I'm just suggesting in metformin intolerant patient, it will have a good role. In patients of LADA, should have a good role if it is a beta cell preserving thing. And do you think it has a good role as a third, fourth agent before sulfonylurea to start? Before you put in sulfonylurea, you should start this.
So that's a good question. So whether one should use in people who are metformin intolerant, absolutely, proposition is good. But that doesn't mean that you cannot use it with metformin. As I have told you, there are several studies where if you add even imiglamin to metformin, there is a further 0.6, 0.7% HbA1c loss reduction. So always alternative to metformin, because as I said, GI side effect is nearly 50% less with imiglamin compared to metformin in those studies. So this is one of the alternative. Second one, this drug has a potential because it's a mitochondrial bioenergetic regulator. If you push mitochondria, if you make mitochondria live longer and more active, I think this is a drug which has a potential to protect beta cell. And therefore, early use maybe, but then it's too early to make any comment. We need to conduct the trial. But theoretically, at least, being a mitochondrial regulator, this drug may have a theoretical potential to preserve beta cell, even including people with late autoimmune diabetes in adult. But we don't have the data at the moment. Finally, whether we should put it before sulfonylurea or after sulfonylurea is entirely physician's choice. And I don't think there is any reason not to give before sulfonylurea or not to give after sulfonylurea. As I said, there is no fixity in the rule. You can use any drug. Even if you look at the current algorithm, where is the guideline algorithm? The guideline today says that if you have got a established cardiovascular disease, heart failure and CKD, use SGLT2 or GLP-1. What after then? Any drug. So where is the algorithm now? So It's entirely the physician's choice where and how to put it. But because of the comfort, because of the experience we gathered over several years, we use all those conventional drugs, failing which we add this drug. That's a commonality in practice.
Great presentation, Dr. AK, 47. And only the position of this imiglamin in prevention of diabetic.
This is too early to ask for. I mean, maybe this the question is very good, because if a drug has a potential to, ignite mitochondria back, see why metformin becomes so popular drug. You said anti-aging, anti-cancer, because of this is because metformin is a mitochondrial regulator. But the this drug is also a mitochondrial regulator, but it works better than metformin in that way that this is a competitive inhibitor. It do not causes lactic acidosis. Their mechanism of action is slightly different, and add on, and that's why researchers developed this molecule, a drug which can be even better working than metformin without inducing any side effect would be helpful. So theoretically, this drug has a good proposition to be tried in people with pre-diabetes. As you know, metformin has got some kind of license in people with the pre-diabetes. I'm sure future is waiting for the pre-diabetes trial.
Thank you, sir. I think we will do that in the side corners. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you
that
very much.
excellent presentation, sir. Our next speaker doesn't need introduction in Mumbai, especially in Maharashtra. He is Dr. Mangesh Tiwaskar. We all know him as editor of JAPI. The gold medalist. He is a physician, diabetologist, numerous papers, numerous conferences, more than 1,000 lectures, personal friend and mentor, also guide for us, thorough academician. Sir, your presentation.
Thank you. Wow, thank you very much for those wonderful words, Dr. Rai. And of course, good afternoon, everybody. Avadish spoke beautifully well about imiglamin, and probably what I draw from his session is this, that we have some new idea, which is maybe probably requiring a little more attention, little more exploration than what probably we are thinking about. One thing that is really triggering me looking at imiglamin is that it could be one of those drugs which can be used in pre-diabetes. I'm going to talk to you about your friend, which intermittently becomes a foe. So it's a husband and wife relationship, or a boyfriend and a girlfriend relationship. I just wanted to have a show of hands from the crowd. How many of you feel confident of using pioglitazone in your day-to-day clinical practice as far as type 2 diabetes management is concerned? Of course, Pia, I expect that from you, definitely. But surely, I could see few of the hands. And of course, Dr. Ajmera, that is absolutely. But currently, overall, whenever I talk about pioglitazone, and I dedicate this session to Dr. Panikar, who is primarily a very, very interesting guy, and he has done a fantastic work in revival of this molecule, especially in our countries. I think the diabetes management with pioglitazone reminds me of this cartoon, that have we really adequately understood this? We were all bloody well convinced about the use of this drug until this happened. And what happened? This was a Chicago ADA. We were coming back from, we were all in the flight, and this was 18th of June 2013. And the moment we landed on Bombay airport, we got a bombshell that suddenly pioglitazone was blocked, banned. All the monotherapies and the combination therapies of pioglitazone were banned. And the reason was bladder cancer. We'll come to that. But this has shaken up the entire medical fraternity in India. And Sanjeev, for the first time ever, which has happened in the entire history of pharmacopoeia, if you go back, you would realize that this has never ever happened in the history of any pharmacopoeia, that the drug which was banned from the country to be used was revived back, and again the license was re-granted within 1.5 months' time. On 31st July, the license was lost on 18th of June. On 31st of July, the license was revoked. Now, why this has happened is primarily because we need to understand that pioglitazone per se has a fantastic role to play. we all are very well convinced about, and we know the fact that diabetes is a very complex disease, and I'm talking about type 2 diabetes. But understand, whenever you're talking about management of type 2 diabetes, we are talking about insulin resistance, and this is what Sanjeev taught me when I attended all his sessions. And Dr. Mohan said that, insulin resistance is primarily high in the Indian population. And we know the risk factors. The poison trees, fruits are diabetes, hypertension, atherosclerosis. And it is this atherosclerosis which we would like to stop at any cost, as early as possible. And understand that the only way that you can look at the insulin resistance, apart from maybe probably the skin tags, the acanthosis nigricans, NASH and type 2 diabetes are the most visible challenges which are there usually because of the insulin resistance. Now these slides I prepared before the Audesh's talk, so I did not put imiglamin there. But if you really ask me what drugs you have for treating this major challenge in type 2 diabetes management, and you have only 2 molecules. Let's talk about one of them, my favorites, pioglitazone. Works wonderfully well by activating the PPAR gamma. Thereby what it does, it along with the RXR receptors in the mRNA, it increases the transcription protein, which improves not only the glucose management, but also the lipid handling at the cellular level, at the mitochondrial level. And that amplifies the insulin action not only in the liver, but also in the peripheral tissues, in the skeletal muscles, as well as in the adipose tissues. And that is the reason why, if you compare head-on the glycemic, otherwise, and other properties of, and the metabolic effects of pioglitazone with metformin, you'll see that pioglitazone scores over metformin in many ways. That does not mean that metformin is bad, but understand that if you really compare the head-on or head-to-head insulin resistant treating and the associated challenges treating abilities of both these drugs, probably pioglitazone will score over insulin. Now, whenever I talk about this, people ask, and as Avdesh was saying, that do we prove it? Do we have any evidence? And I'm going to show you those evidences. The first of its kind, and Sanjeev, you will realize this, that had this study, the proactive that I am talking about, would have been powered for superiority for the positive cardiovascular outcome. Proactive would have been the first superiority study which should have come for the management of diabetes in the patients, those who already have had an infarct or a stroke or a vascular event. So proactive study looked at nearly 6,000 patients for the secondary outcomes. And in the patients, those who already had a previous MI or a stroke, and look at the numbers of reduction of the events. 28% reduction, 38% reduction in acute coronary syndrome, and most mind-boggling, which even SGLTs do not bestow, the GLP-1 receptor agonists do not bestow, is the reduction in the subsequent stroke, 48%. That means 1 in every second patient is going to be getting benefited. Now, apart from that, pioglitazone has wonderful eye-catching features, like redistribution of the fat. So mobility of the fat from the visceral fat to the peripheral adipose tissue, which is subcutaneous adipose tissue. And what it does is this, that it increases the number of small adipocytes. See, generally the adipocytes, when you become obese, are the large, this size of adipocytes you have. The fat storage capacity of the adipocytes go up. But here, the adipocytes, they become small and they become more sensitive to insulin. Not only that, it also improves the fat storing ability of the adipocytes. And better is this ability recognized because this is one big area where insulin sensitivity comes into the picture. What is the effect on the beta cells, as Sanjeev was asking to Dr. Avdesh? Pioglitazone wonderfully improves the beta cell life. And you can see here in the corner there, in the red square, that therapies with either monotherapy or in combination, pioglitazone improves the loss of beta cell and improves the beta cell function. And how do I know that it improves the beta cell function? Whenever there is a beta cell dysfunction, you will get the premature insulin getting secreted. In an hyperinsulinemic phase, along with the rise in the level of the insulin, the premature insulins like proinsulin or pre-proinsulin increases. The moment you give pioglitazone to the patient, you can clearly see that not only it reduces down the hyperinsulinemia, but also reduces down the levels of pre and pre-proinsulins. Somebody was talking about stopping the progression of diabetes. And look at the 4 studies that I have put in, and these are Differenzo slide. Tripod, PPOD, DREAM, ACT Now. These are all the trials which have been done in the patients with IGT to T2DM conversion. And look at the reduction. And that is the reason why 2024 ACS guideline, American Cardiology Society guidelines, now has put pioglitazone as one of the possible agent which can stop the conversion from the impaired glycemic tolerance or pre-diabetes to diabetes. So the pioglitazone, if I have to say, is the only agent which is available today, which is effectively treating insulin resistance and preserves the beta cell so beautifully, which we genuinely need for. Whenever pioglitazone comes into the picture, people start talking about the cardiovascular challenges. And let us see. These are all the different mechanisms by which pioglitazone bestows the cardiovascular protection. Look at the impact on the lipid levels. But what is most interesting thing is, look at the impact on the HDL cholesterol. How many therapies you have in your kitty when you are practicing medicine or diabetes to treat the low levels or hypo levels of HDL cholesterol? Do you have any agents for that? We have got other, dyslipidemia, different I would say factors like triglycerides or LDL cholesterol reducing drugs. But what are the drugs which are available to increase the HDL cholesterol? You technically have none. Look at the effect of pioglitazone. Even though the HDL cholesterol is more than 35, it will still cause rise in the HDL cholesterol by nearly 18%. So if I have to learn from proactive study, I understand that pioglitazone appears to be the most modest drug to bestow the modest effect as far as the cardiovascular protection is concerned, and this is an ADA 2023 position statement. There are 2 big studies which we talk about, are Chicago as well as Periscope study. Chicago looked at the stroke events. Periscope study looked at the coronary atherosclerosis. And what did they show? And look at the people, those who have written this paper. Differenzo, and look at the last name, Steve Nissen. Now, who was Steve Nissen? He was a guy who actually destroyed rosiglitazone. And look him joining Differenzo in writing down this paper in 2019, talking about pioglitazone, a forgotten beauty. And which studies and trials he mentions? Periscope and Chicago, IRIS and Proactive. And what did they show? Look at the reduction in 3-point MACE, the recurrent myocardial infarction, the reduction in the stroke, whooping 47%. And the cardiovascular mortality going down by 25%. Everything favors pioglitazone use in whatever the combination. In fact, if you really compare SGLT2 to inhibitors and pioglitazone outcomes except heart failure, in all the rest other parameters like stroke, in recurrent MI, in even mortality, you will see that pioglitazone scores over SGLT2 inhibitors. Carotid intima thickness reduced down in the patient or in the rat or animal models who were induced to develop intimal injury, and they were given pioglitazone in the mice model. And what it did, it improved the carotid intima thickness. IRIS study looked at use of pioglitazone in stroke as a primary prevention, and look at the reduction in the stroke events in the primary prevention arm. We initially talked about secondary prevention. All-cause mortality, cardiovascular mortality, non-fatal MI, non-fatal strokes, repeated MI, acute coronary syndrome, all favor the use of pioglitazone. I thank Dr. Differenzo for this slide when I was there with him 3 to 4 months back, and he shared this slide with me. And what he talked to me about is that not pioglitazone works at the peripheral skeletal muscles. It has got a myocardial protective ability by working at the myocardial level. And look at the myocardial glucose uptake going up almost double. Look at the myocardial blood flow, almost triple by just use of pioglitazone. Not only that, it also improves the various diastolic and systolic cardiac dysfunctions they occur in type 2 diabetes. No matter it could be ejection fraction, it could be E by E prime, what we know as a diastolic function. It also looked at the end diastolic volume, and also it looked at the left ventricular filling effect. Everywhere, the moment you initiate these patients on with pioglitazone, the functions improve significantly. This is always a villain in the box. And I had an opportunity to meet both of them, Sanjeev. I met DiFranzo 3 months back. I was with Rosenstock just a week ago. And DiFranzo told me that they are going to publish a trial where they are using pioglitazone, SGLT, GLP-1 combination therapy in the patients, those who have got NYHA class 2 and class 3 failures. The data is not yet out, but this is just the primitive data which they have released. And what they are talking about is this, the reduction in the heart failure hospitalization. It is almost as good as the placebo therapy. So we need to understand, look at the heart failure arm. Just look at the heart failure arm. Even the hospitalization for heart failure was not significantly increased. There were numerical rises, but it was not clinically significant. So we need to rethink pioglitazone as one of the best, most cost-effective and cheap agent to manage patients with diabetes, especially with the cardiovascular challenge. For all these bloody reasons that I have, look at the myocardial protection that it offers, but apart from that, look at the peripheral vascular protection. So if at all SGLTs, they cause a vascular euphoria, pioglitazone causes more than vascular euphoria, because SGLTs hardly address the peripheral vessels. Pioglitazone PIA addresses even the peripheral vessels and the peripheral challenges. And this is what exactly is evident from this diagram. So again, you need to understand the importance of pioglitazone. Last 2 minutes, I'll be talking to you about its role as far as the NASH is concerned, or metabolically associated, or or what we call it as a fatty liver disease. Talk about inflammation, talk about ballooning, talk about necrosis, talk about steatosis, talk about fibrosis. Everything goes down by using pioglitazone. And do I have a proof? Look at the histopathological picture. On your right side, you have got high fat containing ballooning cells which are there, you can see on your screens. After the pioglitazone therapy, technically the fat globules have disappeared. These are liver biopsies. Look at the fibrosis, stage 3 NASH. Blue, what you are seeing is fibrosis. On the right side, you are seeing the patients with fibrosis. Look at the left-sided picture. The small sticks of fibers which are left just by pioglitazone therapy. Is it evident? Yes. Look at the SGOT, SGPTs, the liver enzymes. 50% reduction in the liver enzymes. And there are so many publications. I don't have to enumerate all those things. Shall we talk about this? Genuinely? Is it necessary about bladder cancer? Sanjeev said no, so I am not going to talk about it. But understand that Indians are least likely to develop bladder cancers, because that way also, in comparison to the Caucasians, we nearly need to talk about it. In fact, I'll tell you that pioglitazone has been shown to have reduction in the other cancers also, like breast cancers, colon cancers. They have been reduced. So the important thing that you need to understand, that there are so many favorable effects of pioglitazone that you have. Of course, there are some adverse events, especially when you cross that a dose of around 30 milligrams, like weight gain, congestive heart failure, maybe probably bone fracture, you are talking about macular edema. But this challenge is generally very well taken care by the low-dose pioglitazone therapy. And why that is so? Because when you use a low-dose pioglitazone therapy, it works in the receptor independent manner. That is very important, and this is what exactly Dr. Panikar has shown, that as far as the glucose control is concerned, you use 7.5, 15 or 22.5 or 30 milligrams, you will realize that you get almost identical A1C reduction. So how can we minimize the effects, the side effects? By reducing down the dosages. Avoid preferably using it with insulin. Avoid in high-risk fracture people. Reduced on the salt intake and calorie intake in these patients, those who are on with pioglitazone, and avoid with calcium channel blockers, because calcium channel blocker also can cause the fluid retention. Last couple of slides. Pioglitazone, metformin, SGLT, GLP-1, super duper hit combination that you would be anticipating in the recent coming times. And this is 2024, 2 months back publication which got published. And look at the outcomes. Everything favoring the combination of these two drugs. So if at all I have to talk about differences of omnious octet, 5 out of 8, I would say, are addressed by just pioglitazone. So whenever you talk about insulin resistance, all these challenges, I use pioglitazone, everything starts falling into the place, and you do get what we call it as a glitazone effect. So are we interpreting the whole data that is available in the right way? I think Rucha talked about an octopus in the room. I'll still continue with the elephant in the room with the blind people. I'll end up my talk with this wonderful quote by Steve Hawkins and APJ Abdul Kalam, that the greatest reason for failure is not ignorance. It is the illusion of knowledge. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I have still 36 seconds left.
Thank you, Mangesh, for an excellent review of complete pioglitazone. In your last or second last slide, you showed 3 indications for which we do not have a drug available. One is a NASH and early fibrosis.
Yes.
Second is inflammation.
Yes.
Which is a driver of multiple CV and other complications.
Absolutely.
We still don't have any drug. And third is HDL, for which again we do not have a drug.
Absolutely.
Just for clarifying and putting in a different perspective, 3-point MACE reduction with empagliflozin was 14% risk reduction. In leader trial with liraglutide was 14% risk reduction. In proactive, it was 16%.
Yes.
Only thing, the time was different.
Yes.
So it was not registered. Otherwise,
unfortunately, if you realize, Sanjeev, if you really go into the nitty-gritties of proactive, you will realize that the blood vessels that they studied were the leg vessels. And we all know that, the peripheral vessels or leg vessels cannot be compared with the cardiac blood vessels or central blood vessels.
I'm sure half the people who did not raise hand must have been...
no, I have adequately confused everybody.
I have one small question or comment, Dr. Tivaskar. Excellent lecture, learnt a lot. I had also this topic to speak some time back, so many slides I could recognize have common. The problem when we are treating practically with the patient is he brings this leaflet from his the box of the package insert, and the patient brought to me and said, sir, इसमें bladder cancer लिखा है, इसमें heart failure लिखा है, इसमें macular edema लिखा है. Sir, मेरे chemist ने मुझको बोला, my chemist told me, don't take this dangerous drug. Then you had referred me to the cardiologist. I had gone to cardiologist for ECG and stress test, and I also asked him, and he said, he's a senior doctor, or he's a diabetologist, he has written, but we don't recommend. So this lady and few others were very perturbed and they came. So it is still in the in the package insert that it calls.
Yes, and that is the reason why, Dr. Rai, that I have said that, have we really understood this drug correctly? And coming to these patients, those who come to you with all this information, I always tell them that, have you read ever the package insert of a paracetamol? Have you read ever a package insert of aspirin? And then you will realize that the drugs can kill you, actually instantly. So what I try to convey them is this, that any medications that you use are like weapons. You need to use your brain, your expertise. And I always quote this example to them. of using, now Sonali is here, you know, using a kitchen cutting knife inside your kitchen. When you use that knife, when you're cutting the vegetable, sometimes it injures your finger, it cuts your finger. Whom will you blame? You drive a vehicle.
Risk of driving a
so the
car
second
is
part-
death due to driving a
No,
car
the
is
second
far more.
part of the thing is, now that Lobitron has come,
See, lobeglitazone,
So
yes, it is a new
lobeglitazone, yeah.
it's
So-
a new molecule which is probably becoming
but its package insert, I think, doesn't say about
correct,
cancer.
because they don't
and
have
this.
adequate data to back up the whole, we do have got outcome trials with pioglitazone.
Yeah, with
We do not
pioglitazone, you
have
have
any outcome trials with lobeglitazone.
So do you suggest to use it as an alternative in very anxious patients who come?
Sometimes you may try, but I would not use this forum to recommend that currently.
Thank you, Dr. Tivaskar. That was an excellent lecture.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we move on to the
Aapke paas hai?
last session of the day. Earlier, first we started with young lady Rucha Mehta, who was trained in Ralph D. Fronzo's unit and board certified endocrinologist. We invite another young dynamic endocrinologist, Dr. Pia Balani, who is also an American board certified endocrinologist. She has a distinction of being a qualified gynecologist prior to internal medicine, which appeared more fascinating than gynecology, and a fusion of both gynec and internal medicine into endocrinology. We only wonder that why you left established successful practice in Orange County of California, left and came to Mumbai city. Mic there. Mic is not on the podium.
Oh, sorry. Go back. All right. It's indeed a pleasure to have this revision of these hidden gems, right? I mean, I just feel that all of us have gotten so overexposed to the usual molecules that just now revising all of these things becomes a reawakening about the number of great molecules we have in our armamentarium of managing diabetes. The sad part, however, is that in spite of all of these great drugs for diabetes, the education, the research, the solutions, all of that we have, well, at the end of the day, in spite of all of these glucose-lowering therapies, diabetes is dismally controlled. Throughout the world, in India, only 29% of people have diabetes at control. Just 7% of people in India, basically of patients in India, basically have their composite outcomes in terms of diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia controlled. So somewhere we are missing the bus, I feel. So as a result of which, I think revising with all of these molecules, maybe we find a fit somewhere, is always, an important thing to do. Now, of course, patients with diabetes, like we know, are living, I would say, quite often a life of distress, diabetes fatigue, right? All the time you get back to your doctor, diet, exercise, do your tests, do your labs, check your sugars, take your meds, go to the doctor, it just goes on and on. And when they finish this journey for 10 years, well, you now get them onto this insulin therapy and say, start off with this complex insulin regimens, multiple injections a day. What's going to happen with that? Well, it's going to kind of, take away the flexibility of my life. I'm going to have a higher risk of hypoglycemia, of weight gain. So this whole kind of bus just doesn't stop. It just goes on and on. And no wonder when patients come to us for insulin therapy and we talk about multiple injections, they say, thank you, but no thank you. So we are always looking for other solutions. And today, let's talk about the combination injectable. So like we were hearing from Dr. Mangesh just some time ago, well, the injectable, the combination of orals, well, I think in India, we've become the masters of this, right? And I think we've set almost like a worldwide example of such great combination therapies. I think it's a feather in our cap because we've really helped our patients who are often pill counters to become, more compliant with their therapies also. So this video, we're talking about the combination injectable. Let's see what this is about. This is about adding on a basal insulin with a GLP-1 RA. The ADA in 2024 basically said that this combination was potent, less weight gain, less hypoglycemia. With the ACE and guidelines in 2023, they said when you have failure of an OAD or the GLP-1 RA, and remember the GLP-1 RA is considered the first injectable to be used after, as per guidelines after failure of oral therapy, well, the suggestion is at this point to add on a basal insulin. You might add that on separately, or you might add that on as a combination with your GLP-1 RA, making life simpler, more flexible with less hypoglycemia. And finally, the ADA EASD in 2022 said that this combination, greater efficacy, lesser weight gain, lesser hypoglycemia as compared to the individual components, and more GI tolerance as compared to the GLP-1 RA alone as well. So today, what are we talking about over here in particular? Well, the basal insulin we're talking about is our age-old gold standard insulin, which is insulin glargine U100. Alongside with that, we're talking about a combination of the GLP-1 RA, which is lixi-senatide. Now, Iglar-Lixi was approved in India for the treatment of adult patients with obesity, with insufficiently controlled diabetes, to improve their glycemic control as an adjunct to lifestyle management, alongside with failed oral therapy or basal insulin or GLP-1 RAs alone. So if we today talk about treating diabetes by targeting the various pathophysiological abnormalities of diabetes, well, the beauty of this particular molecule, of this particular combination, is that it's going to hit 7 out of 8 pathophysiological abnormalities that contribute to diabetes. The insulin, the basal insulin over here, the glargine, is going to help with decreasing the hepatic output of glucose, helping with the increased glucose uptake at the muscle level. It decreases lipolysis. At the same time, the GLP-1 RA molecule over here, we've had tons of talks about that, while improving the glucose-augmented insulin secretion, the glucose-dependent insulin secretion, cutting down glucagon, helping with satiety, and decreasing gastric emptying as well. So other than the kidney part, well, the Iglar-Lixi is going to take care of all of these in one single injection per day. So what are the potential benefits for this? What is the rationale behind this combination? Well, of course, you're looking at a potent combination that's going to give you good A1C reduction. Because there is a basal insulin over here, it's going to take care of your fasting mainly. Because you have the GLP-1 RA over here, it's going to take care of your PP sugars as well throughout the day. And so therefore, you have the entire glycemic triad, which is addressed. More people, therefore, will achieve their glycemic targets. Of course, the mainstay is it's a once-a-day daily dosing, increasing compliance and adherence with weight benefit or neutrality, hypo-safe, and improved GI tolerance as compared to its mono components as well. So if you look at this as a single drug that takes care of all of these advantages, I think it's a great thought to maybe consider this for our day-to-day patients also. So let's look again at the evidence behind Iglar-Lixi. Well, so there have been many trials, the SOLIMIX phase 3 real-world evidence studies, systematic reviews, and I'm going to go through these, some of them, the important ones, because today, if I have a patient who's failed oral therapy, comes to my clinic today, I have to make a decision about what is my next drug of choice. Well, very often today, if I look at what's best in class, a great co-formulation, IDEG-ASP comes to mind as a great starting therapy for this. But let's look at the data comparing Iglar-Lixi versus IDEG-ASP for patients who've been suboptimally controlled on oral drugs. So this was a study, the SOLID trial, 582 Chinese adult patients. This was a 24-week open-label phase 3 study. Basically, over here, patients were randomized 1:1 on Iglar-Lixi once daily versus IDEG-ASP once daily. And the primary endpoint over here was non-inferiority in A1C change at 24 weeks time. The secondary endpoint also was superiority in change in A1C from baseline to week 24, alongside with looking at body weight and, of course, the proportion of patients who met the composite endpoints as well. Other secondary efficacy endpoints included change in the fasting, in the 7-point SMPG, also at the total insulin daily dose at week 24. And safety endpoints, of course, as usual, will always address the hypoglycemia aspect alongside with other serious adverse events. So the populations for both the IDEG-ASP versus the IGLAR-LIXI, for patients, again, suboptimally controlled on OADs, well, you're looking at a well-matched population. Female representation was good. These are patients with fairly long durations of diabetes, 8.5, 9 years, with a baseline A1C of 8.5. And if you look at the A1C from baseline to week 24, IGLAR-LIXI basically not only showed non-inferiority, but was statistically significant for superiority as well over IDEG-ASP at the 24-week point. So if you're looking at the results over here on the right, a minus 1.88 fall in A1C with your IGLAR-LIXI versus a 1.68 fall in A1C with the use of IDEG-ASP. Again, statistically significant also again as well. The other advantages, IGLAR-LIXI also demonstrated a body weight benefit versus an IDEG-ASP. Now, this is obviously not surprising because we have a GLP-1 RA which is thrown into the mix. So today, instead of having 2 insulins and a degludec with an aspart, I'm using over here a basal insulin with a GLP-1 RA. Obviously, that weight advantage is what I'm going to get. So the mean difference in terms of weight, 1.49 kilos, where the insulin arm, the IDEG-ASP arm, 1.2 kilos gain. With the IGLAR-LIXI arm, you had a 0.3 kilos weight loss. When we looked at other key secondary endpoints as well, there was a greater proportion of participants who were treated with IGLAR-LIXI reaching your endpoints of A1C less than 7, A1C less than 7 without body weight gain, and A1C less than 7 without body weight gain and no hypoglycemia as well. So across all your secondary endpoints, the composite endpoints as well, IDEG-ASP versus IGLAR-LIXI, the IGLAR-LIXI actually was better. If we look again more detailed into the 7-point self-monitored plasma glucose value as per this study, there was a mean difference of around 7.93 milligrams per DL. So if you're looking at the first graph over here, because the IDEG-ASP was given pre-dinner, no doubt the post-dinner sugar is going to be better with the IDEG-ASP, but because your lixisenatide is on board, it gives you post-meal control throughout the day. So one injection, taking care of your fasting, one injection only, taking care of all your post-meal values, all in one single dose. A lower total mean insulin dose, again, not surprising, because again, in IDEG-ASP, you have 2 insulins. So at the end of the day, with the mean insulin dose at week 24, 0.4 units per kg with the IGLAR-LIXI, 0.48 units per kg with the use of IDEG-ASP. And finally, if we have to look at the side effects, hypoglycemia. Across the board, anytime hypoglycemia, and ADA level 1 hypoglycemia, which is from 54 to 70, level 2 hypoglycemia, which is less than 54, and nocturnal hypoglycemia as well. Again, throughout the whole day, the incidence of hypoglycemia with the use of IGLAR-LIXI much lesser as compared to the IDEG-ASP. And as we are all aware, when you have a bolus insulin on board, that very frequently is going to contribute to hypoglycemia, which is taken away by this particular combination. So in the SOLID trial, with this 24 weeks head-to-head study on these Chinese type 2 diabetes patients suboptimally controlled on OADs, what did we find? Non-inferiority and statistical superiority, in fact, with an A1C reduction, body weight benefit, more composite endpoints achieved, hypo-safe, no unexpected safety findings. And therefore, maybe this is a good molecule to consider as an option for advancing therapy suboptimally controlled on OADs. Now, one would ask, is there any advantage of combining these 2 units? Maybe if I wanted to use both separately, the patient doesn't mind, you're using them once daily. Is there any advantage of IGLAR-LIXI in combination versus its individual monocomponents? So again, this was the LIXI-LAND-O study. 1170 patients, basically in a randomized, open-label, parallel group phase 3 study. These were all patients who were randomized either to, like we're seeing in the yellow, Lixi Met, or in the pink, Iglar Lixi Met, or in the blue, as we're seeing, with Iglar alone with metformin. So again, you have all three arms, primary endpoint studied, non-inferiority in A1C from baseline up to week 30. So across the board, whether you look at the A1C reduction, whether you look at fasting change, 2-hour PP change, the average 7-point SMBG profile, the individuals at target A1C, the proportions, and the weight change as well, well, Iglar Lixi has the power of 2. So it's giving you the advantage of insulin in terms of glycemic goals. It's giving you the advantage of the weight also as well, proportion of patients reaching all their composite targets, as a result of which this makes for a superior combination with less tummy-related side effects as well when compared to the Lixi alone. Now finally, today again, when I'm thinking of a patient coming into my clinic, patients with, let's say, very high A1Cs, high post-meals also, one natural choice, and which is the most popular choice in India, is basically using a twice daily premix. The question again over here, Iglar Lixi, for patients suboptimally controlled on basal insulin, should I move over to a once a day Iglar Lixi? Or should I move over to a twice daily BIASP 30? So again, here is the data on that. This was a multi-center, open-label, randomized 26-week phase 3B study, looking at 887 patients. 182 of these were studied from India. So in this particular study, patients either randomized to Iglar Lixi once daily versus a BIASP 30 twice daily. And let's look at the results of that. Well, this was the Solimix study, and what was found again over here, that Iglar Lixi, in fact, with just a once daily dosing was in fact non-inferior to BIASP 30 in terms of change of HbA1c from baseline to week 26. And in fact, in subsequent hierarchical testing, A1c reductions were even superior as well. In terms of body weight, again, as would be expected as compared to an insulin, well, the Iglar Lixi, because of the Lixi component, showed superiority in terms of weight loss, a 1.9 kilo overall difference between the two molecules. In terms of secondary endpoints, again, composite target achievement, better with Iglar Lixi, whether it is A1C alone, A1C without weight gain, A1C without weight gain and without hypoglycemia. Iglar Lixi was the better molecule as compared to BIASP 30. And also in terms of total insulin daily dose, there was a 10.6 increase in dose with the Iglar Lixi versus a 22.9 unit increase with the use of the BIASP 30. And finally, of course, as always, hypoglycemia, one can totally kind of, predict what this might turn out to be, the incidence of hypoglycemia, whether it was anytime, level 1, level 2, nocturnal hypoglycemia as well, because like we noticed, the nocturnal hypoglycemia, which is kind of the most dangerous, can result in sudden cardiac death. Across the board over here, a lower risk of hypos at any time of the day with Iglar Lixi versus the BIASP 30 twice daily. So this Solimix study, what are the summaries over here? The Iglar Lixi versus BIASP 30, better glycemic control, weight benefit, less hypos, fewer daily injections, and a similar proportion of serious side effects in both treatment groups. And thus, Iglar Lixi makes for an efficacious, simple, well-tolerated alternative to the premix BIASP 30 for patients with uncontrolled diabetes. So very quickly, let me just talk about the pen over here. This basically pen has a ratio of glargine. You have glargine U100, 2 units of glargine with 1 microgram of your lixisenatide. Your total amounts over here, 300 units of glargine with 150, so half the amount of lixi is what is present over here. As usual today, if I was to ask, what is the usual dose of basal insulin we start with for any patient? Well, that's 10 units. So similarly, with the Iglar Lixi, you start with 10 units of this. 10 units of glargine is going to also have in this pen 5 units of lixisenatide. So that would be the usual starting dose for patients who are on orals or who are on low doses of glargine, less than 20 units. For patients who are on higher doses of insulin to start with, more than 20 units, you can start with 20 units of the glargine also as well. The pen, if you look at it, it starts from a 0. You can dial it all the way from a 0 to a 40. When you reach the 40 units of glargine, that is going to contain 20 units of Lixi. So that is your combination, the maximum that you can get in a single dose with this. The titration, again, very simple. You basically have to adjust it once a week based on the last 3 days of the fasting self-monitored plasma glucose. If this is more than 140, you add 4 units, more than, it's 100 to 140, 2. If there is a good range, 80 to 100, no change. Less than 80, minus 2. So this is the usual insulin titrating that you can do over here. It's not complicated just because of that addition of the Lixi. The timing, again, subcute, once a day, within 1 hour prior to a meal. So if it's a little lesser, it doesn't matter, but within 1 hour, preferably prior to the same meal every day. And in case of a missed dose, you can use it prior to the next meal as well. In terms of special populations, important over here for the elderly, more than 65, or for hepatic impairment, it can be comfortably used, no dose adjustment required due to the Lixi in both these populations. For renal impairment patients, well, you can use it with mild, moderate renal impairment, but not recommended if the creatinine clearance is less than 30 or in patients with ESRD. It is contraindicated in pregnancy. In fact, for couples who are planning pregnancy, this needs to be stopped for the woman also as well. So what do we have over here? We have over here a pen, a single once daily injection, basically given within 1 hour prior to a meal, so makes it something which is convenient, flexible. Overall, the two components make for a synergistic combination, giving fasting and PP control, so basically taking care of all your glycemic needs. Today, if I have to say IDEG ASP versus my Iglar Lixi, well, Iglar Lixi, simple, well tolerated, better glycemic control, body weight benefit as compared to your insulin, with a lower risk of hypoglycemia. And if today, my starting choice is very often a twice daily BIASP 30, for example, this again, Iglar Lixi makes for an efficacious, simple, well tolerated, good glycemic control, weight benefit, hypo-safe, and overall, in general, an economical choice of therapy as well. Thank you very much, and I think I'm done with it.
Thank you, Dr. Priya. We are not taking questions and answers for this session, as we are already late for this session. We can carry forward.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can ask outside to her if you have any questions.
Moving on to next session, Dilemmas in Metabolics. I would like to introduce the chairpersons, Dr. Sanjay Gandhi from Pune and Dr. Nadia from Mumbai. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. We would like to start the session soon. I would like to call upon Dr. Ashu Rastogi, MD, DM Endocrine, MNAMS, FACE, FRCP, Associate Professor, Department of Endocrine, Chandigarh, published over 120 research papers. Best Research Paper PGI, RSSDI Award for Innovation in Challenging Scenario, Best Research Papers, multiple papers, Outstanding Paper Award, Honorable Secretary, RSSDI, Honorable Secretary, Diabetic Foot Society of India, Fellow of Royal College of Physicians, American College of Endocrine. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. So let me take you to a very different field, and that is a very practical problem. Can I have a slide changer, please? Okay. So this is an institute from where I come, northern part of India, PGI Chandigarh, where I work in the Department of Endocrinology. And I'll just take you to an interesting case. This is quite common actually. Unless we keep our eyes closed, it is common. So you can see, can anybody guess what is happening to this patient? So this patient came to our OPD on a wheelchair with a bucket, and his foot was inside the bucket actually. So this was in May. May is quite hot in Chandigarh also. So what happened is that this bucket was filled with ice. Unfortunately, the time his turn came, it all melted and it became water. So why it was? Because he was having severe pain and burning in the foot. That's why he put his foot inside the bucket. So this is the irony, and this is how the patient treat their diabetic neuropathy. And unfortunately, we cannot close our eyes to this. So this was a gentleman who was 36-year-old male. He had type 3C diabetes. I hope you know that what is type 3C. So he was alcoholic and he had pancreatitis. So chronic pancreatitis leading to diabetes is type 3C. It was for 4-year duration. So this is an irony in a typical presentation of painful diabetic neuropathy. So if we just dig further into his history, it was subacute in onset, and around 6 weeks, it was gradually progressive, but he also had motor symptoms. He had some difficulty in getting up from squatting positions, maybe related to the alcoholism. He had some flail type of weakness, though there was no diurnal variation or any abnormality in cognition, and his bowel and bladder habits were absolutely normal. So once we examined this patient, we found out that his monofilament sensations were absent. His vibration perceptions were 30, and we know that if somebody is having a VPT of 30, that suggests that he was having distal symmetric peripheral neuropathy. His ankle brachial index was normal. Now you can have severe pain in a case of claudication also. So his ABI was normal, his vascularity was normal. Otherwise, his hemoglobin was fine, his thyroid functions were normal, but what is glaring was that he was having uncontrolled blood glucose. His A1C was 10.5% with very high fastings and postprandial blood glucose. So this is a scenario that you very commonly see in and day out, and we have to very carefully evaluate this patient. So before moving forward, I'll just take you to this slide, interesting slide that tells you how to diagnose and how to label a patient what he is having actually. So on the x-axis, you are having a stimulus intensity. On the y-axis, you are having a magnitude of pain. So this is a normal scenario. So if there is a painful stimulus to my leg, or a stimulus intensity is this much, you will have this much pain. Now problem is, you can have many kind of scenario in a given patient of diabetes. Now what is happening is, just a small amount of stimulus is there, and this gentleman is having quite significant pain. So what it is? So this is hyperalgesia. Hyperalgesia means even a small stimulus can lead to significant pain. On the other hand, another patient, you are giving so much of stimulus, which is much beyond than a normal person, and he's having only small amount of pain. So this is basically a hyperpathia. And last thing, what is this red line? Anybody for this red line? What does it mean? So this red line is basically, there is no stimulus given, but still the patient is perceiving pain. You can see on y-axis, the pain stimulus is quite high. So this is basically allodynia, and that's what our patient was having. So despite any stimulus was not given to this patient, he was perceiving pain, and this is painful diabetic neuropathy. So remember, in a lifetime, almost 30 to 50% of patients will have diabetic peripheral neuropathy. Half of these patients who have peripheral neuropathy will have pain as a symptom. And most likely this is the common reason for them, that's why they entered into a clinic, which is a significant cause of morbidity. So this is the definition that is given by the Pain Society, that any pain which arises as a consequence of any abnormality of a somatosensory system in a given patient of diabetes is painful diabetic neuropathy. I'll not go into the details of this neuropathic pain, but just understand this just because of so much changes that happens because of hyperglycemia in a given patient of diabetes, abnormalities in the sodium channel, calcium channels, potassium channels, and damage to the small fibers right from the A delta and C fibers, then to DRG, that is dorsal root ganglion, and then to the cortex. So anywhere you can have abnormality in a given patient on diabetes which leads to neuropathic pain. This slide is also again very important, that another aspect of neuropathic pain or neuropathy is nerve hypoxia. And we know that in a patient of diabetes, there are a lot of microvascular changes that are occurring which causes hypoxia and it causes nerve degeneration and diabetic neuropathy. So what actually is successful treatment? We know that this patient is having painful neuropathy. You will start treating a patient with XYZ drug, but what actually is the successful treatment? Do you think that patient symptoms will go completely? The answer is probably no. So therefore, American Association of Neurology says that even if you can achieve a 50% reduction in the pain of this gentleman, this is successful treatment, and whatever drug that can achieve 50% reduction, you can continue that drug. Definitely, it should be associated with some beneficial effects. If you can sleep well, because his pain is reduced, if his depression is reduced, quality of life is improved, that is successful treatment. So this is very important because most of the studies have these quantitative scales, that is called pain symptom scales. We most likely use VAS, that is visual analog scales. Otherwise, McGill questionnaire is also frequently used, and Heidelberg questionnaire. So in our studies in PGI, we use these kind of scales because it's very difficult to quantitate pain in a given individual. Somebody would say, yes, I have some improvement. Somebody would say, I have marked improvement. So what is some, what is marked, nobody knows. So it's better to rate the pain symptoms whenever your patient comes to you with pain. So this is the ADA recommendations. They say that any patient who have 30% reduction in VAS, it is clinically relevant response. So with this, you can continue the drug. Any drug that can lead to more than 50% improvement in pain, that is robust response. And any patient who has less than 30% reduction in pain, this is lack of efficacy. And now you should change the drug. So this is the definitions of the response to the pain. These are all the guidelines, the sum of all the guidelines, whether it may be as American Association of Neurology, ACE, ADA, what they say, you can choose any of these drugs, whether it may be pregabalin, whether it may be SNRIs, that is serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors like duloxetine, or it can be these amitriptyline. It depends upon the type of patient that you are seeing. You can use these kind of the doses, but what is important is understand that the class effect of these drugs has been shown, and the best effect is not better than the worst. That means you can choose any of these drugs depending upon the type of patients. And what kind of patients? Suppose your patient is having depression because of pain. It's likely that you will use a TCA, that is tricyclic antidepressant. So in that scenario, you can use amitriptyline. If a patient is obese, you will not choose a drug that can lead to weight gain. So therefore, you like to choose duloxetine rather than pregabalin. Somebody is having a lot of anxiety because of pain, so choose duloxetine. Somebody is having coronary artery disease, definitely you will not choose TCA. TCA is absolutely out of the scenario. You like to choose duloxetine again. Somebody is having very high blood glucose, pregabalin can be given, but TCAs are not a right choice. Somebody is having renal failure, you have to choose between the drugs. Preferable choice should be pregabalin rather than the duloxetine. So this is how, on the basis of the patient characteristics, you choose the drug. It's not that pregabalin or duloxetine is the gold standard. It depends upon the choice of patient. So we did a study in PGI. It was a comparison of amitriptyline versus pregabalin, which was published way back, around a decade back. And we found that pregabalin of 150 milligram is preferred as compared to amitriptyline for painful diabetic neuropathy. And this was a randomized double-blind controlled trial. Another study that compared amitriptyline with now duloxetine, and they found that both duloxetine or pregabalin has similar efficacy, it doesn't matter. Numerically, more patients were better with duloxetine rather than pregabalin. So this is a study done by Solomon, and this was monotherapy versus combination, because now we have a lot of combination of these drugs, duloxetine with amitriptyline or nortriptyline with pregabalin. So what they did, they combined all these drugs, duloxetine and pregabalin, and they found out that duloxetine has better efficacy than pregabalin, and combination therapy is not superior. So it's better to use a monotherapy rather than jumping on to the combination therapy. So finally, about the drugs, this is comparison, another trial which was published in Lancet, again by Solomon's group. What they did, they wanted to compare this option DM study, the pregabalin supplemented with ME or ME with pregabalin. And what they found out at the end of the study is you can choose any of these combination of the drugs. They have similar analgesic efficacy. And this combination treatment is well tolerated if the patient is not improved on a single monotherapy. I'll shift the gears to another interesting aspect of diabetic peripheral neuropathy, that is about role of neurotrophic vitamins. And that is also very, very important because we know that any patient who's on chronic metformin therapy will have B12 deficiency. And now even ADA recommends to do B12 levels in a patient who's on chronic metformin therapy. So whether it may be thiamine, like in our patient who was alcoholic, you expect thiamine deficiency, pyridoxine or cobalamin, all of them has been shown to improve and protect the nerve damage, predominantly by their antioxidant activity. So vitamin B12 specifically I like to focus because it causes, deficiency causes hypomethylation in the central nervous system. And we know that there is a ratio of this S-adenosyl methionine as compared to S-adenosyl homocysteine. And that is very important because it is required for the myelination of these nerves. So significant improvement have been shown if we supplement these patients with vitamin B12 who are on chronic metformin therapy. So this is the meta-analysis of all the study where they use a combination of methylcobalamin along with lipoic acid, alpha lipoic acid, and they found that outcomes related to diabetic painful neuropathy are significantly improved. And this is the meta-analysis of 17 studies. This also showed that compared to monotherapy, this combination of ELA along with B12 is very effective in patients with painful peripheral diabetic neuropathy. The last slides is about vitamin D because now this is the Pandora of the vitamin D products and everybody is adding vitamin D to almost everything. Even the statins are also being coming with vitamin D combination. So let's know that what vitamin D does to the peripheral neuropathy. The vitamin D is known that it can prevent hypoxia. It can reoxygenate these NK beta signalings has been seen. The vitamin D deficiency is very common in diabetes patients. Almost around 80 to 90% of patients have vitamin D deficiency. And vitamin D deficiency is associated with lower tolerance to the pain. And you will see many patients come quite frequently with lot of pain. Every time they come to your clinic, doctor, I am having pain, pain and pain. Maybe vitamin D deficiency is the reason for that. So this is a randomized controlled trial where they gave vitamin D to these patients in a dose of 5,000 international unit as compared to standard treatment in patients with diabetic neuropathy. So what they found out that there was significant reduction of the visual analog scale scores as compared to standard of treatment. There was significant reduction in the burning pain also, and there was a significant improvement in vitamin D. So as compared to a patient who were given vitamin D, they achieved a level of 40. As compared to those who were on placebo of 18.7 was the vitamin D, there was improvement in pain, improvement in VAS, and improvement in mood also. So I will say that a pragmatic approach to diabetic peripheral neuropathy is first confirm that this pain is because of neuropathy. Then you can choose between any of these drugs and you can supplement with neurotrophic vitamins and especially vitamin D also. And then you can play between these class of drugs, 1 versus 2. Or if one is not working, then go on to the another class of drugs. And if you think that patient is having severe symptoms, the last trial by Solomon says that even combination therapy is also effective. But you will be surprised to note that in the past 1 decade, FDA has not approved any drug for painful diabetic neuropathy. So that was an eye-opener because when we were writing this systematic review, we thought that we should just dig into what else is available for these patients. Because you choose whatever drug, hardly 50% of patients will have response. So we wrote this article and we wanted to know what is being done regarding novel treatment modalities. Unfortunately, we found out there is very limited human trials related to novel drugs, maybe related to purinergic receptor blockers or vanilloid channels. So this is an irony, but yes, there was some signal regarding tapentadol, which may be used in some patients who are having significant painful symptoms, and it is an FDA-approved drug for painful diabetic neuropathy. Finally, a word about capsaicin, because in my patient, I had to use capsaicin also, and capsaicin has been found to improve the painful symptoms in these patients. We have also experienced regarding some non-pharmacological therapy like MAIA, that is called anodyne therapy. So we did this randomized trial in our institute, and we found out with anodyne therapy, that is monochromatic infrared energy, there was significant improvement in VAS score as compared to sham treatment and the quality of life scores. So So I'll conclude by saying that this pain is really a trouble for our patients of diabetes. Listen to them patiently. Determine that what actually is the cause of pain. Make some realistic targets. Don't say to the patient that I'll treat you and your pain will go for forever. Even 50% relief of symptoms is quite good enough, which is recommended by all kind of guidelines, and it's really difficult to choose one drug over the another. So choose wisely depending upon the type of the patient you are having. And if you have a multidisciplinary team like we have in our institute, sometimes we have to refer our patients to even anesthesia teams or a pain clinic. So treatment should be very tailored, and remember that whatever you give, the best treatment you are giving is only very slightly better than the worst. But still, if it improves the quality of life of patient, that's the best. So thank you. Thanks, patient.
Thank you so much, Ashu sir. Thank you for this wonderful lecture, and you've covered, I think, most of the points with the treatment, everything. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sogi. Actually, we are running short of time. I mean, we are getting late. But one question about PEA, the phenylethylamide, as an additional neurotropic to this painful neuropathy. Your comments.
Yeah. So PEA usually it comes in combinations. It's unlikely that we see that PEA is coming as standalone drug. So people have not done trials, especially the randomized trials with PEA regarding the vast reduction with PEA. But yes, in addition to these neurotrophic vitamins, this might be used. But we still don't have any standalone trial with PEA to reduce the pain in patients with DPN.
Thank you very much. We would move around for the next lecture of this session. We have studied insulin and antidiabetic treatment in all the way. Dr. Kalyan Kumar Gangopadhyay, Kalyanda commonly known, and Dr. A.K. Das introduced him very well in the previous sessions. He is actually UK trained consultant in diabetes and presently consultant in endocrinology, C.K. Birla Hospital and Peerless Hospital, Kolkata. He's won a lot of prizes. Stephen Whitaker is the one important prize. Over to you, Dr. Kalyan, and he is going to talk to us about understanding the lipid profile minutely. ABC of our treatment, C is going to be covered by Dr. Kalyanda.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir, for your kind words. Now, the thing is, when we talk about lipid profile, when I was first given this topic a year ago, a lot of things struck me is, we keep talking, LDL ko kam karna hai, non-HDL. Why exactly is non-HDL bad? What is this ApoB, which is there? You will hear the cardiologist talking about ApoB. What is this lipoprotein A, small a? What is the significance? We keep hearing these things, but what actually are these? So that is what I'm going to try and simplify it. Not that I have understood everything, but I'll try and simplify it as much as I can. So now, first of all, we'll start from the basic. So Manoj and Purvi has given you the diet today. You have had the food. The fat in the food is in the form of triglycerides mainly. So when it goes into your stomach, the lipase breaks it down into single fatty acid. If you don't break it down into single fatty acid, the intestine cannot absorb it. So now the intestine absorbs the single fatty acids. So that's here. When it absorbs the single fatty acids, again now it combines them into triglyceride, triacylglycerol, 3 fatty acids together, triglyceride. This triglyceride is now secreted into the lymphatics. From the lymphatics, it goes into the blood, okay? So I hope it is simple so far. So when it goes into the blood, what is it called? Chylomicrons. So directly, if you eat, your chylomicron levels will go up. That's why we say that after food, the triglycerides have gone up. Why? Because the chylomicron majority is triglyceride. Now, the lipids are like this. They are insoluble. You need to make them soluble to carry in the blood, okay? So it has got two things. One is the hydrophobic lipids, that is inside. It is insoluble, but we have to dissolve it in the blood. So there is a hydrophilic core. So this bit is lipid, and there is a core. In this core, which makes it soluble, there is something called apolipoprotein. Now there are many apolipoproteins. ApoB100, ApoB48, ApoC2, lots of them. Each one is a key, chabi, tala kholne ke liye. Of this, the most important one is ApoB100. It is the only key which will open the tala of the blood vessels. So if you don't have ApoB, you cannot open the blood vessel. If you cannot open, the cholesterol which is inside cannot go into the blood vessel. So ApoB100 has to be there. So therefore it is bad. More the ApoB, that means it is able to go inside. Okay? So now again, so we have absorbed it. Lymphatics goes into the blood as chylomicron. So chylomicron, you can see composition, it's mainly triglyceride. Yellow is triglyceride. So all of it is almost everything is triglyceride. Now you can see here in the chylomicron, there is ApoB48, ApoE, ApoC2, all of this, and no ApoB100. Okay? So what does this do? The ApoC2, when it is going in the blood, it will then go into all the cells. The cells will catch on to the ApoC2. That is the key to open the doors of the cells so that you can now give the fatty acid to the cells. That is required. Adrenal glands, everywhere is required. So the ApoC2 will open it. So the chylomicron goes into the blood. It is giving fatty acids to everybody. So it is shrinking in size. Okay? So when it shrinks its size, it becomes chylomicron remnant, and then it finally goes into the liver. Okay? So in between, it has already given fatty acids to all the organs. The liver takes up the chylomicron. Now when the liver takes up the chylomicron, it takes up the fatty acid from the chylomicron. The liver takes the fatty acid from the chylomicron. It generates its own fatty acids from several pathways. And then it secretes it back into the blood as single fatty acids. How? Like this. So the liver has got all these fatty acids from here, generates its own fatty acid. Now it makes a molecule called VLDL. Now VLDL has got ApoB100. So it has the potential to open the tala of the blood vessel, arteries, to deliver the cholesterol and cause problems. Now the VLDL, however, is a transient molecule, has got short half-life. It then goes into the blood. It again gives fatty acid to all the blood, all the organs. While giving the fatty acid, now the triglyceride component is coming down. Cholesterol component is going up. It forms IDL because it is given up a lot of the triglyceride. Now cholesterol is remaining now. So the IDL has got higher cholesterol than the VLDL. IDL is very transient. What it does, it meets HDL. It takes cholesterol from the HDL. So it is becoming even richer in cholesterol now. And this is then LDL. Okay? So the LDL is richest in cholesterol, very little triglyceride. So the cycle is VLDL breaks down into IDL. IDL then breaks down into LDL. Now, the IDL, VLDL, LDL, all of them have got ApoB100. All are potentially bad. The LDL, ApoB100, goes into the blood vessel, opens the door, delivers all the cholesterol here, and that causes the problem. Whereas the HDL is trying its best to take out the cholesterol and giving it back to the liver. So if I put it together then, you see here, chylomicron, no ApoB100, majority triglyceride. Chylomicron, majority triglyceride. Here is the problem, ApoB100, ApoB100, ApoB100. तो फिर हम लोग क्यों LDL के ऊपर ही पड़े हैं क्यों? Why are we not considering this? What is non-HDL? Non-HDL is VLDL, IDL and LDL. So we should always consider non-HDL. Why we consider only LDL? So that's the question. So the answer is this, that for one chylomicron molecule, there are 10 VLD molecules. For one VLD molecules, there are 9 LDL molecules. So point is, the LDL has a much, much longer half-life. So therefore, in the blood, the majority will be LDL. This will be little, because the half-life is less. That's why this is measured as a marker. And all the trials are done on LDL. Almost all of the trials are done on LDL. There is a but. Why? Now you see here, non-HDL is this, this, and this, I told you. But we measure only LDL because it is the predominant. These are small in amount, so this is predominant. But there are certain conditions wherein this proportion increases, where when the triglyceride levels are high, obesity, type 2 diabetes, so there, this proportion begins to increase. So then it attains significance. So therefore, non-HDL measurement, therefore, might be better than LDL alone, because it takes into account all these ApoB100 containing molecules together. So, although the LDL values are close to non-HDL, as I said here, because this is the predominant, so non-HDL is almost equal to LDL, but some patients may have higher non-HDL than LDL, which is particularly true when you have got the LDL treated to low levels. So if given treatment, LDL comes right down. Now the proportion of this becomes higher. So there is one very good observational study of more than 100,000 patients where they had come for angiogram and their LDL cholesterol was less than 70. So LDL achieved less than 70. But what they found is that higher the non-HDL, more is the MI, atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, all-cause death. And the predictive value is quite high of this non-HDL. So the great excess of LDL over VLDL and IDL explains why LDL is such a strong risk factor, whereas triglycerides are not, even in patients who are hypertriglyceridemia. Because these triglyceride-containing molecules don't have the ApoB100. You have to have the ApoB100 to cause problems. So, as you can see here, the half-life of VLDL is in 3 to 4 hours, half-life of LDL is 3 to 4 days. So, in normal triglyceridic subjects, 5% of the whole is made up by the VLDL. But when the triglycerides increase, or you get the LDL down to very low levels, then this proportion increased to 15 to 20%. So you are happy the LDL is come down, but you have not taken into consideration the non-HDL. So now, why not then study the ApoB100? Ye to aasan hoga na. You might have noticed, I have slipped in LP small a here. This is another cholesterol moiety which has got ApoB100. But it has also got Apo small a, which forms a link between this and makes it even more dangerous. So when you measure LDL, this is actually LDL plus lipoprotein A. So this together is more dangerous. Again, when you get it lower down, this might be the problem. So ApoB, there are 5 major studies which show that ApoB was a more accurate measure of risk than non-HDL. But there are few studies which suggest equal risk. So my thought was that why spend money on ApoB if I measure non-HDL, which is all of this together, that will be equal to ApoB100. So why spend money on doing the ApoB100 test? That's a logical question, so I'll answer that. So in the European Society of Cardiology guidelines, they have said around 20% of patients, LDL may not be equal to ApoB because all those VLDL, IDL, they are also having lipoprotein A, they are also having ApoB100, so that proportion might be higher than actual LDL. You don't need fasting for ApoB100. Here is the answer why ApoB100 is gaining importance. Because the analytical performance of ApoB measurements are superior to the measurement or calculation of LDL. I asked the biochemistry consultant, they said, why don't you guys measure ApoB100? I said, why should I measure? Well, that is more scientific, that is more accurate. It is a protein, we can measure it more accurately. The LDL, majority of the labs do it by calculation method, and whenever, even if you do it directly, the ApoB stands out because it is more accurate, measurement-wise, measurement. So therefore, the European Society of Cardiology had clearly mentioned that ApoB is recommended for risk assessment, particularly in patients with high TG, diabetes, obesity, and very low LDL levels. Then, because I told you, LDL is low, the ApoB containing molecules might be still not low. So that's why they have put ApoB 100 as a marker. And they have given various goals for it. So less than 100, less than 80, less than 65, depending on the risk. So which is marker, better marker, non-HDL ApoB? So overall, if you look at the studies, it suggests that ApoB might be marginally more important for risk than non-HDL. But I think the measurement, assessed measurement, biochemical measurement, ApoB stands out. Now, the last bit is the lipoprotein A. What is this lipoprotein A? So when you measure LDL, you are measuring LDL plus lipoprotein A. This molecule is a bit different from LDL, although measurement-wise everything is included in LDL. But this has got, apart from ApoB 100, it has got another Apo small a, which forms a disulfuride bond between ApoB 100, and that makes it a very dangerous molecule. It is evolutionarily similar to plasminogen, so it's a thrombotic agent. It is synthesized entirely in the liver. What is its actual role? Nobody knows. But it is clear that it has a role in CAD, ischemic stroke, and it has got a lot of pro-inflammatory properties. But the problem with lipoprotein small a is statins don't reduce it. If at all, it may increase it slightly. Ezetimibe doesn't reduce it. None of the agents reduce lipoprotein A except PCSK9 to some degree, about 10 to 15%. So that makes it difficult. So you're measuring something and you can't do anything about it. That creates a hurdle. Why measure it then? So I put it here. So these two. So we have got LDL to target, but this is raised. That means this patient is still at risk. So when should we measure? So the ACC has said that high lipoprotein A is more than 50. If it is between 30 to 50, and you are undecided what to do regarding statins, you go ahead and tackle all the risk factors. So the lipoprotein A level will not guide you regarding what medication to give, but it will tell you that this patient is at higher risk of having problems. So you have to be more aggressive in treating with whatever agents you can give in treating him. So the EAS and Canadian guideline have said that you should measure it once in a person's lifetime. Once in a person, because it stays almost static. Nothing changes it. So if you want to say that, have I got a high risk? You measure it. If it is more than 50 milligram, doesn't matter what your LDL is, HDL, whatever it is, you have a higher risk of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, and you should be very aggressive in treating them. So the summary of my talk is, as most of the trials have concentrated on LDL, and that's the predominant molecule, we should first target LDL reduction. Once you have reached LDL at target, then you look at non-HDL, that is poor man's ApoB, I would say, or you do the ApoB test. If that is still raised, then you target the risk factors even more aggressively. Lipoprotein A, more of risk stratification than treatment guidance. So I hope I have simplified enough for you to understand. It took me a lot of time to understand this, and I've simplified it to the maximum extent that I could. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kalyanda, for taking us back to the biochemistry. But still it is, I have an inhibition to, go into details of it. I'm getting more confused again with inclisiran and those new things coming up. So it's pretty difficult. Our patients do not do lipid profiles very regularly. On top of it, it is difficult for us to decide where to add bempedoic acid, where to increase the dose of statin, and where to add ezetimibe.
Yes, so I think, as I said, my summary slide has said everything. So target the LDL first. If you have got it under target, then, only then you should look at, otherwise you will get confused, patient will get confused. LDL at target, now non-HDL or ApoB. ApoB preferably, and if you can't do ApoB, patient cost constraints, then non-HDL. That is a target, you are fine. That is not a target, you have to be a bit more aggressive. But lipoprotein A, you just measure and say, आपका तो काम हो गया. But medicine से क्या करना है पता नहीं, लेकिन you have to be more aggressive.
चलो इस सेशन का काम तो हो गया. Thank you very much. Let's hand over to the organizers for the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think if you all can remain on stage for a group photograph. So, group photograph. I would just like to make an announcement that we have the sessions ongoing till 8 o'clock, after which there is gala dinner for delegates as well as faculty. So make sure to attend our gala night tonight. Moving on to the next session, which is Holistic Cardiorenal Metabolic Care in Type 2 Diabetes. I would like to invite the chairpersons, Dr. Anuj Maheshwari, sir, Dr. A.K. Singh, and Dr. Sachin Mule.
So good evening. It's my proud privilege to, on behalf of my co-chair, to introduce the next topic for the discussion. And for this talk, you don't need introduction for the speaker. Professor Ramchandran doesn't need introduction to this audience. He is the father of Indian DPP trial, as you all know. He is going to talk on a patient-centric perspective for SGLT2 inhibition. And I'm very interested, sir, who has worked in epidemiology, has to take on therapeutics now, which is actually my domain. So that would be very interesting to see what the sir's approach when it comes to a SGLT2 inhibitor in people with type 2 diabetes.
Thank you. I think DRS, W and CPD has got together. As you know that the WCPD is actually mostly an epidemiology foundation, and we in India invited WCPD here to be a part of this conference, and I happen to be the board member in WCPD, but WCPD does not have enough incentive from pharmaceutical companies, so to combine not only prevention of diabetes, but prevention of complications of diabetes in order to have enough sessions funded by people who can fund it. And that's why, so we are taking advantage of the presence of epidemiologist itself here in order to talk about therapeutics. So I'm going to talk on holistic cardio-renal metabolic care. I'm sure you have heard a lot of talks on SGLT inhibitors, but I'm trying to add a little masala to this and tell you a little about epidemiology. As Dr. Singh said, how do an epidemiologist talk on only therapeutics, but there is going to be some epidemiology here. The first epidemiology question I'm going to ask, are the cardiovascular risk factors increasing in the Indian population along with increase in the prevalence of diabetes? We just now heard a talk on lipids and what do you do with that? So this is the population data. We have been doing consecutive surveys on diabetes and cardiovascular risk factors in different populations. Here I'm giving you the three populations, 2 urban and 1 rural population. And this is a publication called the STRIDE Eye Trial, where we looked at the increase in the prevalence of diabetes. And what is interesting at that point of time is that in 10 years, there has been a significant increase of diabetes from 18.6 to 22% in the city, 16.4 to 20% in the town, and 9.2 to 13.4, which means that the towns and the villages are catching up with the prevalence of diabetes. Interestingly, in this last 10 years, in this particular slide, you can see in the female population, the increase was significant in all the geographical regions, while it was significant only in the rural population. So, if you look at the relative percentage increase, it's very interesting that the explosion of diabetes is actually occurring in the villages. And you know that 70% of Indian population are living in the villages. So the second analysis was looking at the trends in the cardiovascular risk factors alone, along with diabetes. And what do you find here is this. If on one part is urban on the left-hand side, and the other one is rural, and you can see that the prevalence of hypertension increased from 21 to 26.3 in the urban population, which is again significant. Dysglycemia, which is a combination of pre-diabetes and diabetes, has substantially increased from 31% to 41%. And dyslipidemia, about which just now you heard, 47.3 to 54.4. Now, that is in the urban population. In the rural population, hypertension did not change much, but dysglycemia again changed from 17 to 28, and dyslipidemia from 30% to 42.3%. So that looks at the crude increase or the relative increase in the prevalence of diabetes and hypertension and dyslipidemia in the populations I just now described. Well, if you do a little more sophisticated analysis, we can model it and adjust it for many factors because there are many factors which can contribute to the increase. For example, the age of the population can change. There can be gender differences and also the change in the body mass index. So if you look at each of the adjustments, the model 2, the final one, gives you the actual unexplained increase of 18% in the hypertension, 26% in dysglycemia, 52% in rural population, 26% in the urban population, and then again you can see. So it's increasing all the way. So we are actually witnessing an explosion of not just diabetes, but all the cardiovascular factors. So more and more patients with cardiovascular disease are going to walk into your clinics today and in future. So conclusion of this study was that along with increase in the prevalence of diabetes, which we always talk about, there is a substantial increase in the prevalence of cardiovascular factors. So typically, a patient like this will walk into your clinic. He is type 2 diabetes for 6 months, 30 kilograms, which is the BMI, and the hemoglobin is a little low because he seems to have early CKD. The liver enzymes are increased, NFLD, which you already know, and you also see that his albumin EGFR has come down, and recent ECG treadmill is positive for probably silent myocardial ischemia, LVEV of 58%. So current therapy is metformin, telmisartan, amlodipine, and atorvastatin. So now the next question is, what do you want to do with that? What is the next type of agent which will help him? And that's exactly what we're going to talk about. How to approach a clinical screening for heart failure, because this patient has got early CKD, hypertension, diabetes, anemia. So he is a patient. The first cardiovascular event which will hospitalize him or which will need hospitalization for him is heart failure. And as you can see that in stage A, heart failure is only at risk. So patient has risk factors, diabetes, hypertension, and obesity. Stage B is a pre-heart failure where you have raised biomarkers, very important. You have raised BNP. Stage C is exactly heart failure, and stage D is severe symptoms and heart failure even at rest. So in such a patient, just now we have heard a very nice talk on dyslipidemia. In such patients with cardiovascular factors, screening with the natriuretic NP or peptides is useful because it's a biomarker which will help to allow that who is going to get heart failure and whether we can target him to prevent or reduce the risk of heart failure and hospitalization. So is it relevant to slow the rate of eGFR in this decline? Because now you have got 2-3 problems here. You have anemia, you have decreased eGFR, you have raised biomarker for heart failure, and you have obesity, and you have diabetes. So what more you need? So what can you do with him? Is there any magical pill which can reduce? Of course. Now, what is shown in this particular slide is that slowing the rate of eGFR decline leads to improved CKD outcomes in everybody in a large population study. So what is the evidence-based clinical role of use of SGLT? Now, because I'm going to talk on SGLT inhibitors in this patient. Is there any use at all, and how much of help it can give? Now, we all know about Bernie study, and this is the EMBA study in which empagliflozin reduces the risk of cardiovascular death. In fact, that is the only drug which has shown that, and I don't know how many of you were there when Bernie was actually presenting this during the ADA, where he had a standing ovation when he showed this particular slide, where we had a decreased 31% reduction, 38% reduction in the overall study population relative risk, and 56% in the Asian population, which is remarkable. This was a very unexpected results of this particular study. It also showed that, of course, you have the components of cardiovascular events. EMPA also reduced the risk of total myocardial infarction by 21%, and this is again a part of the same study. The other important point is it reduces the risk of cardiovascular death or heart failure hospitalization, about which we're talking about this patient, with heart failure across the whole spectrum of left ventricular ejection fraction. Because when you see patients, you look at the ejection fraction and they decide whether it can help at all. But what it has shown is that this particular drug, agent, has been a game changer. That particular trial has been a game changer, I can tell you. And you see that even less than 40%, 41 to 49%, and more than 50%, whatever be the level of ejection fraction, it can still reduce the risk of heart failure, hospitalization, and cardiovascular death. This other one is that cardiovascular death across patients with different causes of CKD. Now, other than the biomarker, I also said that this patient has got CKD. So at any level of CKD, can it also reduce cardiovascular death? You can see the last part where you can see 0.72, which is almost a 28% reduction in overall the CKD, in the decreased cardiovascular death in patients with CKD. So, EMBA prevents rapid eGFR decline consistently across baseline eGFR and UACR. Because you saw the slide which I showed you, the fourth slide, where you saw if you decrease the decline in eGFR, you definitely reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease. So therefore, what you can see, sir, across any eGFR level, any proteinuria level, you can still find that the forest plot is favoring the SGLT inhibitor in reducing the risk of cardiovascular disease. So this is a very good cartoon to show you the typical changes in eGFR following SGLT inhibition, which is a very, very important support to reduce the risk of cardiovascular. Initial dip in eGFR is seen in anybody you give SGLT inhibitor, but that doesn't matter. That is because there is a sudden decrease in the glomerular pressure, which presents a modest rise again in serum creatinine level. And after that, what you find is that the decline is definitely reduced, and that is of great support to reduce cardiovascular events. It also has demonstrated lower risk of kidney disease, cardiovascular death, heart failure, and similar risk of myocardial infarction, stroke, compared to any other drug. Now, the other drug which we all know about today, what we have, because you are living in exciting times where we have anti-diabetic agents, not only just reduces the blood glucose, but also reduces risk of complications, of cardiovascular complications. The other drug which we talk about is the GLP-1 analogs. The newer ones are coming. But look at this particular slide showing that the cardiorenal outcomes with EMPA versus GLP-1 receptor agonist, definitely the empagliflozin actually is a winner compared to GLP-1 analogs. If you just want to compare, and I don't like actually comparison of the classes, but we have different agents, the same class, but if you look at the top panel, you can see that EMPA stands out a little because it reduces the major cardiovascular events, cardiovascular death, all-cause mortality, hospitalized heart failure, chronic kidney disease, everything compared to the other ones. Now, whether it was by chance that Bernie got that answer from his, Bernie Zinman is a person who did the outcome trial in Ontario, but definitely there was no question about that. All the outcomes were significantly reduced by EMPA, while it was not exactly identical with the other SGLT inhibitors, although they also reduce heart failure significantly, as well as chronic kidney failure. But cardiovascular death and all-cause mortality were not reduced by the other SGLT inhibitors. So what are your key considerations for the patient I've shown? Because this is a patient-centric approach. We talked about the obesity, we talked about anemia, we also got the metabolic dysfunction associated with steatotic fatty liver disease, the new term for NFLD, and you also have raised proteinuria, and treadmill test is positive, a slight decrease in the ejection fraction. Therefore, how clinically relevant is SGLT2 in this particular, because anemia is a problem. Can anemia also be corrected by, because when you have chronic renal failure, we also try to correct anemia, because anemia will also add to increased risk of heart failure. But there is data to show that SGLT2 inhibition has also favorable effect on cardiorenal anemia, because it can increase erythropoietin levels and therefore erythropoiesis, and therefore it increases not even the iron bioavailability and increases iron absorption, and that increases the heart function much better. So there's this study showing that there was a 51% lower risk of anemia from the EMPEROR reduced study, incidence of new onset anemia with empagliflozin versus placebo. So this is an added advantage of using SGLT inhibitors in patients with early CKD. You also have anemia, which has to be corrected with advantage. And we always use not only iron supplements, but erythropoietin, but this particular drug also supports that one. So the mechanism is ferroptosis is an iron-dependent form of oxidative cell death, and in chronic metabolic disease, reduced activity of antioxidant enzymes like glutathione peroxidase enhances the risk of ferroptosis, and empagliflozin improves the peroxidase inactivity in the endothelial cells, cardiomyocytes, and renal tubules with reduction in risk of ferroptosis. Now the point is that it's very, very rare that most of the time when we do R&D for agents for diabetes or cardiac failure, etc., you go from experiment into animals and then go into human experiment and then human trials. In the EMBARX study is a very particular study in which that the cardiovascular benefits that the outcome produced in that particular was unexpected. So therefore, the scientists, the basic scientists had to go back to the experimental laboratory to see what's the mechanism by which this particular drug reduce the risk of heart failure, reduce the risk of cardiovascular death, reduce the risk of kidney failure, because we did not expect that to happen. So that happened in this particular agent. We know that final thing is doing a randomized control trial. But the randomized control trial produced results which were better than expected. And therefore, we have to go back, and that's why we are now talking about the mechanisms by which SGLT inhibitors can have cardiovascular benefits, much more than what it was believed to be when we started doing the trials. So in this patient, there's no question that empagliflozin improves glycemia without hypoglycemic risk because his HbA1c was high, reduces the risk of eGFR decline and reduces the risk of progression of CKD, reduces risk of heart failure and cardiovascular events from all the randomized control trials, improves anemia and reduces body weight with benefit. So therefore, a single agent doing a multiple things which can improve a lot of things that you see abnormal in that specific patient. So there's no question of using that drug in that particular agent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there any questions from the floor?
Yes, sir. Excellent lecture, sir. Just I wanted to ask, without a patient is having not diabetes and having heart failure stage 1, 2, so can we start it?
Even if you do not have diabetes, whether you can use SGLT2 inhibitors to reduce the risk of heart failure? That is your question.
And in which cardiac conditions we can use empagliflozin and in which dapagliflozin is better? So I saw your trials, so all the trials are showing empagliflozin is better.
As far as the heart failure is concerned, there is no difference between any of the SGLT inhibitors. But it is by some chance or luck, because you see, I got involved in randomized control trials, and Bernie is a very good friend of mine. Cardiovascular death and all-cause mortality also decreased in the EMBA study. But that was not been able to be repeated or reproduced by any other SGLT inhibitors. Is it by chance? We do not know. However, heart failure, exactly identical with all the SGLT inhibitors because the mechanism is very well known and explained. So when you want to if you want to reduce heart failure, it doesn't matter anything you use. Even if it doesn't matter, the patient does not have even diabetes, as you know that. Did I answer that question, Dr. Singh?
Absolutely.
Yes, yes.
So to again reiterate, the SGLT2 inhibitor is a licensed drug in people with heart failure regardless of diabetes. Now, whether to choose between IMPA and DEPA, as sir said, when it comes to heart failure prevention, the data is absolutely similar. It's a mirror image. So choice is entirely yours. There's, no point making that A is better than B with regard to prevention of heart failure. So you can use any drug. Now, when it comes to the data, as sir said, in IMPAREG outcome trial was an exclusive CB outcome trial where we had a significant CB death and all-cause death reduction with empagliflozin. Contrarily, if you look at the heart failure trial, in the DEPA heart failure trial, there was all-cause death reduction with dapagliflozin, but it wasn't seen in the IMPERA reduced trial. So therefore, you have got a CB death reduction data in the CB outcome trial only with IMPA, but in the heart failure trial, you have got a all-cause death reduction only with the DEPA. So it's just a matter of chance. Perhaps there is a difference in the baseline characteristics of the patients amongst different trials. As you all know, IMPAREG outcome trial had 100% patients with established cardiovascular disease. In the declared TIMI trial of DEPA, nearly 70% were primary prevention cohort. So the outcome is going to be different if you have got a different kind of patient recruited in two trials. But if you look at how SGLT2 work, there is no reason to believe that only one drug should have this data and other would not. But evidence-wise, still CB death, prevailing is with the empagliflozin.
So in that case, my feeling or whatever I have read, I feel that if patient is having a classical atherosclerotic heart disease, then we should give empagliflozin first, preference to empagliflozin. And if it is a prevention of heart failure or risk reduction in heart failure, dapagliflozin also can be similar effect to the empagliflozin.
Valid point. Because this is the IMPAREG outcome trial, and the case presented here had a TMT positive, suggestive atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. If you look at the evidence, in this particular patient, IMPA should be the choice, preferably, as sir mentioned.
Yeah, I think it's very tricky. You see, when you say cardiovascular death, it is not only myocardial infarction. You had strokes, and unfortunately, strokes did not come down as much it should have. It didn't, actually. In fact, there is some data to show maybe it can even increase the risk of stroke. So, on the other hand, GLP-1 analogs are the best drugs to reduce the risk of stroke. You know that even the REWIND trial, there is a second exploratory analysis done by Hetzel, another friend of mine, which I don't know whether we attended that, which showed a fantastic reduction in stroke alone. So it depends upon individual patient that we RCTs are giving you proof of concept. That is called randomized control trial, standard conditions, and they prove very effective. Real life, you use that wisdom to use and choose what you want to use. But as he rightly said, you know that I don't know why, how EMBA got cardiovascular death reduced and why the others did not. I don't know the answer to that question. Even if you ask Bernie Zinman or even Hetzel, they won't be able to tell you the answer. If Dr. Singh can produce a rabbit out of the hat, I can help you out.
No, sir, this is very difficult to answer why it was seen in the IMPAREG outcome trial. For example, Bharti CB trial done with artegliflozin was a copycat of IMPAREG outcome trial. It has 100% patients with established cardiovascular disease. But artegliflozin could not meet the primary objective of 3PMS, forget about cardiovascular death. The reason would be perhaps, we don't know the exact answer, that these trials were conducted in a different era. For example, the IMPAREG was started in 2012 and Bharti CB was started nearly in 2019 or 2020. The standard of care over the time, we now giving statins to everyone, ARNI to heart failure, a RAS blocker to everyone, beta blocker to nearly all patients with heart disease. So over the time, because the standard of care has profoundly increased better, you expect that outcome would be perhaps smaller. So this is the only explanation for difference between IMPAREG versus Bharti CB, but we don't know the exact answer.
No, only confusion because empagliflozin is still very costly. Patent is not gone.
Well, the cost
so,
is not...
No, that's a different part of the story. Cost is not in our hand.
No, that's why we are always thinking whether to give EMPA will give definitely better result, then we can, afford the cost.
Absolutely. If you want to take it, you take EMPA, Thank you.
So if there is no further question, please give a big round of applause for Professor Ramchandran. And it's my pleasure to give a mic to my co-chair to introduce next speaker.
Thank you, Dr. A.K. Singh. And now is time to have a combination of power of combination. And we are having a very prolific speaker, Dr. P.G. Talwalkar. Dr. P.G. Talwalkar is a postgraduate teacher in diabetology, Maharashtra University of Medical Science, and professor of diabetology at S.L. Raheja Hospital for Diabetes and All India Institute of Diabetes, Mumbai. He is also a visiting physician and diabetologist at Dhanvantari Hospital and Research Center, Sushruta Hospital, Mumbai. He is postgraduate teacher in diabetology, College of Physicians and Surgeons, Mumbai. Formerly, he was honorary professor of medicine at Grants Medical College, Mumbai. He has more than 50 publications. He also had been assistant editor of the Association of Physicians of India's Textbook of Medicine, 6th edition, 1999. Currently, member of the editorial board of Indian Journal of Clinical Medicine and Journal of Diabetes Association of India. He has authored 7 books or handbooks based on diabetes management. Without wasting much time, over to Professor P.G. Talwalkar.
Thank you, Dr. Maheshwari, for introduction. I think the PPT which I sent them is not put up, but anyway, I'll try to use this one. My topic is holistic cardiorenal metabolic care in the management of type 2 diabetes mellitus. As you know, most of the patients of type 2 diabetes you should see in your clinical practice are not plain and simple type 2 diabetes. There's a mixture of diabetes with atherosclerotic disease, heart failure, renal failure, and all of them are actually a part of a big syndrome. Along with obesity, metabolic disorders, cardiac affections, renal disorders, they all come in a big syndrome, and every patient has some aspect of all this. So it is prudent to take into consideration all the associated comorbidities and complications and treat them simultaneously, and at the same time try to analyze them, try to find out whether they are there, even if the symptoms are not there, so that you can attack all the risk factors together to really reduce the mortality and morbidity and improve quality of life. Whether you are a general practitioner, whether you are a diabetologist, whether you are a nephrologist seeing you in a kidney clinic, all of them have to have the same approach. A nephrology man should look at the blood sugars, the blood pressures, the lipid profiles, the obesity, the waistline. The cardiologist has to also do the same thing. So ultimately, the goal is to really reduce the mortality and morbidity and improve quality of life. This syndrome usually starts with obesity. The epidemic of obesity is followed by the epidemic of diabetes. And obesity is associated with insulin resistance, which stresses the beta cells, producing glycemia and ultimately diabetes in those who have genetic defects in beta cells. And with the insulin resistance, which is associated with obesity, there is a dyslipidemia, there is a hypertension. Now, this kind of obesity is usually a visceral obesity, which the fat in the visceral obesity is more proactive, it's more pro-inflammatory, and is associated with inflammation of various organs, endothelial damage, epicardial fat, liver fat, ectopic fat in the abdominal, visceral, other visceral organs are all associated with ectopic obesity. Pro-inflammation, vascular damage, endothelial damage, that leads to cardiorenal metabolic syndrome in its totality. And we have to treat it in totality. Now, looking as a diabetologist, as an endocrinologist, if you analyze your diabetic patients, at least 33% of them have some degree of renal impairment. Some of them go down very rapidly, some don't go down that rapidly, and that depends on genetic background. At least 1 in 2 cases of CKD have only low to moderate level of albuminuria, so there is a CKD without albuminuria also. That also is important to be treated. In people with type 2 diabetes, at least 1 out of 7 have heart failure. Heart failure, as Professor Ramchandran has said, is the first cardiovascular complication for which a diabetic patient gets admitted in a hospital, more common than the myocardial infarction, more common than the stroke, but very underdiagnosed. People don't know how to diagnose it, and it's missed. A lot of them go up with weakness, lack of stamina, and attributed to high blood glucose, anemia, obesity, and so many other factors to attribute if a patient considers complaints of lack of stamina, weakness, and little bit of breathless is not diagnosed, the treatment is not given. A lot of diabetic people have NAFLD, or now called MASLD. 60% of type 2 diabetic patients are associated with MASLD. It's not a disease to be ignored. Previously, when the patient used to point out at the abnormalities of his ultrasound, doctors used to say, "Arey, ye to sab mein hota hai, ignore it." But now we know that it cannot be ignored. If it progresses, it develops fibrosis, cirrhosis, carcinoma. That is one way of deterioration, but the other way of deterioration is a strong association between it and the atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, and which again combines with the other complications to increase the mortality and morbidity and reduce the quality of life. Type 2 diabetic patients are also very commonly associated with cardiovascular disease, and all these disorders like renal disorders and MASLD accelerate the atherosclerosis and accelerate the further downward course of the cardiovascular disease. So all these things have to be tackled simultaneously. You just cannot look at blood sugar in isolated manner. Now let us take a case of this man, 35-year-old patient, recently diagnosed type 2 diabetic dyslipidemia on routine checkup, has a sedentary lifestyle, no other complaints, no other history. He's obviously out and out obese by Indian standard. He has feeble tibial pulse. It's not very common, but still he has it. Already peripheral vascular disease at the beginning of diabetes. Glycemia is very poorly controlled. Lipid profile is abnormal. Rival enzymes are on borderline. His kidneys at present do not show any sign of affection. He has a grade 1 fatty liver with those borderline enzymes, probably is going into MSLD, first stage. Exercise, treadmill stress test is already positive, and current anti-diabetic therapy is only metformin. Now what has happened is that it took, for last 20 years, metformin is sitting as a pivotal drug in the management of type 2 diabetes. The guidelines stated then 20 years back, and everybody by this time knows about it. But now it's too late. 5 years have gone by after the metformin has been dethroned as the only #1 drug. The other drugs like SGLT2 inhibitors, GLP-1 analogs have taken its place in some specific conditions like heart failure, cardiovascular disease, and renal impairment. But this has not gone down the line. The GPs know about it, and it is our duty to talk to them that metformin is no more the only first-line drug. We have much better drugs with much stronger evidence, which can replace metformin or at least can be given along with metformin in some conditions. Now let us look at the cardiovascular risk of Indian type 2 diabetic patients at the time of diagnosis of diabetes. This study was done by our own colleagues, 3,000 patients. They looked at recently diagnosed type 2 diabetes and analyzed their cardiovascular risk based on LPA guidelines and based on Q-RIS3 surveys. And they found that 100% of type 2 diabetic patients have higher cardiovascular risk, grade 1 risk in about 40% of the patients, and grade 2 risk in about 60% of the patients. So in these situations, you cannot just rely on metformin. In 2024, we have to teach our primary care physicians what are the options available, why these options are better, and how to use them. Now, and that's the reason why when you diagnose type 2 diabetes, on day 1, at least you should ask for urinary albumin-creatinine ratio, because if it is raised, it increases. It's a marker for high risk for cardiovascular disease and high risk for progression of renal disease. And if it is associated with hypertension, you should ask for ECG on day 1. Of course, many other invasive and non-invasive tests are available, but depending upon individual patient and the other risk factors, you have to ask them, not all of them together, but in a cascading manner, depending upon how the investigation come out. Now, we take another prototype of a patient, a long-standing diabetic, 52-year-old. Diagnosis of diabetes was done 2 years back. This patient has hypertension, dyslipidemia for 10 years. On probing, increasing breathlessness is there on exertion, out and out obese by Indian standard, anemic, lipid profile is grossly abnormal, rival enzymes are grossly raised, kidney functions are affected, EGFR has already reduced to 60, urinary albumin-creatinine ratio is already high, resting ECG is left ventricular hypertrophy, 2D echocardiogram shows 58% ejection fraction, left ventricle, but grade 2 diastolic dysfunction. And as far as treatment is concerned, telmisartan, amlodipine for blood pressure, atorvastatin, doses are not stated, but for diabetes, again, metformin. See the risk. Obesity, renal impairment, she is already in heart failure. She is breathless, she has grade 2 diastolic dysfunction, she had structural damage, but no SGLT2 inhibitor or no GLP-1 analog. So this is where we have to use these drugs very carefully, upfront in these type of patients and reduce the cardiovascular risk. Nearly 1 out of 2 patients, 50% of type 2 diabetic patients have a diastolic dysfunction. And if you add these structural abnormalities picked up, breathlessness, This patient obviously was in heart failure. It should have been picked up by doing NT-proBNP and then another drugs like SGLT2 inhibitors and many other drugs are available nowadays for management of type 2 diabetes in this situation, which should be used. Again, these drugs should be used along with metformin or before metformin in this situation. Now, our Indian studies show that about 50% or 40 to 50% of patients with type 2 diabetes will have CKD if you investigate, if you find out, quantify their albuminuria, or if you calculate an EGFR. Asymptomatic patients who are not known to have renal impairment, if you work on them, 40 to 50% of them have CKD. This is a study of Vishwanathan from South. We had done one study, pan-India study, 3,000 patients taken from all nooks and corners of our country, and by CKD was diagnosed by either measuring EGFR, calculating EGFR or measuring albuminuria, and either one of them was sufficient for diagnosis, and we had 46% of our patients who were not known to have CKD having a CKD by these criteria, asymptomatic. So this is very common, and that's why when we are looking at type 2 diabetic patients, we must have holistic approach, prevention of all these complications of comorbidity as far as possible, pick them early in the initial stage, start attacking them when iron is still hot, use the right drugs, use the right lifestyle, diet control, weight reduction, stoppage of smoking, control of ABC and waistline, A1C, blood pressure, LDL cholesterol, all at goals along with waistline, and use anti-diabetic drug appropriately depending upon the risk factors, emphasize on weight reduction, blood pressure reduction, emphasize on safety from the point of view of hypoglycemia, emphasize on heart failure safety, emphasize on cardiovascular safety, if not at least protective effect, and choose the right drug. Metformin is not the only drug for all the patients. The guidelines also say that strike when the iron is hot. If you reduce the HbA1c very rapidly in the initial stages after the diagnosis of diabetes, you will really have a lot of benefits in terms of legacy effect and prevent complications later on. For this kind of therapy, you usually require 2 drugs together. The current guidelines state that if the target HbA1c and current HbA1c, if the gap is more than 1.5, you start straight away with 2 drugs. And if the HbA1c is above 9, many of the associations are now recommending 3 drugs. And while choosing the drug, if there is a risk factor for heart failure, renal failure, or these conditions existing, or atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, you start with SGLT2 inhibitor or GLP-1 analog, and that should have a precedence over metformin. When you're thinking about 2 or 3 drugs, a combination of SGLT2 inhibitor and DPP-4 analogs have a lot of synergistic action. DPP-4 gives rise to improvement in beta cell function, very easily tolerated, cardiovascular safe, renal safe, though not very protective, and it has a broad clinical applicability. SGLT2 inhibitors bring on the table following properties: reduce adiposity, reduce insulin resistance, indirectly reduce glucotoxicity and improve the beta cell function, reduce MACE, CV death, atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, heart failure outcome, and improved kidney function. So both of them are used together in a day-to-day practice very often. Previously, we used to only tackle insulin resistance and beta cell functions, or both together. But now with the drugs like DPP-4 inhibitors and SGLT2 inhibitors, we can strike at the sites which were not approachable until now. Say, for example, alpha cells in the islets of Langerhans, which are inhibited by which are acted upon by the DPP-4 inhibitors, reduce inappropriately high postprandial secretion of glucagon, and through that they reduce the glycemia. And of course, SGLT2 inhibitors, which act on kidneys, reduce the energy, reduce the blood glucose, reduce the weight, and through weight reduction, insulin resistance is reduced, vascular protection is there, and also directly and indirectly reduce the insulin resistance and improve beta cell function. One such combination is empagliflozin and linagliptin. All the gliflozins and gliptins will have more or less similar ability to reduce HbA1c, longevity, and other more or less same things. But let us look at this. Empagliflozin-linagliptin combination provides early and sustained glycemic control in patients with type 2 diabetes, better than EMPA alone, better than Lina alone, or better than suboptimal concentration of these drugs together. What empagliflozin adds to the table is if you do the CGM study and use that metric to study the glycemic efficacy, the area, it improves the blood glucose inside that's 70 to 180 milligrams per cent by reducing time below the range and time above the range. If you reduce time below the range, that means you're reducing the hypoglycemic episodes, which could be dangerous in long-standing type 2 diabetes, and you also reduce time above the range. Empagliflozin along with metformin, if you compare with empagliflozin, metformin along with glimepiride, the traditional combination, at the end of 2 years, at the end of 4 years, the difference in weight between the two drugs, EMPA plus metformin versus metformin plus glimepiride is 5 kg. 5 kg weight reduction would definitely reduce blood glucose by reducing insulin resistance and significantly reduce the cardiovascular side effects. Empagliflozin has been already shown to substantially reduce the fat in the liver. As you know, MSLD is very common nowadays. A lot of focus is there, and we have to reduce that fat in the liver to reduce the complications and comorbidities. And at present, there is hardly any drug which is approved as first-line drug. A new drug has just emerged which works on the thyroid receptors beta, but that is not yet available outside the United States of America. In that context, a substantial reduction of hepatic fat along with empagliflozin is beneficial to the patients. Empagliflozin reduces the risk of first and recurrent cardiovascular events in patients with type 2 diabetes. This particular was the post-hoc subgroup analysis in which they looked at what happens to myocardial infarction. Other 3-point MACE, etc., you have heard 100 times and everybody knows about it, but 21% risk reduction of myocardial infarction was associated with empagliflozin as compared to placebo in the same EMPA-REG trial. Empagliflozin facilitates regression of albuminuria in patients with type 2 diabetes and CVD with prior albuminuria. It reduces the conversion of micro to macro, and it also reduces conversion of normal to micro and also helps other way around. Empagliflozin improves hemoglobin and lowers the uremia in patients with type 2 diabetes and CVD with eGFR below 60. And what is the difference between the empagliflozin renal outcome studies and other SGLT1, SGLT2 renal outcome studies? What empagliflozin worked even in those patients who did not have significant albuminuria. DAPA and CANA were used only in those patients with significant albuminuria if present in addition to the reduced eGFR, but empagliflozin was the only SGLT2 inhibitor which worked even if the albuminuria was not significant, both in diabetics as well as non-diabetic patients. As you require additional drug to have additional glycemic efficacy, because you all know when HbA1c, when there is renal impairment, the glycemic efficacy of SGLT2 inhibitors go down drastically. They are renoprotective, cardioprotective, but not good drugs for blood glucose reduction. There you require help of an additional drug. In that context, DPP4 inhibitors come in handy, and linagliptin is one of the most highly studied. DPP4 inhibitor is 3-point MACE. It is very safe. It is safe on renal functions. Because of lack of time, I'll have to go very fast. Safety of linagliptin along with other DPP4 inhibitors is proved on heart failure front, proved on atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease front. As far as the work on the renal safety is concerned, the trials done with linagliptin, there were 2 trials for renal safety, a secondary endpoint analysis with 2 cardiovascular outcome studies, whereas all other gliflozins, some other gliptins have only 1 study. And the type of patients used in linagliptin study were varied. They had patients with lower EGFR, longer duration, older patients. In all these patients, the renal safety of linagliptin was proved. So one is safe, other is protective, one is neutral for weight, other is weight reducing substance. Both of them go well in a combination. That was a Carmenilla study which I was talking about. A lot of patients had renal impairment. So in short, this is a good combination to use in day-to-day practice because after all, your goal is also to bring HbA1c to your 7% or whatever goal you give for that particular patient, and in this combination can work together well. It's available in 2 different strengths. You all know the advantages of fixed dose combination, reduction of pill burden, because when we talked about the various cardiometabolic syndrome and associated conditions, which are usually associated with type 2 diabetes, the number of tablets you have to take, the pill burden reduction is also one of the main functions which you have to do to reduce the patient's problems. That's it. So in short, I have a message to give that don't look at type 2 diabetes in isolation, don't look at blood glucose reduction in isolation, look at the other aspects, look at the cardiometabolic and renal comorbidities which are associated with diabetes, try to identify them when the patient is young and coming you for the first time, and then try to prevent them. If they are already there, treat it simultaneously along with glycemic control and use the right drugs. There are a lot of new drugs which are available. Metformin is not the drug of first choice anymore. Use them along with metformin or in preference to metformin in specific conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Talwalkar, for a nice lecture. Any question from the audience? Anybody? Yes. You want to ask? Anybody wish to ask any question?
So now again, which combination is better in your opinion, sitagliptin, metformin, and dapagliflozin, or linagliptin, dapagliflozin, and metformin to use?
Again, the question is similar. All the well-studied drugs, whether they are DPP-4 inhibitors or SGLT2 inhibitors, are more or less similar. Among the well-studied drugs, of course, saxagliptin goes out because of the heart failure thing. But the difference between linagliptin and sitagliptin, if you are using a fixed drugs combination, is as follows. As the renal functions go down and as they go down as the time passes, with sitagliptin, you will have to remember to reduce the dose of sitagliptin from 50% in moderate renal impairment to 25% in severe renal impairment, and you don't have those differential combinations along with. So it becomes easier for the linagliptin. Another slight difference is, more or less they are similar, but in addition to this, another slight difference is, as I said, you see, the evidence of renal protection with gliptin is from cardiovascular outcome studies where renal safety, not protection, was the secondary outcome. But 2 trials, different type of patients, patient with low with low GFR was available with linagliptin. And the work on albuminuria also, there's a little bit more in linagliptin case as compared to sitagliptin. But more or less same, but these are some small subtle points. And this practical point that you don't have to change the combination just because you don't have to adjust the dose is an important thing.
No, but which is better for cardiac patients, like cardiac profile improvement?
Both of them are more or less same as regards the safety on 3-point MACE.
I think we should weigh the individual drugs characteristics and accordingly we should try to use it. So for example, if we are having a patient who may have the renal impairment or some renal compromised situation, then linagliptin definitely would be a better choice. But the sitagliptin can also be a good choice in the reduced dose, whatever has been recommended. If you use the sitagliptin in reduced dose, for example, if somebody is having the 50% EGFR and you reduce the dose of the sitagliptin 50%, then it will be working in the same. So you can get the better effectivity and as good as protection also as you were getting with the other combination.
No, but linagliptin and metformin combination have come recently along with dapagliflozin.
That is the
And
difference.
Sita and metformin and dapa is going since last 2-3 years.
You are very correct, but here sir is telling about the synergistic power of the SGLT2 inhibitor and DPP4 inhibitor. Adding metformin, whether adds value or not value, this is another story. So, if sir wish to comment on that, he can make a comment.
Again, the comments are more or less same. And if you are talking about a fixed dose combination of 3 different drugs, I really don't use 3 different drugs in a fixed dose combination because then you are tied up, your flexibility is absolutely lost. And again, metformin is a drug which requires progressive reduction in the dosage. And we are talking about renal impairment and using of these drugs where metformin has a lot of restrictions there. Below 45, you can't use it. Below 45, you have to reduce the dose by half. Below 30, you can't use it. And in the fixed drug combination, in this situation, where there is a cardiorenal protection and cardiorenal conditions already existing, then that particular thing is not suitable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the kind lecture and very nice deliberation you have made it here. So now over to you.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session. Moving on to the next session, we have game-changing therapies for diabetes. For this session, I would just to save time. I would like to invite chairpersons for the next session, Dr. Sunil Kamble, Dr. Mohammad Hasneen, and Dr. Maria Schmidt.
Good evening, everyone. So we now move on to the following session, an interesting session on game-changing therapies for diabetes. My name is Mohammed Hassanein. I'm a endocrinologist working in Dubai. A great pleasure to be among this eminent faculty of co-chairs. And the first speaker for this session needs no introduction. It's Dr. Banshi Sabu. I think everybody knows Banshi very well, and I don't really want to use time to go through the long CV of Banshi. I think the whole globe know who he is, and he's going to address unraveling the unholy trinity of high glucose, weight, and cardiovascular risk in type 2 diabetes.
Thank you, Mohammed, for kind words. Thank you, Manoj, Purvi, DRS, WCPD Organizing and Scientific Committee for giving me an opportunity. And thank you, Novo Nordisk, for supporting the symposia and to the meeting also. What I'm going to talk in next 20 minutes, how this molecule is taking care of all 3 things which we are talking of the Trinity. The agenda will be, we'll be talking for the Trinity, decoding the Trinity, a comprehensive understanding. Then we will also understanding the influence, how shaping the healthcare dynamics. Then with the evidence, what we have with the established guideline, and then with the aligned with the recommended protocols. The obesity, diabetes, and CVD, this you can say is unholy trinity. That 88% people with type 2 diabetes living with either overweight or obesity. And 31% of the people with obesity, they are living with type 2 diabetes. The other side, if you see the diabetes and CVD, 32% people with type 2 diabetes had CVD. And 50% of deaths related to type 2 diabetes are due to CV cause. And 29% people with coronary artery disease or CVD have diabetes. If you see otherwise, obesity and CVD correlation, 2/3 of patients with obesity have death related to high BMI due to CV cause, and 80% people with coronary artery disease are living with overweight and obesity. So you can understand that how interlinked, closely interlinked all these 3 problems which we have in our people with diabetes, obesity, or with cardiovascular disease. Now, these are the overlapping risk factors for diabetes, obesity, and CVD, and I am sure all of you know that these are the people with type 2 diabetes or with obesity, and they are having all these multiple risk factor, overlapping risk factor, which are responsible for them to have cardiovascular disease too. So this interlinking the pathophysiology. If you see the type 2 diabetes having multiple inflammatory markers which are responsible for systemic inflammation. Type 2 diabetes have the insulin resistance, hyperglycemia, which is responsible for the endothelial dysfunction, increasing oxidative stress, increasing plaque development, and increasing atherosclerosis. The systemic inflammation is also because of obesity, which also have lot of inflammatory markers which are responsible. Obesity and diabetes both have dyslipidemia. Dyslipidemia is also responsible for further increasing the insulin resistance, and obesity is also responsible for increasing risk for hypertension because of increasing renin and angiotensin acute phase reactants. And hypertension, this dyslipidemia and hyperglycemia, all of them are responsible for increasing oxidative stress that increase the cardiovascular disease. So this overall, if you see the persons with obese also, they go directly with cardiovascular disease. Sometimes diabetic patients with obesity, they have CVD, and the persons with CVD, underlying they have first time maybe detected diabetes at the time of detection of coronary artery disease, or they have underlying CVD too. The other agenda is that what's the healthcare dynamics is there. Even 1 year of a poor glycemic control in people with type 2 diabetes can result in increase in cumulative incidence of microvascular complication like neuropathy, nephropathy, retinopathy, while a significant increased risk of even the myocardial infarction, heart failure, stroke, and composite CV events. So, I mean, a 1 year of a poor glycemic control can increase the risk for all micro and macrovascular complication. 1% increase in HbA1c leads to increased risk of CV complication. So, increase in heart failure, increase in peripheral artery disease, increased risk of cardiovascular disease, and increased risk of CV death also. One side, the obesity is also a major determinant of increasing cardiovascular risk because obesity increases blood pressure, increasing blood glucose, increasing insulin resistance, increasing blood lipids, and increasing inflammation, which leads to increasing endothelial dysfunction, and it increases also the risk of MI, stroke, peripheral artery disease, and CV mortality. So, one we talked about how diabetes is responsible for that. Even 1% increase in HbA1c is responsible for many more complications for even 1 year. Now, what's the relationship between weight and cardiovascular disease? And this is very interesting. As soon as someone BMI, which is like from 27 or 28, as it increases, if you see any CV event, there is a suddenly increase in that CV event will start increasing. Even with the persons with this increase from 27, as the BMI increases, the ischemic heart disease risk also increases. The same with the heart failure and same with the cerebrovascular event. Even cerebrovascular event, that graph is slightly flatter and compared to other are very steep. So this shows that increasing CV risk with increasing BMI of more than 25 kg. So this is very, very important for us, that how increasing the obesity also increases the cardiovascular risk. Another side I had shown you, even 1% increase in HbA1c, how it increases the cardiovascular disease also. So the CVD is the leading cause of disability and death for people with type 2 diabetes and obesity. And we are the one who have highest number of CVD in the world. The 50% of death in people with type 2 diabetes is because of cardiovascular disease. CVD was the cause of death. 2 out of 3 people with type 2 diabetes above the age of 65. So 2/3 of your diabetic patients who are above the age of 65, they are dying because of cardiovascular disease. On an average, at the age of 60 years, life expectancy is reduced by 12 years for a person with type 2 diabetes who have experienced heart attack or stroke. So you can understand that a person who have MI or a person with a stroke, the life which is reduced by 12 years. That's very, very significant. And CVD is responsible for more than 2/3 of diabetes, 2/3 of death associated with high BMI. That's also very important. CVD related complication in obesity related to 41% of death and 34% disability adjusted life years. What's the evidence? Now, do we have evidence that if we have a tight glycemic control and other side, if we decrease the tight glycemic control shows the long-term CV risk reduction. The UK PDS data we have. early tight glycemic control shows long-term CV risk reduction. UKPDS 10 years post-trial follow-up from 1997, 1991, the randomization, and then intensive conventional treatment was given, and then there is a post-trial follow-up with a non-intervention which was in 2007. The 30 years data had been shown. So any diabetes-related endpoint, microvascular disease and myocardial infarction, and we had shown that the people with early tight glycemic control, as soon as someone be detected, that was what the UKPDS trial was there, that with the early and tight glycemic control, even at the time of detection of diabetes, giving you a long-term CV risk reduction. So even after 30 years, they had shown that data which is showing that myocardial infarction or any macrovascular event was decreasing with the people with early and tight glycemic control. And the look ahead study with other side, which is talking about the more than 10% weight loss in a person with type 2 diabetes and obesity, is reducing 21% lower risk of composite outcome within 1 year. So you can see the primary and secondary outcome both are favoring the weight loss. So one side you are seeing that a tight glycemic control decreasing CVD, not only in the first 10 years of UKPDS data, but it had shown in the follow-up of 30 years also. And other side it had also shown the weight loss, which in obesity, which is also very important, with a 10% increase weight, more than 10% weight loss in type 2 diabetes or in obesity, also showing the benefit of decreasing cardiovascular disease, non-fatal acute MI, stroke or admission to hospital or angina. So the targeted weight loss, we all know about the 5% weight loss, lot of risk factors which can be significantly decreased. With the 5 to 10% of the weight loss, even the PCOS, MSLD, prevention of type 2 diabetes or lipid profile can be significantly improved. With 10 to 15% significant decrease in like obstructive sleep apnea, even GRD. These are the mechanical issues with the persons with obesity. Definitely decrease in cardiovascular disease, but these mechanical issues like obstructive sleep apnea, urinary stress incontinence and knee osteoarthritis. With 15 to 20%, there is a decrease in CV mortality. With type 2 diabetes remission, that we know that with a more than 15% of weight reduction, there was a significant remission for type 2 diabetes, and even hepatic stenosis also been reversed. With more than 20% weight reduction, even preserved ejection fraction, the benefit was there with advanced type 2 diabetes remission and even postural instability too. This more than 20% definitely is more difficult, but if we can achieve even 10 to 15%, there is a significant benefit to the people with diabetes or with the persons who are getting cardiovascular disease. So what's the multifactorial intervention that reduce the risk of complication in people with type 2 diabetes? We know that UKPDS with the recently newly diagnosed patient with a tight glycemic control, not only decreasing microvascular complication, but macrovascular complication was also decreased, but not very significant. But if we do multifactorial, which is other than glucose control, if we take care the blood pressure, if we take care of the cholesterol, and if we take care of the weight management, that is what the Steno 2 data, it's shown that it's a multifactorial intervention. So now we are no more only glucose centric, we have to have the control for blood pressure, we have to have control for the lipids, we have to have control for weight management, and that can decrease the mortality by 45%, increasing survival by 7.9 years, time to first CVD event. You know, you are almost postponing, it's delaying by 8.1 year, and that is what this meeting is for World Congress of Prevention of Diabetes and Diabetes Complications. So you can understand that, you know, if you are taking care of multiple risk factor or multifactorial approach with, along with ABCD, the weight management, you can postpone the cardiovascular disease even by 8.1 year, with microvascular complication reduced by 33 to 48% in patients who are put on a multifactorial approach. This is what Steno 2 data after 21 year of follow-up. The ADA 2024 that recommend adults with type 2 diabetes, we all know that a persons with a established cardiovascular disease, first thing we have to see the comorbidity, the best choice for them is a GLP-1 with proven CVD benefit or SGLT2 with proven CVD benefit. So this is what ASCVD established or with an indication with high risk. So either of these molecule, if patient is not controlled with one, if you started with GLP-1, the second add-on will be SGLT2. If added with SGLT2, the second add-on with these people, again with GLP-1, but with proven CVD benefit. If heart failure is a primary issue, it is the SGLT2 with a proven heart failure benefit. With the CKD, again with the preferably other than what ACE, ARB, which is to be given, at present with the SGLT2 primary evidence with the reducing CKD progression with the flow data. Now we have the GLP-1 also to be added even with the people with established CKD and with micro and macroalbuminuria. Now a time will come that we will be adding them to MRA also, and then maybe in next year guideline we may find that too. And with the people with for glycemic management, because one part of a diabetes management is controlling glucose, that's most important, glucocentric approach, but one more important is preventing the complications. So as I told you, the 2024 and are moving from glucocentric approach to complication preventive approach. So one side you have to add the people with GLP-1, SGLT2, they have proven benefit for that. But if sugar is very high, we have to also add the glucose control too, that's also very important. And for that, we have a very high which can control the glucose, even the glucose is very high, which are again GLP-1. And then if GLP-1 is not, then the intermediate or high maybe the sulfonylurea, and intermediate is DPP-4. So even DPP-4 is very famous in our country, but if you see their average HbA1c is not like a good control. They have around 0.5 to 0.8 HbA1c, while if you see the GLP-1 analog, their A1C control is around 1.2, which can be compared with like very high glucose control, which can happen with sulfonylurea. When you are choosing for a weight management, now that's very important because we want also the other part, once the glucose is controlled, the cholesterol is controlled, blood pressure is controlled, with established cardiovascular disease you have to use, accordingly drug, with CKD you have to use, accordingly a molecule, but the weight loss is also very important. For that, the semaglutide or tirzepatide, after that intermediate weight reducing agent are other GLP-1 analog along with SGLT2 or with SGLT2, which also reduce the weight around 5 or even 5 to 10% too. So our multifactorial approach in reduction in risk of diabetes complication is definitely glycemic management, that's very, very important. Blood pressure management, that's equally important. Lipids, which are very, very important, and agents for cardiovascular and kidney benefits. So these are the pillars of therapy when you are treating a diabetic patient. One side is a glucose is to be controlled, that's what your glucocentric approach. With that, a complication preventive approach with BP, lipids and the molecules which will help to reduce the cardiovascular disease and kidney benefits too, along with lifestyle modification and most important thing, education, because if you will not able to educate, you will not find these people to continue their medication, not to monitor, they will not monitor, not screen for the complication. So these are very important recommendation. Also, among people with type 2 diabetes who have established cardiovascular disease, established kidney disease, SGLT2 inhibitor or GLP, with demonstrated cardiovascular disease benefit is recommended as a part of comprehensive cardiovascular risk reduction or glucose lowering treatment plans. The evidence A. In people with type 2 diabetes with established cardiovascular disease with multiple ASCVD risk factor, diabetic kidney disease, and SGLT2 inhibitor with demonstrated cardiovascular benefit is recommended to reduce the risk of major adverse cardiovascular events or heart failure hospitalization, again evidence A. In people with type 2 diabetes with established ASCVD with multiple risk factor for ASCVD, a GLP-RA with demonstrated cardiovascular benefit recommended to reduce the risk of major adverse cardiovascular events, again evidence A. In people with type 2 diabetes with established ASCVD, multiple risk factor for ASCVD, combining these two, again evidence A. In people with type 2 diabetes with established heart failure with either preserved or reduced ejection fraction, SGLT2 with proven benefit for recommended with evidence A. In people with type 2 diabetes with established heart failure with either preserved or reduced, again SGLT2 with proven benefit recommended A. So you can understand either of these two molecules with established, but definitely with heart failure, there is more evidence for SGLT2 also. So addressing the trinity of cardiometabolic disease, a holistic person-centered approach for all these three is one with lifestyle changes, that's most important thing. The guideline that recommend treatment with medication and proven CV benefits, that's very, very important. So these two are one side, evaluating the persons with type 2 diabetes, C for CVD and CKD. And this is what our RSSDI guideline also talk, the age of the person who is coming with you. And the second more important thing for that person to see the CKD status and established cardiovascular disease. These two are very, very important. And the B is for BMI, the weight management for a person with diabetes. That's extremely important. Blood pressure control, lipid control, glycemic management, and then use the guideline, which are saying that the medication which to be used in person with diabetes with proven CV benefits. So with this, what's the GLP-1 RA integration with aligned with recommended protocols. GLP-RA, this is what you must have seen multiple times, the multiple pathophysiological defects in type 2 diabetes patients which we have. The GLP-1 target multiple pathophysiological defects of diabetes. So, you know, we are treating diabetes not just for glucose control. We are not just treating glucose. We have to treat the disease also, and disease have multiple pathophysiological defects that can be treated with a combination or with a molecule like GLP-1, which have almost out of 8, 6 or 7 are targeted by the GLP-1, like the impaired insulin secretion, increased hepatic glucose production, increased appetite regulation, decreasing the glucose uptake, increased glucagon secretion, decrease in incretin effect which type 2 diabetic patients have. So, you know, these are the multiple pathophysiological defects can be treated with the people with type 2 diabetes by GLP-1 RA. GLP-1 RA aligned with the guideline recommendation. The recommendation is to achieve a good glycemic control. The recommendation is to get the weight loss. Recommendation is the reduction of the blood pressure. Recommendation is the reduction in inflammatory markers, and recommendation is for a better CV benefit. So now GLP-1 is almost addressing all the components of this trinity. With this, I once again thank you Manoj and Purvi for giving me an opportunity, and thanks Novo for supporting this symposia. Thank you very much.
For the sake of time, I think we'll leave the questions for the discussion at the end.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Fine.
So we'll move to the next presentation. It will be Dr. Herman Tucker. Start early, tackling the trinity with early initiation of oral semaglutide in type 2 diabetes. He's a well-known professional, and I just, for the sake of time again, I would like to call attention of one aspect of his CV which I consider very important these days. He has a great experience in dealing with the media, which is really a very important aspect these days. I'm really looking forward for your talk.
Thank you, chairpersons. Thank you, organizers, and of course, Novo Nordisk. Now that Dr. Bansi Sabu has unraveled the game plan, how to play in the 5-day cricket match on the stadium, let's go to a particular player and let's see how he can tackle this trinity with early initiation. These are my disclosures. Now I'm going to take you on to cricketer Sudhakar's journey. 64-year-old, type 2 diabetes and obesity, 32 kilos BMI, a waist circumference of 97, uncontrolled A1C on multiple OADs, and unfortunately, a sedentary lifestyle. He consulted a local hospital. Significant cardiometabolic risk was not focused. Lifestyle modification was advised, along with suggestion for insulin, and it was followed for a good 5 years. What happened? He was referred to a specialist later after 5 years when he presented with chest pain and discomfort. The ECG showed an MI, an RFT done at that time showed eGFR of 30, and his creatinine was 1.8. 7 times increased risk of all-cause mortality. People with type 2 diabetes and obesity have an increased risk of mortality. Remember, 1 in 10 adults have type 2 diabetes. 20% of them are overweight, and 67 of them are obese, 67%. And 4 in 10 adults are obese completely, so there is obesity. So 7 times increased risk of all-cause mortality in patients aged between 51 and 61 years of age, which is an extremely important age group. I think Dr. Bansi clearly showed the ADA algorithm of the pharmacological treatment of hyperglycemia. You know, diabetes now is not a focused endocrine disease alone. Diabetes is all across the stadium. We are playing cricket. The guy who is the 12th man who brings in water is as important as the batsman who has to hit sixes or the bowlers who have to bowl in the death overs. So pharmacological treatment of diabetes is not focused to sugar alone, because there's salt, sugar, butter, lifestyle, weight, and everything put together. And if you look at that, you have to choose drugs which attack all these things. Dr. Talwalkar, about an hour ago, dethroned, like the Congress was dethroned by another party, dethroned metformin and brought in the two new kings which have come. So if you look at the pharmacological treatment, the goal is achievement and maintenance of glycemia while under and reducing the cardiometabolic risk. And you have to see all the facets, the very high HbA1c, the efficacy for weight loss, and most important, look at cardiovascular health and cardiorenal risk management. And this would be the algorithm interpretation. And the pharmacological treatment of hyperglycemia should be rephrased of cardiorenal obesity hyperglycemia in brackets with adults with type 2 diabetes. And given that one has to quantify ASCVD indicators, if A1C is above risk, if A1C is at target, and what have you. So if we go back to Mr. Sudhakar's journey, based on these guidelines, Sudhakar should have been stratified as high risk for ASCVD 5 years ago when he was alive, and he was told to take only lifestyle modification and some insulin. The multifactorial intervention strategy, which even Dr. Sabu said, glucose control, weight management, BP lowering, dyslipidemia, and remember, platelet inhibition. The Steno-2 study, after 21 years of follow-up, have clearly shown a reduction of 45% in mortality, an increase in survival of 8 years, time to first CVD prolonged by 8.1 years, and microvascular complications reduced anything from 48 to 33%. This is multifactorial intervention. You do not only give the patient one type of drug, but you give a drug which works and at least try to plug all the other loopholes that he has. And the benefits of GLP-1 RAs. GLP-1 RA, especially in India, the oral molecule that we have is probably the molecule, at least now, of the century, because 25 years ongoing, we still don't have anything that touches, that works, and that alters almost all facets, wherein it increases satiety, reduces food intake, increases beneficial effects on the CV system by reducing gastric emptying, reducing glucose production, including and increasing insulin secretion and reduction in glucagon secretion. So you know the mechanism of action, that it is oral glucose which stimulates GLP-1 RAs, and it is this pleiotropic effect which scores at every point. It has a very high efficacy in both glycemic and weight reduction. It is a peptide in a pill, and the addition of SNAC helps in preventing the destruction because of high pH. It is a absorption enhancer, and it increases the bioavailability after oral administration. Of course, in the other places you have once weekly injectable, we have once daily oral. They are effective in reducing A1C, body weight, and CV risk factors. This Oral is available in India, and we are hoping that while this works very well, for better choice or other choice, we may also soon get the injectable if patients want to take it. So let's go back. What should have been done next for Sudhakar's journey? You will notice even my artist has got fed up and made Sudhakar into Sudha, but it's the same person. Efficacy of oral semaglutide in achieving A1C and weight targets. The different pioneer studies from 1 to 8 have compared it monotherapy, EMPA, CETA, LIRA, plus placebo, looked at the renal effects with insulin and everything else to look at A1C and body weight. And it showed an up to 1.5% reduction in A1C, up to 5 kilos weight reduction. Oral semaglutide has a 21% relative risk reduction in MACE, and this primary endpoint reduction of MACE versus placebo is very important. It also reduced the decline in eGFR compared to placebo. So it paused, it punctuated, and it helped even renal dysfunction from worsening. Therefore, it is important to remember the versatility of the product. It supports multifactorial patient-centric goals. It reduces inflammation, improves lipid profile, reduces blood pressure, has anti-atherosclerotic effects, and is shown to be, as I said, renoprotective too. Oral semaglutide also supports multifactorial goals where 1.5% A1C, 5 kilos weight loss, providing the efficacy of a GLP-1RA in an oral formulation. No matter how much the youngsters, for non-hyperglycemic cardiometabolic reasons, crave for injections, the true patients still want tablets. Why is it that insulin initiation is difficult? Because people do not want parenteral therapy. And oral semaglutide provides you this answer, provides you this chance. Unfortunately, the human body is made of avarice. Even Adam could not resist that bloody apple like you and I take Apple phones. So every time there is something better in the West, they say, humko wo bhi chahiye. Pehla ye to try karo, then we look at wo bhi chahiye. 21% reduction in MACE. Targeting cardiometabolic risk early in the course of the disease. No dose adjustment. You have renal problem, hepatic problem, don't you worry, parvaille. Take the tablet and see your weight drop, see your sugar come down, see your cardiovascular risk dropping, and very low risk of hypoglycemia. Very important. A diabetic agent with a low risk of hypoglycemia is extremely important. It is taken first thing in the morning, 120 ml of water, and a little period of fasting. It's done with. There are some side effects to begin with. You overcome them. You learn to live with them. Don't look at your glass 1/3 empty. Look at your glass 2/3 full. You've taken the tablet. You want to reap the fruits. You don't want to look up and say, Aaj barish nahi aaya. Look at your crop. So let's revisit Sudhakar, who has turned back to Sudhakar from Sudha. In his original journey, the poor chap lost renal function. He developed chest pain and then an MI. Had he followed guidelines and had a proper addressing lifestyle CV risk approach, and he would have been started on a high efficacy for glycemia, weight, and cardiometabolic safety, he would have had a different course of disease. Now let's go back. What would his outcome had you prevented it? And that outcome, I leave it to you to discuss. Because you now know from Dr. Sabu's theory and my practical point that you have a choice. Sudhakar has a choice. Sudhakar's doctors have a choice. And doctors have to tell Sudhakar, the poor man, that you could take, you should take, and you must take this peptide in a pill. And you will see each of the parameters, because trifles make perfection, and perfection is no trifle. Don't discount the punctuation of EGFR. Don't forget the tiny reduction every year in MACE. Just because you want to see weight reduction and sugar reduction, look at the pleiotropic effects. Prescribe to your patient what is good for his future, not only for his present. Earn his confidence. Here you don't have to worry about fungal infection in the urine. You don't have to worry about itching, because this superscores even the molecules of the last decade. You have a choice. Offer the patient a choice. Don't worry about the cost. It's a small price to pay for what he will reap in future. I'm happy to end my lecture. Just because I've been given 20 minutes, I still prefer to take 3 milligrams, 7 milligrams, and stop at 14 milligrams, 6 minutes to go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful session. I request you to
Can I
please
ask one question, sir?
The panel discussion is at the end of the session. So it's my pleasure to invite our next speaker, Dr. Vijay Neglu, sir. Sir is going to address on hastening the clinical trials and real-world evidence with oral semaglutide. It's my pleasure to introduce Vijay Neglu, sir. Sir is MBBS, MD, General Medicine and Fellowship in Diabetes. Sir is the founder of Neglu Diabetes and Thyroid Specialty Center at Thane. Sir is Associate Advisory Board of various Indian and international pharmaceutical companies. Sir has earned the title of Syndrome
we
Man.
can stop. We can, in the interest of time, we can stop that. Can I say?
No,
Thank you
sir.
very much. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
introduction. Thank you, DRS, for the invitation, and thank you, Novo, for me to go through these slides of harnessing the clinical trials in the real-world evidence with semaglutide. All of us know that the real... Okay, it's okay. So all of us know that randomized clinical trials are the gold standards to establish the efficacy and the safety of a molecule. There's no doubt about it. But quite often, it is quite not cost effective, and therefore we need to resort to some other methods of establishing the benefit of safety and efficacy. So real-world evidence also has come in a big way. And in 2016, Food Drug Administration accepted and realized the benefit of a real-world analysis and said that this data can be used in a clinical practice on a day-to-day basis. So therefore, going ahead, how do you advance the slides? Okay. These are the disclosures, and this is the agenda we'll go through. The oral semaglutide, the pioneering GLP receptor agonist, the pioneer programs, then talk about beyond glucose and semaglutide, charting the course ahead. So this is the classification of GLP, which is based on the exendin 4 versus the human GLP. And we know that the exendin 4 has only 53% homology, and we have either once weekly injectable or either twice daily or once daily injection, where we have a human GLP-1 analog, which can be either used weekly or once daily. And we have a unique molecule which is available as an oral preparation, which is semaglutide. Now, if you look at the molecular structure of the GLP receptor agonist semaglutide, we have alteration at 3 places. At the position number 8, there's a change of amino acid. At the position number 26, there's a spacer, and there is a 18 fatty acid side chain. And at the position 34, there's a change of the amino acid, which prevents the binding at wrong site. And plus, we have the absorption enhancer, which is a SNAC, which is the sodium and hydroxybenzoyl aminocaprylate, which is again a fatty acid, and it helps the absorption across the cell. And this is exactly what this SNAC has. It is the co-formulated with semaglutide. It improves the absorption, and the absorption enhancer is a SNAC. It is actually a fatty acid, which is 300 milligrams, and it's cleared by the liver in the next 4 hours. This is how the absorption occurs across the GI tract, especially in the stomach. It's a transcellular absorption. And what you can see, appreciate, that the concentration of the molecule is maximum within the cell. And that is how the absorption occurs transcellularly. And only 1% of the drug is bioavailable, and that is enough to have the adequate action. Let's go on to the various pioneering programs. This gets stuck often. Okay, this is the Pioneer trial programs. We have Pioneer 1, which is against the placebo, and 2, 3, 4, and 7 against the active comparator, like SGLT2, DPP4 inhibitor, or GLP receptor agonist injectable, and of course the Pioneer 7, which multiple doses of the semaglutide. Pioneer 8 in patients who were on insulin therapy. Pioneer 5 for those patients who are renal compromised, and Pioneer 6 is for the cardiovascular outcome. So if you look at all these data of Pioneer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8 across the globe, you can see a data from 26 weeks to 78 weeks, the baseline A1C of 8% to 8.3%. You can see, depending on the dose, you have reduction of A1C to the tune of 1.5%. If we look at the number of people who achieved this goal across the trial program, you can see 70% of these patients achieved the goal in getting the A1C below 7%. And looking at the weight loss, which is again a very important parameter, which all of us have been talking about, again the same studies, Pioneer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8, which is 26 weeks to 52 weeks study, which says that dose-dependent reduction of weight after 5 kilograms. And number of patients who achieve both 5% weight loss is roughly about 50% of the patients achieve the 5% weight loss, and 20% achieve the weight loss of more than 10% in these patients. Talking about the CV outcome trial of the semaglutide, which is the Pioneer 6 trial, which had about 3,000 patients. 85% of the patients were above the age of 50 years with established cardiovascular risk, and about 15% of the patients were above 60 years with multiple CV risk factors. The A1C reduction in the body weight was also quite significant. There was a high retention of these patients, which is to of 99%, and the status was available in 100% of the patients, and the primary outcome was cardiovascular death, non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke, and 21% could achieve that, though it was not significant statistically for superiority, but the inferiority was achieved. So therefore, we have the semaglutide, which has shown the non-inferiority of the cardiovascular outcome trial, and the dedicated trial, SOUL trial, will be released soon. We'll talk about the superiority of this particular molecule. Now, moving ahead, we have to look beyond the glucose and the weight, and here we know that semaglutide does a lot of benefits besides glycemic control. It improves the weight. It also has the benefit on lipid action. It has got improvement in the waist circumference, inflammation, and also the blood pressure control. Now look at this. This is looking at the waist circumference, which is nothing but a visceral fat. If we look at the Pioneer 2 trial, which is compared with empagliflozin, we have reduction of waist circumference. Same we can see in Pioneer 3 and also Pioneer 8, where you see quite good amount of reduction of the waist circumference up to the tune of 4.7%. You'll be surprised. I'll have to pause here for a short while to explain to you why you get this kind of benefit. This benefit is because of the weight loss of the fat, not because of sarcopenia, but weight loss of fat. How this happens? This happens because there are a lot of receptors of GLP in the vasculature of the muscle. It's been shown that 40% improved vascular flow into the muscle, and therefore the muscle flow improves and the muscle health improves. At the same time, there are insulin receptors also in these blood vessels, and they also, with the improved insulin function, improve the metabolism of the muscle. And it's been believed that the cyclic GMP-mediated uptake of the glucose is also improved by the muscle. And therefore, it is believed that the GLP-1 analog is something like an anabolic hormone for the muscles. Therefore, muscles improve very well,
out of turn compared to the fat loss. So the fat loss is more and the muscle improvement is better. The one more important action, which was studied by Donald O'Shea from UK, what he looked at how this can happen, that the fat is lost out of proportion than the muscle. He looked at what is called a natural T cells in the patients with diabetes. What he realized was the natural T cells, natural killer T cells, were much less in patients of diabetes. This is a part of the immunity system which is called innate immunity. It means you are born with this immune system, which is defective in patients of diabetes. What this molecule does is improves the function of these natural killer cells. And that has important action on the M2 macrophage and also on the adipocyte. And because of this beneficial action, these patients tend to lose fat, but don't lose muscle. And that's the beauty of this molecule, which gives you benefit in reduction of waist circumference to the tune of 4.7 centimeters, a phenomenal weight reduction. This is the study which looked at how these people consume less calories. There are 15 patients who were randomized to receive, this is a double-blind trial, randomized to receive the breakfast first, and then the ad libitum lunch and the evening meal, plus a snack box was given to them. And those patients who received for 12 weeks the semaglutide versus the placebo was studied, and there was a crossover after that. And what it was noticed that these patients consumed less amount of food, both for at lunch and at dinner. So therefore, consumption of dinner was less in these patients, and the lunch was less. By 35% less calorie consumption was seen by these patients. And this effect is primarily because of the action on the hypothalamus, where the patient consumed less amount of calories. If we look at the benefit in terms of reduction of blood pressure, there's a mean blood pressure was reduced by 6 millimeters systolic and 2 millimeters in the diastolic pressure. And we know that the reduction of blood pressure of 10 millimeter mercury, that is mean arterial pressure, which gives you benefit in terms of any death in diabetes or myocardial infarction or a microvascular infarction, to the tune of 10 to 15%. So therefore, this reduction in blood pressure also gives you cardiovascular benefit. The lipids also improve, and the phenomenal drop was in triglycerides and also LDL. Dan Drucker did intensive trials on these aspects of how to get the benefit in terms of reduction of these lipids. He tried to study these animal models to see how this effect occurs. And what was interestingly observed was, it is the ApoB48 triglycerides were reduced significantly, suggesting that it's a GI absorption of the lipids was reduced significantly. He tried to analyze this in a great detail, but could not find the answer why this happens. But all the same, the lipids improve in these patients as well. We all know that the inflammation is also an important marker of insulin resistance, and semaglutide does reduce the CRP levels significantly, and therefore it reduces insulin resistance. And here look at the Pioneer 2 trial, which looks at empagliflozin versus semaglutide. 25 milligrams full dose of empagliflozin could not reduce that much of inflammation, which semaglutide could do that. So therefore, good improvement in terms of inflammation when you use semaglutide. So therefore, I think it is the charting the course ahead. What we'll think about, I think it's the important thing to combine the SGLT2 inhibitors and GLP receptor agonist, because they have a lot of synergistic action. We have improvement in the metabolic action in terms of reduction of hyperglycemia and improvement of insulin resistance because of the weight loss. We have the renal benefit with or without albuminuria, and we have a renal impairment benefit in these patients. The cardiovascular benefits are all well known to us. It reduces the MACE. It reduces hospitalization for heart failure, especially with the SGLT2. Now, what's the beauty of SGLT2 is that it reduces the recurrent heart failure, which is a very common problem in a diabetic patient, which is reduced significantly by the SGLT2 inhibitors, and also the reduction of blood pressure, which is quite obvious. So therefore, the universal recommendation from all guidelines use the combination therapy of GLP receptor agonist and the SGLT2 inhibitors. Therefore, it's prudent and it's wise to combine GLP receptor agonist with SGLT2 addresses the residual risk factors, improves the myocardial salvage, reduction of risk of EGFR by more than 50%, reduction of MACE and all-cause death, and lower risk of end-stage renal disease, and more CVD life in these patients. The ongoing trials, of course, the SOUL trial, which is expected to oral semaglutide, the ASCENT trial, again also on the semaglutide, which is a primary prevention of cardiovascular disease. We have a FLOW trial, which is published recently, which talks about injectable semaglutide with renal outcome, and the STEP heart failure preserved ejection fraction, and in patients of diabetes is also studied. There's also SELECT trial, which looked at the heart failure with preserved ejection fraction without diabetes, and the STRIDE study, which looks at the peripheral vascular disease in patients of diabetes. So beyond the benefits already mentioned in the multiple phase 3 studies to further examine the disease-modifying effects of GLP receptor agonist in the spectrum of cardiorenal metabolic. It's not CARE-ME, it is caramel now. Cardio, renal, metabolic, and liver is also included in this. So therefore, the SOUL design is the 9,000 plus patients of type 2 diabetes of more than 50 years of the age with established cardiovascular disease or chronic kidney disease with A1C between 6.5 to 10 were randomized to receive semaglutide or a placebo. And then the first patients were enrolled on 17th of June 2019. And the primary endpoint was to look at the cardiovascular death and a non-fatal MI and stroke. And the secondary endpoint is composite kidney disease, cardiovascular death, and composite peripheral vascular disease requiring hospitalization. So this is the cardiovascular study. What you see in the slide is that if you look at the use of sulfonylureas, it has dropped down to 29.1%. If you look at LEADER trial, the use of sulfonylurea is 51%. It is just 29%. Look at SGLT2. It is 26.7%, which is quite high, which was much less earlier. So therefore, the guidelines have changed, so people have adapted to those, and they're using the newer molecules, and therefore the outcomes are improved, and therefore the cardiovascular history at baseline has changed significantly with the combination of these two drugs. The PIONEER Real trial, which is the real-world evidence on semaglutide, here about 307 patients were randomized to receive either the semaglutide orally or the placebo drug was studied for a period of 44 weeks. And what we looked at the change in the A1C and the change in the body weight. And you know that the baseline A1C was 8.9%. This is an Indian study. 90% were studied for achieving the glycemic control and weight. And we have 20% of these patients were given the drug within 1 year of the diagnosis. The early initiation of the medication was done in 20% of the patients, and 50% of the patient had cardiovascular disease-related history in these patients, so high vascular burden in these patients. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for keeping time, and as mentioned before, we'll have the panel discussion at the end. So now we move to Dr. Sanjeev Shah, an endocrinologist here from Mumbai, working at the Max Super Specialty Hospital. He's an academic with private practice and with many years of research and many publications in clinical research as well as chapters. His topic for the presentation is clinical experience with oral semaglutide in type 2 diabetes.
Thank you, chairpersons. All of you had been listening very nicely, all the three speakers. Dr. Bansi highlighted Unholy Trinity so well, and the concepts, how we should be treating the patients. Also highlighted what we could achieve with an older treatment. Dr. Neglur also highlighted something similar, how the therapy has been changing. And we had been through Sudhakar's journey. So I take you further with additional clinical experience. And as all of us have been contracted by Novo Nordisk,
So these are certain clinical challenges where we succeeded or we failed. I have only two simple cases. Mr. Mohan had a different history than Sudhakar. Sudhakar had failed and not received the treatment. Incidentally, Mr. Mohan developed myocardial infarction a year ago. So many cardiovascular patients develop diabetes later. They did not. Most will develop cardiovascular disease after diabetes, but some of them would develop together. Some people get diagnosed right when they get hospitalized for myocardial infarction or ACS. This gentleman apparently looks overweight with visceral obesity, has comorbidity of chronic kidney disease, which is a simple definition of microalbuminuria. He doesn't have kind of a low eGFR and obviously has dyslipidemia. 80% of diabetics would have lipid abnormality, and most of them are not at target with the kind of statin dose we use. As an initial journey in a year or so, has received metformin as per a standard algorithm, not looking at a new guideline shown by all the speakers. And he is uncontrolled on metformin with an 8.7% A1C. If we look at an ability of any single OAD to reduce A1C, it does not exceed more than 1%. So this gentleman would not reach 7% or less than 7 with addition of 1% A1C reduction. This pioneer study program was shown by Dr. Neglur. And if we look at not the A1C reduction, here I show you the percentage of patients who achieved a target 7%. Though the baseline here is up to 8.3, you can see clearly with 14 milligrams semaglutide, you achieved 70 to 80% of patients reaching target of 7%. Even with 7 milligram, we are not so bad. 70% chances that patient could reach the target A1C 7. So 7 out of 10 patients in the pioneer trial managed to reach HbA1c less than 7%. We also need an effect in a patient who has a cardiovascular disease to reduce systolic blood pressure. What is an ideal systolic blood pressure had been debatable, but in patients who have a cardiovascular disease and diabetes, you need to reduce. And what this slide shows you is a benefit in terms of various complication or death or MI for 10 millimeter mercury blood pressure reduction. And it is likely that with semaglutide, a patient may reduce a blood pressure between 2 to 5 millimeter of mercury, and you might accrue half the percentage benefit what you see here. What Dr. Neglur showed was a combination therapy, as this patient is a cardiovascular patient. SGLT2 inhibitor also will give you 3 to 4 millimeter blood pressure reduction. So glucose lowering drugs offering an additional benefit in reducing blood pressure as well as lipid would be an additional benefit in reducing all the outcome. As Dr. Neglur has shown the kind of a small change in LDL cholesterol and triglyceride with semaglutide. He also showed a comparison between empagliflozin and oral semaglutide, both weight reducing agent, many times a matching weight reduction with each individual agent, but semaglutide offering more benefit in high sensitive CRP, which is a marker of inflammation, frequently being estimated in diabetic people, overweight people, cardiovascular disease. Statin would reduce hsCRP, but not normalize fully. And we do not have currently any anti-inflammatory drug. Most people still do not use colchicine as an anti-inflammatory drug for cardiovascular disease. So we would have to rely on what we use and what is needed in this patient, like using a GLP-1 RA. So you achieved kind of a multifactorial change in blood pressure, lipid, inflammation, weight, and glycemic control in order to get a benefit on cardiovascular disease as shown in steno by all the speakers. This is data from SUSTAIN 6 and PIONEER 6. Two trials combined have 24% risk reduction. The trial was shown in detail by Dr. Neglur. Not only in 3-point MACE, but even a cardiovascular mortality and all-cause mortality, there had been a significant risk reduction with oral semaglutide. So in a patient who already has either a myocardial infarction, revascularization, or heart failure, it's extremely important to prevent a cardiovascular death. SOUL trial, as highlighted, we should be getting results in next 3 to 6 months' time. A good point is that there is 800 patients enrolled in this trial from India. So we would have an Indian cohort being separately examined and looked at what could be the change in cardiovascular outcome in Indian diabetic patients, as we know that Indian ethnicity offers a great higher risk for cardiovascular disease. This has been seen quite frequently that as per guideline, we need to use GLP-1 RA right at the early stage. This patient qualifies as a cardiovascular patient for all the benefit of weight loss, HbA1c reduction of 1.5%, waist circumference reduction of 4.7 centimeter, 5 millimeter systolic blood pressure reduction, reduction in all cardiovascular parameters, and a proven safety. We hope he lives a better journey than what Sudhakar lived. Looking at a second patient, Mrs. Ria has an uncontrolled diabetes of 8.9%, higher BMI, eGFR already down to 60, which is exactly a cutoff for CKD by eGFR criteria. Already lost eGFR from 100 to 60 with a long duration of diabetes. By the time people develop CKD, many times it is 12 to 15 years or up to 20 years have passed. With diabetes, hypertension, and other comorbidities like dyslipidemia, the medication used here is both SGLT2 inhibitor as shown to be renoprotective in multiple clinical trials, ARBs, diuretics of choice, insulin required for control because of a long duration of diabetes, and a history of a minor stroke from which a patient recovered, kind of a TI or ischemic stroke, well managed, has an additional vascular burden. Now there are potential mechanism of action or a protection by GLP-1 RA, not only through glycemic control, blood pressure, and weight as shown in Trinity. There are also direct effect of natriuresis and a non-visible effect on inflammation as a mediator of disease, whether it is renal or cardiovascular. A benefit in oxidative stress and inflammation is seen with most weight-reducing agents. Chronic administration of such a drug would result into both parameters you desire in a patient with CKD. You want to prevent a decline in eGFR, which can be anywhere from 2 to 6 decline per year based on kind of a control level of therapy what you offer. But it was quite interesting to see when Dr. Hemant Thakkar showed what kind of a change in eGFR you would achieve. Even I was surprised to see that 1.5 eGFR decline had been something quite impressive in a placebo group. But that is well-managed clinical trial where many times a patients in placebo group also does. But semaglutide offered much, much less than 1, between 0.5 and 1 ml GFR decline per year when treated in a flow kind of, we still have to wait for the flow trial data. But the GLP-1 RA is likely to reduce albuminuria much more significantly as shown here. This is the data from where oral semaglutide has been investigated in Pioneer 5 with an eGFR in the range of 30 to 60. Patients reduced weight by 3.4 kilogram from baseline of 90. HbA1c reduction was 1%, and oral sema reduced decreased A1c even in patients with a long duration and a kidney involvement. So this is kind of a little heavy data of semaglutide versus placebo. This is SUSTAIN 6 and Pioneer 6 together, and the decline in eGFR compared to placebo was 0.6 here. No significant interaction in any subgroups when you divide with 30 to 60 eGFR or a lesser eGFR or a higher eGFR. If we look at study design in this particular case, what is interesting was a reduction in albumin-creatinine ratio. So albuminuria also reduced by 50%. This is at irrespective of eGFR. The number of patients had been much less. But this is a Japanese study which justified the use of reducing albuminuria in a patient who has a normal eGFR of 80, but they have a positive albumin in urine of higher nature, both 107 at baseline, which reduced to 62. So finally, in the meta-analysis of GLP-1 RA CV outcome, this has been analysis done for eGFR less than 60. We know that patients with CKD have higher CV risk. So whether in high CV risk also the similar protection is being offered or not. So you will find on the right eGFR more than 60 has 17% risk reduction. eGFR less than 60, there is 12% CV risk reduction. So irrespective of a eGFR, there is better CV outcome. So in this patient, there is direct and indirect both nephroprotective action, robust weight reduction and A1C reduction, desirable what is needed. This patient had been on insulin. So on the top of insulin, there was a reduction in A1C. No weight gain, but a weight loss in spite of insulin. Reduction of insulin dose by 20%, which is seen in many patients who have received GLP-1 RA on the top of insulin. And no or low risk of hypoglycemia. But you have to remember patients who are on sulfonylurea or insulin will have still the risk of hypo, not due to GLP-1 RA, but due to those drugs which contribute to the risk of hypoglycemia. This is KDIGO work group for kidney, a very nice paper in 2022. What it says is you have to use metformin till eGFR 30, top up with SGLT2 inhibitor, RAS inhibitor at a maximum tolerated dose, looking at potassium is also compulsory, and a moderate or high intensity of statin. These are your first line therapy for different indications of HbA1c, urine SCR, blood pressure, ASCVD risk, lipid management. You don't end here. You need an additional targeted therapy, which is GLP-1 RA for additional preserving eGFR as well as reducing albumin excretion. You need a non-steroidal MRA, again, now in guideline for preventing a decline in eGFR and progression of renal disease. If hypertension is uncontrolled, you need an additional drug from either a CCB group or steroidal MRA if required. You also will need to use an antiplatelet drug, and maybe if lipids are not at target, you will need an additional lipid lowering agent. The last part of my talk is when a patient is uncontrolled on insulin. You are lost, you have no more to add, you have bolus insulin, and half of insulin-treated patients are not also at goal. They are still uncontrolled, and doctors struggle with CGM, multiple monitoring, multiple titration, frequent intervention. So what are my options? When you look at a Pioneer 8, which was a randomized controlled trial in 730 patients who were being treated with basal insulin or basal bolus or premixed insulin. They were uncontrolled up to A1C of 9.5, 7 to 9.5, significant wide scatter. HbA1c was achieved in almost 59% of patients in Pioneer 8, no body weight gain and no hypoglycemia per se in comparison to a placebo group. If we look deeper into this particular trial, because GLP-1 RA and insulin is getting popularized, we have a combination related talk happened about an hour back when I was chairing that session. So combination has been frequently suggested. You can see clearly in spite of insulin, you have a change in body weight with semaglutide added here, oral semaglutide, 3.7 kg weight loss, A1C reduction of 1.3%. When you look at Pioneer 8 semaglutide in 3 different doses and 3 different colors, if you track by 14 weeks, patients have reduced A1C close to 7, either between 7 to 7.5 with 7 milligram dose, and less than 7 with 14 milligram dose, which has been sustained for 52 weeks. Similar, exactly what you would desire to be sustained. If you look at the dose reduction, irrespective of 3 milligrams, 7 milligram, and 14 milligram, almost 28% or 30% of patients had dose reduction more than 20% of their current insulin dose. While severe hypoglycemia was much less, if you go into the deeper part of the results, these patients in Pioneer 8 received anywhere between 53 and 63 units per day. 75% of patients, almost 546, had dose reduced between 15 and 25%. 8% had less than 15%, and only 12%. So if you put together, the insulin dose change was very small, 12%. 4% required more than 25%, and some of you would have experienced, as I have seen in many of my patients, we discontinue insulin. If you look at the duration of diabetes here in Pioneer 8 was 15 years, which in a sustained 5 trial, it was 13.4%, which is another semaglutide trial with basal insulin published, which we would not go into the detail. It's a injectable semaglutide there. We have Pioneer 8 with oral semaglutide. So in short, all the 3 kind of patients would need GLP-1 RA, and I would recommend that most patients in future would need a personalized, individualized approach, which had been said much earlier, beautifully written in one of this old 2010 paper. 9 experts from all over the world have published ABCD approach. With this, I would end here, and all of us would take up questions collectively. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. Please, I'll ask other presenters to come here for the discussion.
Thank you for wonderful sessions. I have 1 or 2 questions for the panelists. The question first is, sir, what is the advantage, side effect advantage as compared to injectable and oral semaglutide? Second thing, those who are not getting a side effects at the beginning of the doses, how you can titrate such cases?
So first of all, advantage between oral versus injectable, weekly injectable semaglutide. Results are clearly evaluated for both products. Both products contain same drug.
But in our country, we don't have injectable by and large to be used in large number of patients. Small number of patients manage to get injectable from overseas. So we and most of our doctors will use oral semaglutide. So Dr. Neglur is going to add some points.
Yeah, if you look at the data of SUSTAIN trial and the oral PIONEER trial, the reduction of A1C was achieved in 70% of the patient with the injectable, which was about to 60% with the oral, saying that injectable is slightly superior compared to oral. But if you look at the Dan Drucker study, which looked at the equivalence of the oral therapy with the injectable, he has shown that it's almost similar, there's no difference. He has studied very carefully and said that 14 milligram per day is equivalent to 1 milligram dose of subcutaneous semaglutide per week. So as per the study, it is similar, but the data in the trial is different.
One other is the compliance point of view, is also the people who are on oral semaglutide, in compared to the injectable. I'm not saying that we don't have, so that's the reason. But Indian people are very fussy as far as injectable is concerned. So I mean, it is easier for us to motivate or, convince them to take the oral in compared to the injectable. The second question, those who are tolerating, the dose with a lower, then how you titrate. In my clinical practice, because sometimes what happens, you start patient as per the recommendation, 3 milligram you give for 1 month, then you give 7 milligram for another 1 month, and then you up titrate. But some patients who are tolerating very well, 3 milligram, there is no point for them to wait for 1 month, because what happens, if you just ask them and you convince them to start a semaglutide, and after 3 milligram of 10 days, they don't have any side effects, they don't have any heaviness. I do in my clinical practice to increase the dose of 7 milligram. Maybe after 10 days or 20 days, maybe another 20 or 30 days, we may give them 7 milligram. If they are tolerating well, then we can give it 14 milligram also. So this is what I do in clinical practice, but recommendation is 1 month, 1 month and 1 month.
Sir, what about the once a day, once a week injection? Is there any difference? The same product?
We answered already the question.
Huh?
Yeah,
efficacy. I wanted to ask the efficacy difference and the choice of the patient, because once a week, patient will not have to remember for 6 days to take.
See, when you take 14 milligram per day, the dose of semaglutide, you get about 1% of the drug is absorbed. If you calculate per week, it comes to 1 milligram. So 14 milligram per day is equal to 1 milligram subcutaneously per week. Now the tolerance-wise, many people with a GI disturbance find it difficult to take oral. But since we don't have injectable here, we rely only in the oral. And if you can educate the patient that this is going to behave like this, the patient accepts the possible side effects, and you gently escalate the dose based on the patient's response, then I think there should be no problem. Usually the patient do not have problem if you tell them ahead of time.
Yeah, rightly pointed out by my dear friend Dr. Bansi Sabu. Start with 3 milligram. Every month or every 15 days, he can up titrate 3 milligram to 4 milligram, the 7 milligram to 14 milligram. 2-3 patients, because to reduce the cost, 14 milligram, 3, 7, all remain same. You can give 14 milligram off the tablet or 14 milligram thrice a day also. It works out very well in my clinical experience. It's an experience. Three times a day, three times a week. Sorry, three days a week. So alternative day. 14 milligram alternative
Not
day.
the 3 milligram or 7 milligram. So
milligram.
still, I tell you, to reduce the cost, and this is completely off level, I'm sure this is not getting recorded and no, these people are not listening also it. The 3 milligram we start for the first 10 days. Suppose they are tolerating, you added the 7 milligram for another 20 days and they are tolerating well, then 14 milligram you start it, and then you can make it alternate day because of its longer half-life. You can think of getting the similar benefit, but at least don't break, because breaking it will not give you any benefit. You can do it alternate day. And sometimes we do it for that, but that's not off level, completely not to be used. Yes, Mohammed, your comment.
Just as a caution for the audience, that obviously this is wonderful experience from our local experts, but is not backed up with a study or with evidence that would be advisable or working. So the anecdotal evidence is different than the true evidence, and it's very important for people to understand that in our clinical practice, maybe we would do something different, but I don't want people to go from the conference to feel that a daily drug is recommended as an alternate days, or we can jump doses. Would you agree with that?
Very sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Some
if you look at...
neuropathic side effect, if the patient develops, you stop for 2 months, again you restart, like idiosyncratic reaction occurring in ATT, antituberculous drug. Definitely it will be useful, because only side effect is neuropathy. You have to stop and restart after 2 months. It will be beneficial. This is my experience. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the Vanita Arora did a trial like this called IGNITE trial. And what she started the patient on 3 milligram, then some patients remained on 3 milligram till the end of the trial and did show good results. But actually, 14 milligram is the right dose to get that much effect of 1 milligram, optimum. But you can't do it alternate day because the half-life is long. That doesn't mean that you can use it alternate day or once in every third day or a fourth day, because you need to get that 1 milligram at the end of 1 week, which is only possible if you take every day. Otherwise, you can't get that much dose. So it's not right to make it alternate day or twice a week or thrice a week.
Yes, sir, question to you. Sir, what do you feel about the safety of semaglutide in a kidney and liver transplant patient? Like patients who are diabetic, having a high BMI, obese patients, and having a diabetes, having undergone a kidney transplant and liver transplant.
So post-transplant patients, the question is about a post-transplant patient.
There's a data. I don't know about any data like that, but in patients who have impaired kidney function, right up to dialysis, the drug can be given. And if the patient has received a transplant, obviously he has a better kidney. His GFR is expected to be normal. So it does not cause any post-transplant problem for these patients. But the disease itself, diabetes, can damage the new kidney as well. But that can be prevented by using this particular molecule. But I don't know anybody has studied this, the post-transplant patient, whether the safety issue of semaglutide. But this drug is safe.
Yeah, you're very right, Mr. Speaker, that there is no data on any drugs post-transplant because they were never been into a study. But we treat a post-transplant person according to his EGFR and renal function, and we apply the same of pre-transplant to post-transplant according to the level of the renal function, safety of the drug.
And sir, one fair opinion of
So,
yours.
sorry, give a chance for the following person because we have no time.
Sir, diabetic retinopathy is supposed to be a very sensitive marker of microangiopathy. Sir, in your PIONEER and SUSTAIN trials, none of them studied worsening or improvement of diabetic retinopathy. And in one of these slides, sir, I noticed that there's an increase in neuropathy in the patients. And why should it happen like this? Because you are actually controlling the sugar. You are talking about mitochondria. You're talking about such good things happening for all the body. But why neuropathy should increase?
Yeah, I think this was the Steno trial you're talking about, where you control the patient intensively. You get the benefit in other microvascular complication, but does not get much benefit in terms of neuropathy. I think the neuropathy is a very complex disease because all the nervous tissue do not have insulin resistance. So the glucose gets into all these tissues, especially retina and the nervous tissue, and can have a damage to the DNA because of the unopposed action of glucose on the nucleus. And this damage in the nerve sometimes can be permanent. And therefore, this is what is called a neuroplasticity, where it gets worsened as you progress, despite the control of diabetes. Therefore, it's difficult for patients of neuropathy to improve, though you give them any kind of therapy. People have tried all kinds of therapy like C-peptide, all those have been tried, but the response to neuropathy is quite difficult.
I agree with that, sir. Thank you. But why retinal angiopathy should not improve?
Retina?
Diabetic retinopathy should not improve. Not one trial is saying why diabetic retinopathy. None of them are mentioning that diabetic retinopathy can be halted or can be regressed, or it may not worsen in the time to come.
Yeah. If you're talking of SUSTAIN trial, which looked at the retinopathy as a complications of treatment with using the semaglutide injectable, was seen. and subsequently all the trials excluded the patient of retinopathy when they were given this particular molecule, right? Now the microvascular improvement is dependent on many factors. Now whether it's a pericyte or a podocyte, all these cells, the biology is quite different and difficult to comprehend and kind of understand. And the response also is difficult. Now why do you get involvement only of a pericyte in a retina? We have not understood the biology of this. And therefore, the response to the treatment can also be different. Because the pericytes is supposed to regulate the blood flow into the smaller blood vessels in the retina. And that gets involved in diabetic retinopathy. Why it gets involved more? We don't understand. Same thing happens with podocyte in the kidney. And same thing happens in the peripheral neuropathy. All we have not understood much about
definitely a direct correlation between nephropathy and retinopathy. Once we have one, we expect the other, and vice versa.
In retinopathy, you need to reduce PP hyperglycemia significantly. Patients who are controlled on HbA1c but not controlled with PP hyperglycemia less than 170 or so will still have retinopathy progression. So prandial signaling in retina is much faster at a lower glucose threshold and is not correlated with HbA1c.
Plus smoking cessation is important, and statins, the lipids are also important. So you have to have all this treatment on the board to get the benefit.
Can you come on the mic?
I think every patient you have to screen for retinopathy annually, right? But if the patient has retinopathy, you need to screen them more frequently. It's important to screen them.
I think it's fair to say that the studies were looking into cardiovascular outcome, so they were not looking into microvascular complications. They were just looking into other issues in case there is worsening. So thank you very much for all our speakers. Wonderful cover for semaglutide, specifically the oral one.
Right or wrong? Logically I'm asking, right or wrong? You understood my question? You have not replied, they have not replied. Then what is the use of
Thank you so much, all the chairs and the speakers. For the next session, which is going to be a debate on pharmacotherapy for pre-diabetes, we have moderators, Dr. Arvind Gupta sir and Dr. Mayra Kale ma'am. I welcome chairs on the dais. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, and at the outset, I thank Purvi and Manoj for inviting us for the beautiful DRS WCPD conference. This is not, I think, the last session of the day, but not the least. I think this is the most important session from our point of view because pre-diabetes is the leading cause, or I can say, as far as epidemiology of the India, ICMR India in study is concerned, pre-diabetes is the largest chunk at present in India and all over the globe. So this is the hot topic, and we want to know how this pre-diabetes can be reverted, or it can be halted, or even if we cannot do, we can think of these pre-diabetes should not progress to the frank diabetes population. So for this, a beautiful debate will be there, ladies and gentlemen. And we have the two dynamic young diabetologists of the country, Dr. Bharat Sabu and Dr. Shubhasri Patil. I think that will be very, very interesting debate today regarding the pharmacotherapy of pre-diabetes. Dr. Bharat Sabu will be speaking for the topic, and Dr. Shubhasri will speak on against the topic. And let us see, you will be given 12 minutes each, and Bharat will get for the repercussion for 2 minutes, again that. And let us see, stick to the time, and we'll see the crisp debate and very interesting debate. So Bharat, come to and give your thoughts regarding pharmacotherapy of pre-diabetes.
First of all, thank you, Manoj sir and Purvi ma'am and whole team DRS for inviting me here and giving me this topic today. I'm thankful to Chairperson for setting up the agenda so well, and as Gupta sir has clearly told that this will be going to be an eye-opener for many of you. So without wasting my time, I will straightway begin with the topic which has been assigned to me today, and this is what Dr. Gupta sir was talking about. This is the ICMR study which showed that we are hovering at a staggering load of 136 million pre-diabetics in India, and this is an understatement, believe me. The worrying statistics are coming from rural and urban both. You see, the rural population, while they have less of diabetes, but they have more of pre-diabetes. The pre-diabetes is increasing in the rural population as well, and this bomb is going to explode, and they will be going to soon convert it to diabetes if we don't treat them right, or we are hovering around only for the lifestyle modification. Now, these are the risk factors for pre-diabetes. We are all aware about these, non-modifiable and modifiable. Modifiable are many, non-modifiable are few. So we should focus ourselves on the modifiable risk factors, where we can modify the risk factors and prevent pre-diabetes first of all, and then if pre-diabetes at all occurs, how we can revert it, as Gupta sir was telling us. While I was searching the literature, I found this beautiful read. This is a pre-diabetes, a high-risk state for developing diabetes. Due to paucity of time, I may not be able to cover all of this. You go and read it. This is a beautiful piece. It clearly says that according to ADA expert panel, 70% of individuals with pre-diabetes will eventually develop diabetes. So this is the time where we need to hit the nail. Pre-diabetes is the time where we need to treat them. If we can treat them right, then only we can save our country from the looming epidemic of overt diabetes which is hovering around us. This is the place where we are. The pre-diabetes, we all know, A1C between 5.6 to 6.5, and the arrow, which way it will go, will be decided by us, none other than anyone other than us, because we are the doctors and we will be treating the patient right. This is just a customary introduction to pre-diabetes. We all know what is this pre-diabetes all about, the progression risk and importance of early intervention I am going to tell you. This is the basic pathophysiology. Now, what should be noted here in pathophysiology is obesity. It is one of the factors. Hyperinsulinemia is one factor, and beta cell dysfunction is again one factor. These all lead to pre-diabetes, which can lead to all the complications of diabetes if not treated in time. This is again a very beautiful read by Jonathan Shaw. Pre-diabetes, lifestyle, pharmacotherapy, or regulation. What amongst the three is most important? You go and read this, and then you will know what I am telling you is right. Moving forward, this is again a good read which I used in my presentation. Should pre-diabetes be treated pharmacologically? And it gave me the insight that yes, it should be treated pharmacologically. But before that, what is the criteria for diagnosis of prediabetes? These are the laid criteria for diagnosis of prediabetes. Anyone falling between these should be considered prediabetes and should be treated accordingly. Now, what are the pharmacotherapeutic options for prediabetes? While I was searching for this, I found this study. This is a DPP lifestyle change program. The modified DPP lifestyle change program included metformin into it, along with the lifestyle modification. So metformin was clearly used as a drug for treatment of prediabetes in this study. And this is the timeline from 1996 to present, how this whole study has modified itself by incorporating metformin and other changes into it. This is a very beautiful piece of paper by AACE. AACE clearly tells us that pre-diabetes management for prevention of diabetes should include pharmacotherapy. And what are the pharmacotherapy studies which are there around? This is not from anywhere, but directly from AACE. It clearly says that pharmacological intervention proven to delay or prevent type 2 diabetes mellitus are with metformin, acarbose, pioglitazone, and as the previous talk was telling us, weight reduction. It is the key. All the drugs which cause weight reduction can lead to halt of prediabetes. This is Chinese prevention study which showed the effect of metformin on progression of IGT to diabetes, and you can see a staggering 65% reduction in progression by just adding a metformin to the milieu. This is again the effect of lifestyle modification and metformin on cumulative diabetes incidence, the Indian DPP study, which again clearly shows that metformin, when combined with lifestyle modification, adds to the value of lifestyle modification. Effect of acarbose, because we are a predominantly carb-eating society, we have high glycemic loads with us, and acarbose has been shown to prevent NIDDM in this STOP NIDDM study, and it has been documented many times. DREAM study, which was with rosiglitazone and new onset diabetes or death, clearly shows there is a 60% reduction in the cumulative hazard rate when we were using rosiglitazone. Unfortunately, we are not having that molecule right now, but this is again a troglitazone, and what we have with us is pioglitazone. Pioglitazone we can use. It has been proven that it can prevent IGT to become diabetes over a period of time, and you see, once we start pioglitazone to a patient, all the insulin resistance is taken care of, which is the main culprit behind prediabetes progressing to diabetes. We all know the effect of exenatide and lifestyle modification on body weight and glucose tolerance. The whole session before me was on that, the weight. We all know about it. I will not go into detail about this. The medical weight loss strategies has all been talked about. These are the pharmacological weight loss strategies. Orlistat we have phenantramine, topiramate, and all these have been proven to reduce weight being the major driver behind halting prediabetes to convert into diabetes. This is again effectiveness of weight loss drugs. I was able to find this, that the weight loss percentage of orlistat was 5% and phenantramine, topiramate was 8 to 10. Tirzepatide, which is the talk of the town these days, is having a weight loss capacity of the tunes of 20%, which is way beyond what we desire in our patient, which is just 5 to 10% of weight loss in prediabetes to halt it to going to diabetes. Now again, these are the development of diabetes after discontinuing anti-hyperglycemic drug. These are the various trials which I was able to found. And when drug was stopped, rosiglitazone group had 10%, pioglitazone has 11%, and glargine insulin had 30% increase in risk of developing diabetes. This is the effect of phenantramine topiramate, and this is the crux. You should take a snapshot of this. This is the AACE algorithm for pre-diabetes. AACE clearly says that goal are to prevent progression to diabetes. Mind it, the goal is to prevent progression to diabetes by any means. We should prevent the progression of NAFLD. Any drug which we need to give to cure NAFLD or halt the progression should be given. To improve the cardiovascular risk factors, prevent excess weight or weight reduction should be the key. Improve functionality and quality of life. So first, definitely, always would be lifestyle intervention. But if we have done this, we are not successful, then cardiovascular risk reduction, and again, overweight if it is there, we should target a weight loss of 7 to 10% with all the available possible therapies. This is AACE statement. GLP-1RA, phenantramine, topiramate, and if there is no obesity, the goal is to treat dysglycemia. Dysglycemia should be treated. We are treating dysglycemia by metformin, pioglitazone, and acarbose. So this is why I still advocate that we should treat pre-diabetes with pharmacotherapy if our lifestyle intervention have failed, and we should not say no to any medication. This is a position statement on screening and management of pre-diabetes in primary care in Australia. This again says that we need to treat it with pharmacotherapy. This is a meta-analysis, a beautiful meta-analysis for interventions of reversing pre-diabetes. It clearly showed that over a median follow-up period, more participants receiving GLP-1 receptor agonists and insulin sensitizers were able to reverse pre-diabetes. Again, moving forward, anti-obesity drugs, it has already been talked about in the past talk. A side-by-side comparison of the various popular weight loss drugs. You can clearly see all these drugs are beneficial in reducing weight, and that is why they are beneficial in preventing the progression of pre-diabetes to diabetes. These are the treatment guidelines for pre-diabetes. This is by ADA and this is by European Multidisciplinary Consortium. What I showed previously was by AAC. This is again a pre-diabetes algorithm by ACE. This again says that weight loss therapies, treatment of ASCVD risk factors should be done, and if the dysglycemia is not corrected, we should not be shy of giving metformin or acarbose to our patient. And with caution, we can even give TZD and GLP-1 RS. So we should not be shy of giving medication. The biggest aspect, the economics of diabetes prevention, the last one. If we treat it right, we reduce the cost burden by a hovering 3 times. If a patient converts to diabetes and goes into complication, we are giving him a 3 times cost burden. And these are all the cost effectiveness studies which I have followed to come to these conclusions, and they all have shown that it is better to prevent pre-diabetes even if it involves pharmacotherapy. These are the future therapies which are in pipeline developing for treatment of pre-diabetes, and there are many which are all focusing on insulin resistance and inflammation. This is the evolving landscape, snapshot of what I have talked today. The key summary points are here, and this is how we can treat actually pre-diabetes, and pharmacotherapy being one of the pillars.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Bharat. I request Dr. Shubhashri Patil to come on the dais. She is going to speak for the lifestyle modification.
At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Purvi Chawla, Dr. Manoj Chawla for giving me this opportunity and platform of DRS for this debate. I would like to pay my regards to the chairpersons here. My topic today for the debate is pharmacotherapy for prediabetes. It's a no. So as Dr. Bharat correctly said, we are a country of world capital of diabetes rather. We don't know how much of undetected prediabetes is there in our country. So how many patients are we going to treat with pharmacotherapy is my question. How many? Is pharmacotherapy the option? So let's look at what I want to say here. Prediabetes is pre-diagnosis of type 2 diabetes. So prediabetes is not a disease in itself, but pre-diagnosis of diabetes, it is just a warning sign. Prediabetes by ADA should not be viewed as a clinical entity in its own. What does it mean? It means loss of beta cell function occurs before the diagnosis of type 2 diabetes. We all know the diagnostic criteria of prediabetes. I think Dr. Bharat has also shown in his own slide deck. So we have no genetic or biomarker research which tells us that which kind of pre-diabetic patients are going to progress to type 2 diabetes. Most of the study tells us that pre-diabetes, out of the pre-diabetes lot that we get, almost 2/3 of the patients do not progress to become type 2 diabetes. Then why treat them? Only 1/3 are likely to progress to type 2 diabetes, but we have no genetic or biomarker research to tell us which patients deserve treatment. So management of prediabetes is chiefly non-pharmacological. Non-pharmacological management chiefly involves 5 to 10% of the weight loss, moderate physical activity, 6 to 8 hours of sleep, and healthy lifestyle. And I think that is where we need to intervene. There is no point in discussing pharmacotherapy right at the start. Lifestyle changes such as weight loss, which is about 7% with moderate physical activity, can reduce the risk of diabetes by as much as 58%. So almost 58 to 60% patients we are able to reverse without any interventions pertaining to pharmacotherapy. Now, the cumulative incidence of diabetes during a 4-year period in patients with prediabetes who engaged in lifestyle modification versus no lifestyle modification, as we clearly see the statistics and data out here, definitely a large number of patients do respond to it. There is a lot of evidence to what I'm trying to convey here. The evidence of effectiveness of medical nutrition therapy, almost the A1C reduction of 1% can be achieved only on medical nutrition therapy. There is no need of pharmacotherapy over here. Prevalence of disordered eating varies, affecting 18 to 40%. Is pharmacotherapy going to target the disordered eating pattern that we Indians have? No. It's only the education. It is only the awareness about what should be the eating pattern, what should be the lifestyle interventions, what should be the dietary measures a patient is going to take is ultimately going to pay off in long run. Even if we start these patients on pharmacotherapy, once we stop it, the incidence of developing type 2 diabetes remains same as that of placebo. So it hardly matters. What is the evidence for specific eating pattern to manage prediabetes? We have a PREDIMED trial over here. It is a RCT, and it says that diet interventions just does the needful. Nutrition therapy supports 7 to 10% of weight loss. Lifestyle intervention programs are important. We have to have anti-obesity medications and pharmacotherapy only and only in selected groups where it is necessary. Let's look at certain trials, like this AHEAD trial. It resulted in about partial diabetes remission in 11.5% of participants as compared to 2% in the control group. DIRECT trial. In this, there are innumerable trials which support the use of medical nutrition therapy for reversal of prediabetes. Now let's look at this study. It says that lifestyle intervention reduced the incidence of diabetes by 58%, whereas metformin reduces it only by 31%. It clearly underscores the superior efficacy of lifestyle over metformin, which is the only FDA-approved drug for treatment of prediabetes. Metabolic improvements and remission of prediabetes and type 2 diabetes. Now let's look at this multi-domain lifestyle intervention clinic study. It also tells us the same data. 20% among the participants with prediabetes reached remission. Finnish diabetes prevention study also gives us similar statistics. Why don't we look at the economic analysis of pharmacotherapy versus lifestyle? Are we the doctors who are going to start medications right, left, and center? Are these medications don't have any side effects? Do you think a carpose is very well tolerated by the patients? Do you think pioglitazone, which is considered as one of the medication that may give rise to weight gain as well, tackling the insulin resistance, is it going to tackle the various pathophysiological pathways which type 2 diabetes evolves? We are not going to do that with only pharmacotherapy. Definitely, lifestyle interventions and dietary measures is going to take the patient long way. Now, there are certain risk factors which are associated, and we call them modifiable risk factors. The very fact that they are called as modifiable, that means we need to intervene at particularly those places. Most studies identify diabetes as a significant risk factors. Limited evidence on the link between prediabetes and cardiovascular disease. The studies which quotes that cardiovascular disease, prediabetes, is just one of the risk factors. There are many other risk factors which includes metabolic syndrome, wherein there is obesity, where there is dyslipidemia, there's smoking, there's alcohol. There are a number of things which are also contributing to cardiovascular disease. It is not only the prediabetes. So modifiable risk factors can be modified, in short. So while prediabetes is linked to cardiovascular disease, it serves as a bridge between diabetes and cardiovascular disease. So this is a critical opportunity to intervene. We need to intervene not by pharmacotherapy, by imbibing diet and lifestyle measures. And Dr. Bharat, you being an AI man, why don't you devise an app for diet and lifestyle interventions for the patients for a country like ours, wherein so many patients can take benefit of it without using pharmacotherapy with very app of yours? So there are studies which do find correlation between heart attack risk and prediabetes, but then there are many other risk factors to it I've already mentioned. So 1/3 increased the odds and 2/3 didn't. What I mean here is, when only in the prediabetes lot, only 2/3 of them are going to progress to become type 2 diabetics, and 1/3, one-third are going to progress to become diabetics and two-thirds may not progress, then why intervene? Risk stratification and personalized medicine is the key. We talk about precision medicine and we cannot just widely apply pharmacotherapy to such huge lot of patients who are detected to be pre-diabetic. So basically what I want to emphasize here is individuals with higher baseline A1C, strong family histories, understand we may understand the history of the patient profile, and decide and select the patient where it is absolutely essential to use pharmacotherapy. Now, let's look at the healthcare resource utilization. Are we not already burdening our healthcare with so many deceased patients and pharmacotherapy to be given to those who are mandatorily needing it, not to anybody who can be easily managed with diet and lifestyle? So, what we say here is we all follow the guidelines, and what guidelines tells us is to prioritize the lifestyle changes but also suggest pharmacotherapy only and only in high risk group. So if we look even at the guidelines, they don't suggest pharmacotherapy as first line treatment. Psychosocial consideration. You're going to start any pre-diabetic who come to your OPD without thinking that we are making this patient go on pharmacotherapy for his life. Medication burden is already a thing to talk about. Patients are already troubled by various pill burdens that they are taking for various other illnesses. So we cannot subject them for a pill just for a pre-diabetes. Now the question is, if the condition is reversible, why do we need pharmacotherapy over here? Emphasis should be on sustained and lifelong lifestyle changes, and we should target the underlying pathophysiology. We should provide broader health benefits and align the patient with a patient-centric approach. Remission rates are great in prediabetes. We should work only and only on diet and lifestyle, and pharmacotherapy should only be an option, last option in selected few. That would be my take on in this debate. Thank you so much.
1 minute only.
Sir, first let me load my slide, then start your clock. Can you load my slide, please? Thank you, Shubhashri, for making it easier for me. I'm not a doctor who can let my 89% of patients, those who are not having remission, die out of cardiovascular complication, just be happy and merrier and celebrate those 11% which I remit. I cannot be. So if you just put my slide, I will just like to tell that why these lifestyle interventions are not the cup of the cake. This is actually where I left, and these are actually the facilitators and barriers for the lifestyle changes. And it has been clearly documented that lifestyle changes, they rarely make a difference, rarely because they don't make a difference in more than 30% of population, and Shubhashri admitted it herself. But what about the rest 70%? And this is a systematic review and meta-analysis. They show that they struggle in process of lifestyle change. All the patients admit to it. Then they again say the Kwasniewska et al., they again proved the same, and they said that this was very tough on them to adopt to these strict 800 kilocalorie diet, meager eating, not eating properly, and all these things. I don't know. My patient cannot do this. Outcome of lifestyle intervention in relation to duration of prediabetes, this is Prop ABC study. Go and read this, Shubhashri. This clearly tells that people with prevalent prediabetes of unknown duration, lifestyle intervention, delayed progression to type 2 diabetes, but this does not reverse the prediabetes. Our own Dr. Mohan, CURE study, 10-year follow-up data, he clearly told that among those with NGT, 19.4% converted to diabetes. I am not a doctor who can leave those 20% patient die not receiving pharmacotherapy and just boasting myself to be a non-advocator of medicine, not using medicine, and I am just treating them with lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you. You're such a masiha, Dr. Bharat Sabu, for intervening so early for the patients. What I would like to emphasize upon here is that sir is advocating pharmacotherapy, but how long are you going to intervene? Lifelong?
This is your answer, Shubhashri.
Lifelong are you going to intervene with pharmacotherapy?
This is in 4 weeks. It wiped out
What
the,
is not
wiped out the
difficult?
liver
I want
fat.
to know what is not difficult. Lifestyle interventions are difficult. Of course they are. But we are there for our patients to convince them to take up good lifestyle, diet. We are there to convince them. That's where we are the accelerators, sir. You are not understanding that you play a crucial role out here
You
to
are not
convince your patients.
understanding that even after full convincing, only 30%
I'm sorry to say,
achieve the
Dr. Bharat,
remission.
you may not be doing a good job with your patients, but I see
Yes.
a good amount of reversal in my own patients, sir.
Look, all these things don't matter because we need to follow guidelines. We are clinician first of all. We don't want to be sued for not using pharmacotherapy and letting our patients suffer the cardiac arrest.
Guidelines also tell the
just
same
listen. Bharat, just though it is a serious note, we have recently published a new study just 15 days back. It is a 4 years study. We followed pre-diabetic population for 4 years. It is a multi-centric study. Dr. Chandalia, Dr. Madhu, Dr. P.V. Rao, myself and Jyoti Dev are the principal authors for that study. Very seriously we did. It is a double-blind placebo-controlled trial for pre-diabetic population, and 46% pre-diabetic population we could be able to prevent from
Very true, sir. But what about the rest 54%?
just I'm telling you. So I'm not giving you for and against her, but this is just a recent study. So lifestyle modification, exercise and yoga is a very powerful weapon. Please use that thing, and then of course medications are there, and if these medications are safe, you can safely use those medications. So now we want to have the poll from the, you want to ask the question? Yes. Just
Sir, Dr.
not,
Bharat Sabu, sir,
Manoj has told
use
me
of
that
imiglimine in pre-diabetic patient, as you told about the metformin and pioglitazone and icarbuz. So what is the role of
Mayura,
imiglimine?
come,
It is a
come.
dual action.
Sir, I am a strong prescriber of imiglimine, but I am not able to find a meta-analysis or something of that sort to be presented on this scientific platform. That is why I have shied myself out of it, because we are doctors. Obviously, we talk science. We cannot talk like news reporters and all those things. So we need to talk science. Imiglimine definitely works very well. I have used in some pre-diabetic patients. It has done wonderfully well, just like metformin, with the added advantage of not having that GI side effect which is there with metformin.
just a quick question. not
Lifestyle, just one, because there were three came in between. Sir, lifestyle, what she said, what sir said, 47 and whatever you suggested more, we have to have as a talent to find out which are the 47. Don't start immediately, 2 महीना नहीं हुआ तो चलो अभी दवा शुरू करें. That is my opinion.
Yeah.
Very true, sir. But we cannot just say no to
He's
medicine.
the person, marathon guy from, and I think the 3 cheers to you. He
Thank
always
you.
runs
Thank you
the
so much.
marathon. Yes. Yeah, Manohar.
Good show by both the debatologists. So some points, same Dr. Mohan's, what he says is IFG may not be much amenable to prevention to progression. IGT can be because of building of muscles. Secondly, yes, lifestyle measures are important. Precision care, I will be talking tomorrow. ADA ESD position statement says that precision care for prevention is not for all. They have said that we have to select only people with pre-diabetes and high risk. And if you look at the systematic meta-analysis, lifestyle versus drugs during the intervention process, 35% both equally reduce the relative risk of progression of diabetes. But once the intervention is over, only the lifestyle arm wins over the other intervention arm.
Thank you.
And great doctors prevent disease, average doctors treat the complications. So I go for prevention and treatment. How both can decide.
But,
The jury can be out.
But Dr. Manohar, can you remit all 100% with lifestyle?
Even with medications, 100% is not going to happen. Even with medication, it is not going to happen.
Sir, one comment. One
We want
comment.
to give
Just
this
one
space
comment.
to Dr. Manoj Chawla. Manoj has...
Sir, one comment. With lifestyle, the drug is also required. It is not so the only lifestyle will conquer the thing.
Sir, what I
so
want to say
the
here
only thing is there, judicious use of the drug, and throughout the period you must stress over the lifestyle.
Sir, look at the choices over here of the medications. That is...
Okay, please.
So just one comment. Sir, one comment.
Yes.
When a lawyer defends a criminal, it doesn't mean it is defending the crime. So see, they are trying to bring two aspects of the disease management so that we come out with better strategies. It doesn't mean that Dr. Bharat says कि lifestyle नहीं करना चाहिए. It doesn't mean that Dr. Subhashri says कि medicine नहीं देना चाहिए. The idea of this discussion is to bring the best for your patient.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Alok.
it's not that we should, label them कि they are wrong.
वही कह रहा. Let us have the vote of the house and we'll have a poll. And who has just raise your hand who wants to give the medication for pre-diabetes? And who wants lifestyle modification? So I think
No,
not with
no,
the
Dr.
clear-
Amit, guideline wins.
Bharat,
No one wins.
not with a clear mandate, but little bit better lifestyle modification, but not too much of. So both wins.
And
Both are winners.
And on a lighter note, just a last take to everyone. Don't follow what me and Dr. Shubhashri is saying. Always follow the guideline because guideline will save you in the court of law. Me and Shubhashri are not going to come.
Thank you, Bharat. Thank you, Subhashri. Excellent and very interesting debate. Aja, Bharat.